And welcome to the Town Hall 12 July monthly finals. I am super excited to be here and I'm joined with Itsu. Itsu, how are you feeling?
I mean, I feel great. We should have a really fun time here with Town Hall 12. Yesterday already, we had the Town Hall 9 finals, and this means we have a lot of Town Hall 12 action today, and I cannot wait to get into this tournament.
Yeah, same here. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring and, who's going to take home the golden tickets.
So let's get into the first overview. We have some rewards. Those will happen after specific matches. So you can see after match 4, match 10, and so on. So there are some rewards on the list here, which you can claim when you're just following the stream along, and you can claim them then as we're progressing with the overall schedule. But talking about the schedule, let's jump into the format.
All right, so for the format, we have the 3 versus 3 in esports mode. This is going to be the monthly final double elimination bracket with the 8 qualified teams, and we are going to be having 2 of the golden ticket winners chosen today.
That's right. So we have all the action going to happen today with the different matches going to happen. So let's move on, get to the next overview, because let's talk about the prize pool for this day and for this overall cup we have here for Town Hall 12, which is then going to be quite some cash on the line. On top of that, obviously, the golden ticket for the top teams. First seed is as well getting the $990, with the second seed $540, $360 then. So overall, around about $3,000 on the line for those teams, Termi.
Yeah, and the best part is about the prize pool is everyone is going to get a piece. So, no matter what, you will go home with a little something. So that is quite nice for Town Hall 12 at least.
That's right. So we have then talked about the prize pool. So let's dive into the bracket. Let's take a look at what teams are going to compete here today and what the overall bracket looks like. So we have our first round matches with ARKA Esports versus Fluid Esports. We have SG Esports then in the second round versus Dagi Esports. And then the Hooked to Town Hall 12. I'm looking forward to see him play. He has already uploaded some, they've uploaded already some tags here. So we have them going against the War Heroes. WompWomp Gaming going then against, in their match against Not Finished. So a lot of good, nice teams looking here. And I think we might be ready really soon to jump into our first match, Termi.
And here we go with the team comparison. We have the ARKA Esports versus the Fluid Esports for the first match. You can see the average destruction, average stars, 3-star rate, average duration for the 3 stars, and the 2-star rate as well.
That's right. If we just take a look at those numbers, we can see that the 3-star rate is somewhat one-sided, but at the end of the day, those are the stats from the other stages. For this one, it depends. How can you handle pressure? How can you get the nerves controlled? The first attack, well, it seemed like that they were a little bit nervous with their trigger finger here, because we have the first attack. Let's double check replay and see what the result was. And then we have the current standing of this match right now.
Yeah, so we have Mr. Naseeb here coming in with the Queen Charge on the right side, Baby Dragon on the top side, a couple of runes, throws in the Hound, and following behind with the Dragons and the Warden and Prince. He's going to push to the top side of the base here into the Eagle. The nice early Warden ability.
That's right, the Warden following those troops at the top side. And this is all about setting up the pathing then for the bats later on. Getting rid of the splash damage. At the bottom side, Multi-Inferno Tower is still staying up. He's sending in the bats, but there's a Multi-Inferno Tower on the back.
Yeah, nice freeze for the bat spell there. You want to make sure you're freezing. Otherwise, these bats are going to go down quickly. Drops another freeze and also overgoes the entire Town Hall compartment. Still has the minion prince ability and a freeze as well. And the queen's going to come in from the right side with the main army following through.
That's right. Dragons are following and there are so many left. But the Town Hall is waking up again. And remember, that thing can explode as well. But with only the Town Hall left standing as a defense, this should be no issue. So this is going to be the first 3-star here on the board for Fluid Esports. They're starting things off really strong. And this means Dragons with those bats seem quite strong on Town Hall 12. I'm pretty sure, tell me, that we're going to see them quite a bit today.
Yeah, looking like the Drags and the bats do get it done. Very nice free spells for the bats and overall solid execution for the Town Hall. You got to make sure when the Town Hall explodes, your army's not nearby, but it didn't even matter. That was the only thing left over. So, clean sweep from, the attack.
Yeah, that was a really nice one, especially removing the splash option of the Town Hall itself with the overgrowth was a really smart choice. And bats, while on Town Hall 18, they're nowhere seen. With those mid Town Hall levels, we have a lot of options here because there's not as much splash. Yes, multi-inferno towers, you have as well the wizard towers, for example, then as well some other defenses, but overall it is mostly single target, and this is then where the spell is having a lot of impact for those air attacks.
Yeah, that is true. We don't have scatter shots like we do at Town Hall 13. There is still a bit of splash, but as long as you can have a good spell execution, I think it just comes down to good ability, good funneling, and you should be looking pretty solid here, even in the esports mode.
Yeah, that's right, because all of those matches are played in esports, so this means the equipment are a little bit downgraded here, where the defense are dealing more damage just to make sure that those teams are getting challenged a little bit. We have seen the stats before we went into the first attack from those two teams, and they're getting mostly those 3 stars, even though we are playing under those harder conditions. So everything under control, hopefully, for them. The second attack should be then somewhat soon, because those attacks tend to be quite quick. This is why we have always with time in between the attacks. And this is why we should take a look again. The player comparison stats here. Anything standing out for you?
Yeah, the stats honestly look pretty well-rounded. Looking at the average destruction rate, 3-star rate is looking pretty solid overall. But one thing that does stick out for me is Ashim with the highest 3-star rate being 91.3. And he also seems to have tied of the fastest average duration, only with SS on the bottom there. So yeah, looking pretty solid here for ARKA. But we'll have to see if these stats come into play in this match, because overall looking very solid.
Yeah, that's right. We see some players struggling a little bit with the 3-star rate, while others are around the 90% mark. So this is for sure something we can keep in mind moving forward inside this match and the future matches. But the next attack is underway, and we have now the player which you just highlighted with SS coming in. We have, again, an air attack, but no bats this time around. Instead, we have those lightnings.
Yeah, we'll have to see what it decides to zap out here. It's probably going to be, I would assume, a multi. But we'll have to see where he decides to actually use the spells here. Has a bunch of dragons, a couple quake spells there, so taking all the time he needs.
Yeah, Queen in first to take down a couple of defense on the far right side, while the Short Tesla is popping up a second one as well. We have now the healer puppet getting activated, and those chop side dragons are coming in. The eagle, though, is on the complete opposite side of this base.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if this eagle really makes a difference here. He decided not to take it out early. Also has to rage the queen there. She's taking a lot of damage. We had to make sure that the Tesla's probably trying to bait a giant arrow here. CC does come out. It's a headhunter, a couple headhunters and super minions. Holding the ability here, has to do it early. Drops the poison, and the defensive minion prince takes down the Stone Slimer with some dragons coming out as well.
That's right. Clan Castle defense is taken care of. Those super minions are quite common here to handle, and they deal some damage to those dragons. And with the eagle on the back end, it feels like those dragons are falling, and we might see the first defense, because there's still 2 Inferno Towers in the middle. The queen is keep going, and she's not really going down, but that center has to go down.
Yeah, that multi doing a lot of damage, had to freeze. Nice Skelly spell for the single in the middle, but these dragons are going down, Itsu. There's only a few left. The last two are on the map with the Inferno on the left. The Warden's the last thing in the middle, the Queen on the bottom. And I don't know if SS is going to get this, or is it going to be a defense for Fluid Esports?
This single Inferno Tower, that might be the MVP, depending on how the Queen steps. If she's getting close enough, and she's getting taken care of early on, this might be a huge nightmare for ARKA Esports in our first defense in today's broadcast. Queen keep moving forward. So far, she's avoiding that Inferno Tower, Turby. This is going to be close.
Yeah, the Dragon can step in front with the Super Barbarian. He's tanking. Can the Queen actually hit the Inferno? I don't think she can. But we're gonna have to see. The Queen gets locked onto. Can the single target Inferno take down the rest? The Dragon moves in front, and I think he's going to get it, Itsu.
Wow.
Oh my.
That was so close, but he got it. But this means at the same time, we can see the stats as well. It is on average, like the time is really in favor now of Fluid Esports.
Yeah, and we do know in these lower Town Hall Cups, time can be a factor, but as you can see too, you know, 1-2 mistakes could be all it takes, especially in the Esports modifier. These Inferno Towers, if you don't freeze them, the Skeleton Spell, single target Infernos, they do even more damage, and your heroes are a little bit nerfed too because of the Esports mode, so keeping that in mind, it can be close, but with the tanking of the troops, he was able to have his Queen and his troops take down the last single, which was crucial for the 3.
Yeah, I was not so waiting for like any type of trap popping up, like a Black Mine or maybe Skeleton Trap would be the complete nightmare for him. But the fact that on this backhand the wall was already damaged was a really big game changer for him. And in the end, it is the clutch 3-star, because this is what we're looking for, those 9 stars. If you would compare this, and if you're maybe watching usually esports on Town Hall 18, you could maybe compare those 9 stars to the perfect match, because it is 3 versus 3 and not 5 versus 5. So you could compare that maybe to like 13, 14 stars in Town Hall 18. That would be kind of the same. But overall, it is not easy to get there. But those teams are sticking to air. We have seen as well some super witches in the qualification phase, like in the stages before this. But it feels like so far, both of those teams are just handshaking and going with air.
Yeah, that's right. It's a lot of them are going with the Dragon Bat, or we saw the Dragon Zap. He's going to start off really faster with the Queen Giant Arrow, with the Minion Prince on the top left side, puts the balloons and the dragons in with the Warden ability nice and early, and dropping the Rage spell as well. Going to try to push the base here, of course, because time could be a factor. They are getting 3 stars, so they do want to make sure they are pushing the base sooner. Stone Slammer as well, and the Poison on the Super Dragon with the OG on the bottom.
He's trying to, again, remove those splash defenses, which is that Multi-Inferno Tower and the Wizard Tower. But as well, he's controlling the path here now of those dragons, pushing them into those 2 expos. The Queen is having the support. There's no option to help that Queen right now, though, so she might and should go down.
Yeah, that King doing even more damage because of the esports modifiers. There's also a Tesla there ruining the cleanup on the bottom, which is going to take even more time. And we see a NATO, couple traps coming down too. So I do think this is going to be cleaned up here, but yeah, looking pretty solid on the time as well.
Yeah, Fluid Esports are here to get that first victory. The first 2 attacks from them, both perfect 3 stars, and as well, it's always the question if it's coming in play, but their average time is really, really fast as well. So that is quite promising what we see from them so far. So now the question is, can on the other side we see an even faster 3-star? Or after the first attack, do we even see a 3-star, because that first attack was really close?
Yeah, you just never know, you know, when it comes down to the attacks. It does seem to come down truly to the avoiding the splash, or at least negating the splash here, because, you know, if you don't deal with the splash, it could be a big problem. But, you know, the funneling was on point. As long as your funneling is good, you have the overgrowth for the, you know, Town Hall and Inferno Towers, Wizard Towers, then everything does look good. And it just comes down to a matter of, can you clean up the rest in a decent amount of time? And the time, you know, we're focusing on the time, but also the percentage. You know, it came close to the first attack. So we're going to have to see if that makes a difference here in the next attack.
That's right. And something you have highlighted in the first attack, or first defense more like, it was the giant arrow trap. And that we had 2 tester on the corner, because if you place the queen and use the queen ability too early, the giant arrow will go for the tester and they will fly out of the map and anywhere but not where you want them to go. So they have to be careful if they're planning to use the giant arrow with their next attack, because that equipment is really, really solid here for those players with taking down those air defenses, sweepers, whatever is needed to make those dragons even stronger.
Yeah, and these defenders do know that time could be a factor. So, they're trying to rely on their opponents making the mistakes nice and early. If you can get them to attack faster, put the pressure on them faster, they might do the giant arrow without thinking for a second. Your giant arrow goes off the map, and now you're forced to panic a little bit, which can lead to mistakes, which then can lead to a very close attack. So,
well, we will wait for the next attack. Again, quick reminder, because those attacks are somewhat quick, which means like between the 1 minute 30 and 2 minute mark, and those attacks are happening more like based on the schedule. We always have a little bit of a break in between. So if you're wondering, well, we always wait a little bit for the attacks, this is just the case. This is how this entire system with the 3 versus 3 works, because keep that in mind, it is not the usual 5 versus 5 which you might are used to. Instead, it's a bit different. Again, it is back to air, and we have the giant arrow hit its target, but the 2 sweepers are still standing on the back end.
Yep, and he's going to have the dragon on the right side to funnel for the main dragon army there. We see once again a handful of bat spells, 6 bat spells to be exact. He's also going for the eagle, and the town hall is on the back end, but he's going to send a blimp, which I would assume is going to be a Yeti bomb there. CC comes out, super minions and headhunters once again. The queen is getting locked on by the single, and he's holding the ability here because he wants to make sure he gets through all the traps in the middle. There's also a double single compartment as well, so
yeah, 2 single inferno towers. This is just to really make sure that you can get at least through some of those dragons. They're just so strong and tanky on those town levels, but we have those air skeletons popping up, and this is now quite some damage because he's in between those sweepers, and that can really have a big impact on him. Sending in those bats now, but that wizard tower has to go down.
yeah, nice freeze for the wizard tower. Has 2 more freezes. The queen did end up going down, placing the rest of the cleanup. It's going to come down if this dragon or these bats pull any of the traps here by accident. Looks like they are looking safe here. Drops the last freeze. The sweeper might be a little bit annoying, and there is a defensive skeleton trap and the super minion as well, but it looks like it might get cleaned up. It's looking kind of close here.
There's a defensive super minion as well, taking down bat after bat, and this seems to be the first defense. Their first attack was already on the close side with only having the dragon, Inferno Dragon, alive, and this one seems to be again a close one, but he does not have those last 2 troops alive. Instead, they're going down to the defensive super minion, and this is the first defense inside this match. Fluid Esports are looking really good on defense, especially now with Ashim getting not into the back end. He did a nice thing, sniping the town hall, but the back end double sweeper setup has really cost him.
Yeah, the back end double sweeper combined with the CC really doing the damage there, combined with the triple, or the double single rather, and the multi really holding down. You can see the difference here too. We keep saying it's in esport mode, but when you don't deal, or when the CC somehow survives the poison, it could be a real issue. That super minion stayed alive the entire time, picking off the bats, and even though it was a single target inferno, it did make all the difference.
That's right, those single inferno towers, and then protected by the sweepers. The overall setup of the base was really nice because dragons were not able to get into the inferno towers firstly, and then when they have reached it, they always were pushed back, and then the super minions in between was really a bad setup for the attacker. But this means if Fluid Esports is going to 3-set the next attack, we would have our first winner set in stone for our first matchup. That would be a really nice start for the overall bracket. But for that, they have to 3-set. The first 2 attacks were really convincing, but if attacks are falling short, we have seen that as well with the average stats. They're usually falling short really bad on the low percentage.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, if you're Fluid Esports right now, you cannot take your break or take your foot off the pedal. Do not hit the break button. You know, you might be, feeling like you're in a good spot, but the moment you take a break, take a second, think you're all good, that is where the mistakes can truly happen. That's where you can get caught off guard by traps. So you want to make sure you stay locked in.
Staying concentrated is the key here, even if it's only 3 attacks, but still those 3 attacks have to hit home to make the difference here and get those attacks. And maybe it's what defense with the preparation in, but this is what those teams are trying to accomplish. We have the next attacker in, we have the giant arrow again, but we have a few healers to make the queen even stronger.
Yeah, we have the queen coming on the left side. Nice giant arrow takes down 2 of the air defenses here for Askeep, dropping the minion prince on the top side with the baby dragon looking like he's going to set up maybe some kind of blimp for the town hall, and also funneling with the minion prince on the top with the queen on the left. Spams the dragons and the loons on the side here, and it looks like the warden is actually on the ground mode, I believe, so he has to do the warden ability early.
Oh no, I think the queen went to the wrong direction as well. This has to now go perfect. There's as well a defensive super dragon in there, and if he's getting a few shots off, this might be bad for his dragons. The warden, because there are no ground expos, I guess it's not too big of a problem that the wrong setting was chosen. But still, the backhand is not looking too easy. At the same time though, he has a lot of bats left and they're coming in now.
Yeah, he does have the 3 freeze spells and the rage spells. These dragons are taking a lot of damage in the middle. That super dragon also doing a lot of damage. Drops the rage and the freeze at the same time. The bats are coming through, melting these defenses. Drops another freeze for the wizard tower on the bottom there. And now it's going to be a question of whether or not these troops can actually power through this multi-expo and air defense combo. And there's also a tornado trap as well. We see some more traps coming in as well.
Oh no. This might be really close on the back end. The queen is alive though, and she can reach quite a few of those defenses over the wall. So it's as you said, maybe time. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. The multi-throne tower is reachable. The air troops are going to go down, that is for sure. It's now all about the combination between the warden and the queen. And since he's having the rage gem on the warden, I think he should be fine.
Yeah, it's looking pretty solid here. It's only a matter of the queen and the warden breaking through the wall. Her favorite target is going to go down here. The only thing left is the air defense, the cannon, and the elixir storage there, and there is nothing to stop Askeep here from Fluid Esports, and they are looking very, very solid here. You can see him laughing on the player cam there as well.
I guess another funny thing about the attack is that in the end, it was actually helpful that the warden was on ground, because on air, he would have went down to the air defense. So with him being on ground, this means he was able to convert into the archer queen, like with the archer queen, and they were able to get the walls down way faster because of the rage gem. Otherwise, he would have been gone. The rage gem would have been gone. And this means in the end, they're getting those 3 stars, 2 minutes 21, but the time doesn't matter because they're having 9 stars to the so far, 5 stars on the other side. And this is going to be the victory for them. At the same time, though, still 1 attack from the other team, which this is a double elimination, which might matter on a mental level overall.
Yeah, they are securing the victory here, but just because they, or their opponents rather, have gone down to the lower bracket does not mean they're out just yet. They're still going to have another shot here, but we're going to have to see. We've seen people, do crazy things, so we'll have to see, how the rest of the wars play out throughout the day.
That's right. There are many more matches to be played, and this one is not over yet, as I said, because it depends on the last attack as well. Going to the lower bracket with having to play another match as the entire bracket is played out today, having to play a match later today, maybe starting the lower bracket run, but you want to drop out of the match with at least a momentum high, if it's somehow possible to be in that position after a loss, but not going down with 2 fails. That would be not fun. And we have the first hit with the giant arrow. That is going to take down both of those air defenses. And this attack is actually using the Barbarian King and not the Minion Prince.
Yeah, I do see there is no Minion Prince, which we've been seeing almost in every attack, I believe, today. Going to set up the funnel here on the left side with the E-Drag. Going to drop the dragons in as well. And of course, we have these 6 bat spells, the king and the queen. We have the snake bracelet on the king to help with the tanking and the funneling. Gonna pop the Warden a little bit early there. And we do have the one multi in the middle with the sweepers facing the other way as well. So inches, but in a game of, you know, just really, really close attacks here, anything can happen. So all it takes is 1-2 mistakes, something happening, something getting baited, something that you can anticipate, and that can change the entire trajectory of where you're going to be, you know, in the match moving forward.
Yep. Just trying to... Oh, okay, the stats are gone. Just trying to figure out the numbers here of if there's any significant advantage for any of those teams, which they have achieved over the other qualifiers stages so far. But it feels like this is going to be a really, really close one, that's for sure. And every single attack is going to matter, especially now with having only 3 attacks for each team. So every attack feels even more important, because failing just one might be the big difference, because with 5 attacks, you have more wiggle room, but with 3, everything has to be on point.
Yeah, that's right. Especially with the 3 hits, you know, everything has to go seemingly to plan. All it takes is, you know, one attack could potentially rock the team, or they can stay focused and, you know, move forward. It is what it is. But we've seen, you know, normally in the 5 versus 5 format, you have the person who starts, the person who finishes. But in this, you really don't have that. You have one person in the middle, but you can argue all 3 attacks hold the same amount of pressure, because it has to be, you know, boom, boom, boom. Otherwise, you never know.
Yeah, you do not have the option of like allowing too many mistakes, because the less attacks there are, the more important those mistakes are going to be, having the impact and the influence on the final result here. But again, we should get ready somewhat soon then with our first attack. And for me, the big question really is what we see meta-wise, because as I said earlier, I was expecting some super witches, but I guess they're a little bit slower as well, so maybe that's not, because those teams are just planning on having this to be a time race at some point as well. I'm not really sure what we're going to witness here, but let's see if it's going to be air or ground.
Yeah, we'll have to see, you know, if they decide to throw in some super witches, maybe they throw in something else that we haven't seen. But, you know, Town Hall 12 seems to be really, really dominated by the dragons, by the bats. The bats are so fast. The dragons paired with the rage gem are able to push the base and fly over the walls, so we know that does make a difference. A lot of people say walls are more decorative, but you know, when the air troops are flying over them, they literally are decorative in a way. So that does play a role in the time, which could play a factor. We haven't had it happen yet, but it could happen moving forward, especially when the matches are close.
Yeah, and especially as we are figuring out the top of the top teams, because I would expect at some point to see that 9-9 star match. We have our first attack starting. War God is in, and we see those super witches. Now I'm excited. Now I am excited indeed, and we do not even see a fireball with this. This is just the kind of mass super witch with regular witches in between. This is a what?
Yeah, this is looking a little, I don't want to say chaotic, but pops the Heroic Torch and the Eternal Tome early. Blimps for the Town Hall, the Queen and the King on the bottom side there. You have the Poison for the Skeletons coming out of the Witch defensive CC with some headers on the Warden there, and does take down the Town Hall with the Yeti Blimp. The Eagles locking on to the Big Boys and Super Witches rather. The Warden also taking damage, and now these troops are kind of split here. I don't know how it's going to look with the Eagle and the double multi setup in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit confused here, because it feels like that there's not too much control with the attack. It just feels like, okay, let's just put all the witches in here from the far left side. But he's now sending in the bats, and they're trying to just curve around whatever the witches are taking right now. He still has 2 more freezes, and what I felt like the first part of the attack was not that promising. But now with those bats on the back end, that's a huge game changer.
Yeah, we can see the bats here are starting to slowly go down, but he does have a free spell there. The Minion Prince on defense with the Super Witches pushing through to the final multi on the top side, but the bats are going to finally get cleared down here, and I think it's going to be looking pretty solid here, but the time is going to take a while for the Super Witches to actually power through all of these wall compartments to actually get the 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, time is the only factor because there's nothing in the base left which could stop those super witches. There's just not enough damage, and they're just so tanky. But the question is time. But with 1 minute, I think those giant skeletons are quick enough to get through all of that. But as well, on the back end, I think he could have saved a bit of time because some of those freezes were not really optimal where he missed the expo and such, which might have an impact later on. But this is for sure being a 3-star, even though I was a little bit surprised, confused, and concerned with the start of the attack because that felt a little bit not too much control, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a chaotic attack from what we would see from a Super Witch attack. Normally you see an opening with a fireball or something very controlled on the funnel, but, you know, just going directly in with the heroic torch there and the bats with the fast overgrowth for the double multi, and he was able to get it done nonetheless, sweeping to the base, plenty of army left over.
Yeah, really, really interesting strategy, which I have not seen so far, and I was really, really confused during the middle part, but then during the end, you really see the impact of those bats because they're literally just flying around the super witches and clearing everything while they are tanking. So really smart opening and really, really nice attack, getting and securing then the first 3-star. At the same time, it is a little bit of a slower attack. Question still remains if that's going to have an impact in the attack, like in the overall matchup, because the first match did not come down to the time. But is this going to be our first match? Is this going to be the first match where time might play a factor?
Yeah, we're going to have to see here. We can see the player comparison here. All these stats looking very solid here. We have a couple of 98s, 99.3 average destruction from Nidish there. And yeah, looking overall pretty solid with the fastest 3-stars. Average stars looking solid across the board. They all seem to be pretty evenly matched here. So, you know, once again, it could come down to the time, or if something happens with baits, we've seen the Tesla, you know, potentially messing up the giant arrow. It's all going to depend on what happens in the defense there.
Yeah, the possible baits are for sure something you have to consider with this giant arrow being so common. So do we see that now? We see super dragons, which so far we have seen mostly dragons, but it's still the combination with the bad spell. What is going to happen here? Where do we see the giant arrow? Is it going to be for the 2 air defenses and the sweeper? I mean, everything is lined up in one direction.
Yeah, he's going to start off with the wizard to clear the eagle, looking pretty free here, and he's going to put the queen here on the bottom side. It looks like he wants to aim the arrow, misses the back end air defense there, but does get one of them. Spams the super dragons in here with the minion prints and some balloons as well. We see the stone slammer being used this time around. It's normally the blimp here, but with super dragons, the minion prints taking a lot of damage, gets forced to the dark orb really early on here. And yeah, we have the sweeper and the double multi. We're gonna see if that makes a difference here with no dark orb. The minion prints taking a lot of damage, but the tunnel will go down here.
The tunnel will go down. That helps quite a bit. The rage is there as well to protect those super dragons. But with those buildings mostly spread out, I feel like the splash of the super dragon are not really as relevant. There's as well a defending super dragon now coming in, and those Tesla are protecting the top side Inferno Tower quite well. He's fighting with those bats, but he will need a lot of freezes for this top side compartment. You can see second freeze already has to be invested, and those Tesla are doing a great job of tanking now. And this is the second wizard tower then. There's nothing left. He has nothing to tank it.
Yeah, and you can see the multi doing so much damage with the super dragon on defense. The sweeper also putting in the work in the middle here. The queen is the last thing left with the 2 super dragons, but it's looking very close here. Can the queen actually step in and take down these buildings? The air defense also going to maybe get a shot off on the healers, and I don't know if the queen can reach in. It's going to really be close here, I feel like.
Ooh, the queen is keep going, but I mean, are there those 2 defense going to burst her down? I don't think so. I think she's staying alive. As long as the queen can be healed back up, he should be fine. But the healers are now getting targeted. Is the queen? No, the queen is going the long way. And oh no.
Oh no, she's attacking the wrong wall. The healers are on the queen. can the queen break through in time? There is 50 seconds, but it does come down whether she can actually reach the expo before she does go down there, because there is only 2 healers, but I think they can out heal the expo, so it is going to come down to the time here regardless.
Ooh, this will be so close. It's 35 seconds, but I think the queen is strong enough because those heroes are really powerful on the middle tower levels. The queen is on the storage. There's no way that she's going down. Storage, she can reach the expo, and even though this was a little bit stressful, I think for him and for us, but this is going to be as well the 3-star, but a slow one.
Yeah, the queen getting it done, wrapping around, taking the long route, but she does get it in the end, which does secure the 3-4 Niddish there. Looking very solid. Almost on the edge of my seat there, but he did secure it nice and easily there.
Nice and easily, yeah. With that, like picking the walls and such. Oh no! But hey, a triple is a triple. That's all what matters for now. And those 2 teams are tied up after 1 attack each, and this means 4 more attacks to do, and we have plenty of questions of who is going to fail if we see any fails, because in the first match we had 1 super close one. Otherwise though, a clean sweep.
Yeah, looking very close for both the attacks here. We're gonna have to see though if the getting close at the end with the, so we'll have to see if that does play a factor. That we've seen the clan castle making quite a bit of a difference here. The super dragon, we saw the super minion making a difference against the bats, so we're gonna have to see if the CC does play more of a role here.
Yeah, and the queen already in. Again, the super dragons, so we see the preference of the super dragons in this matchup, while in the other matches we have seen mostly dragons. Warden with the early ability, he's getting that queen and king around the outside, and this means for us no minion prints.
Yeah, no minion prints once again. The headers are coming out here though, might take out the warden. The super dragons are a little bit slow here, but they do take it down. The warden taking quite a bit of damage, but the tower does go down. We have the king and the queen on the top side there. Super dragons are taking quite a bit of damage, but does have the 3 freeze and the 6 bat spells. Gonna drop them right on the multi there.
Alright, we have the bats coming in. There is no more freezes, but those bats should be able to overpower the back end, and this is a nice 3-star, super clean. He has still some nice troops left, but I mean, this is not even close in any way. Still so much time left as well.
Yeah, looking very solid. This might even be the fastest attack of this match so far. Plenty of time left at 140. All the bats are going to fly across the map. There we have the super dragons, and it's looking very solid here for level 99 summit from Dagi Esports.
Really nice job there. That is pushing their average down to 2 minutes and 1 second, while we see 5G Esports is on 2 minutes 45 seconds. So that is a really big comeback with that last attack. Super fast, really convincing, and this means, well, this means for them that they have the option now of trying to somehow get close to that result.
Yeah, that's right. The time looking very fast. Also, the attack looking very solid there with the spells and the super dragons. We are seeing these super dragons now getting played a little bit here. And we also saw the super witches, so a bit more variety in this second match here, which I am loving to see. Are we going to keep seeing the super dragons? Are we going to see regular dragons? We saw the zap dragon. We saw the bat dragon. We're going to have to see. Are we going to see maybe more super witches? I don't know, because now it's really coming down, it looks like, to the time factor. So they might have to switch to something a little bit quicker. They want to have a chance to catch up to, the speed here.
That's right. They can for sure try and push their lead. And as I said as well, I would love to see some super witches, even though we have seen now the opening with the torch and not the fireball, which we're kind of used to, I assume. So I would love to see anything as well, which just surprises me, to be honest. Just seeing the attacker going in, and I just have a huge question mark on my face. Those are just the moments I love, because getting surprised learning something new is always the great thing about Clash, and you can, even with years of experience, there can be always this moment of learning something new, and that is always feeling really, really rewarding.
That's right. It's always nice to see what these pro players can come up with, something you haven't seen, or maybe they're using something you have seen, but using it a slightly bit differently, and then that can trickle even into how people attack, at home. They might try to use the heroic torch instead of fireball at the lower town hall levels. Maybe they see the success here and they want to try it for themselves.
Yeah, just make sure that you're not using the fireball with the torch. That wouldn't be the best. I mean, I'm seeing people using the fireball in crazy ways, but if you're using the fireball, you have to set it up. It's not like during the attack or something with like dragons and such. Like, yeah, you have to set it up. So the torch might be the easier approach here of getting those 3 stars in. But let's wait for the next attack, or what exactly is going to happen as we get some information from production team, and then we're going to let you know what exactly is going on.
All right, let's take a look at the current bracket here. We have the future matches being the Hooked to Town Hall 12 and the War Heroes just after this one, and then right after that we have the WompWomp Gaming against the Nod finish there as the 4th match. So overall, looking very solid here. We're gonna have to see who shapes up to be in the upper bracket versus the lower bracket here in the coming matches throughout the day.
Yeah, and you might see already the result filled in for the match which we have just watched with 5G Esports versus Dagi Esports. The issue here is that 5G Esports did disconnect multiple times from the integrity camera feed, and this means that they're violating the rule set of the tournament, and that's why the win is going to Dagi Esports in this situation. But this means 5G Esports then is going to play in the lower bracket versus ARKA Esports later on, because as we said earlier, every single match is going to be played out today. So we're going to find out the champions for this month in the Channel 12 Cup. But this means as well that moving forward, and we can see then our next match between Hooked to Town Hall 12 versus the War Heroes.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Hooked to Town Hall 12, especially like you were saying earlier. I know he's been posting and doing a series there on YouTube. Hooked is a fellow super creator there and has some very nice attacks. I'm really curious to see what he's going to bring to the table here with his team here against War Heroes. Maybe we'll see some more variety, or are they going to play it a little bit safe here and go with the speed Super Dragons bats, drag bats, or maybe we'll see Super Witches, or maybe something different. It's going to have to, we'll have to see how it plays out here moving forward.
Yeah, many matches still to be played. We see the team comparison for our next match. We have the War Heroes with overall an average 3-star rate of 2.72, and then the Hooked to Town Hall 12 with the 2.89 average percentage. That is quite impressive. The longest 3-star streak as well on here, 23 stars in a row. Damn, that is a lot of 3 stars.
Yeah, Hooked to Town Hall 12, they're looking pretty solid here. The stats do seem to be favoring them here a bit, but as we've seen, I keep saying it, the stats on paper do look very solid, but it all depends on the execution moving forward. Can they stay composed? Can they stay locked in despite, seemingly being, I don't want to say, having better stats overall, but it really just comes down to not getting trapped, not getting baited, and staying focused on the hits here.
Yeah, making sure that you're playing the attacks and planning them out as safe as possible, and as well not being too fast with that trigger finger with the giant arrow. That equipment is such a big game changer for this town level. We have seen it in most of those attacks being a really impactful role, and we see as well the player comparison. Let's see, we have the 3-star rate on the Hooked to Clash, 91, 95, and 82%. On the other side, we see 78, 78, and 65%, which is not as high. So they really have to give their all to have a chance in this one. Yeah,
and I do see Hooked there having an average destruction of 99.9%. 98.9, and last spell also having 99.6, looking very solid overall. Honestly, all of them are looking pretty solid, but 99.9 is a very, honestly, the highest percentage here, looking very solid on the actual 3-star rate and the average destruction, so looking strong here.
I'm just checking the fastest 3-star. How do you 3-star in 61 seconds? Like, that is insane. What? Like, is it just dragons and just put them all in as quickly as possible and then just bats from a different angle or something? I'm wondering what the strategy would be. I guess super witches are too slow, that's for sure. It has to be some type of air attack. But let's see if we see some crazy results. I think our fastest 3-star so far was the super dragon with the bats we have seen in the earlier match. So that might be a good call. But overall, some really impressive stats from those two teams.
Yeah, Driger with the fastest 3-star being 61. That is 1 minute and 1 second only, especially in the esports mode. Very fast, and is the fastest we've seen here, which, judging from these stats, that could play a factor here with the speed.
Yeah, the speed can always be a factor if those two teams go perfect, which is then always the big question, if they are able to accomplish this and show up in this moment with those averages in mind. I'm not sure if we can have war heroes showing up in their way needed, but at the same time, we have seen crazy upsets over different tournaments, so it can always happen. But based on stats and what we see so far and the different graphics, I feel like there is a big favorite inside this match.
Yeah, definitely having some good stats here, but you know, we're gonna have to see once again, are they going to truly make the difference? It all comes down to pressure. Stats are good on paper, but can you manage the stress if something happens in the attack? Maybe like we've seen CC Clan Castle 2 is making a big difference in some of these attacks. Can you stay composed? Can you drop the spells at the same time as managing where your queen is going, where your heroes are going? That's going to be the biggest factor here. And we can see war heroes, the team info, as well as the wins, losses, and the hit rate with the average attack duration.
Yeah, there are quite some losses on their list overall, but 18 wins as well. This is quite an impressive showing. But now let's take a look at the other team then, because I think Hook to Clash did not lose as many matches. When I have watched Hook's video, I think that went perfect pretty much. When it comes down to their victories. No, okay, 1 loss is in there, but still really impressive. 21 wins and only 1 loss.
Wow, the 21 wins with only 1 loss, looking very strong here for Hook to Town Hall 12 team here. Only the 1 loss with the 89.33 hit rate, and then we can see the attack duration there. But overall, 22 wins, only the 1 loss. Looks very impressive coming into this next match here.
Yeah, they look like the clear favorites, but can they show up when it matters? That is for us the big question, which we're going to find out as soon as those players are ready. Because I would assume that, well, with the unfortunate ending of our last match, this means that this match has probably not started right away. So that's why we're waiting right now a little bit, if you're wondering why we're not diving into the first tech just yet. But we have some waiting to do, and as soon as we're ready, we're going to dive in and get the action rolling.
Yeah, that is right, Itsu. We're just waiting to see when the first attack is going to come in. Unfortunate for the last match, but we'll have to see how that plays out here with the upper and lower bracket. Remember, if you get knocked down to the lower bracket, it is not the end. You can still come back and make a run, which we have seen time and time again. It's not over just yet, so you might have to watch out. You know, the people in the lower bracket, they've been knocked down, but that might also make them a little more hungry to show up when it matters the most. And then if someone is in the top bracket, they might be thinking, okay, I've made it on the top bracket, or we made it on the top bracket, we're good. That can lead to an upset. So you have to always be on point.
That's right. And especially, I just think the format is so interesting and so different at the same time that I want to keep highlighting that with having less attacks compared to what we are used to with watching Town Hall 18 esports, with having less attacks, 5 to 3, you have less chances for fails. If there's one fail, that is having a really big impact on the overall match, because if there's one fail with the Town Hall 18, 5 versus 5, this means there are still 4 other attacks on your team, which could like balance things out a little bit. But with only 2 other attacks from your team, there is not as much wiggle room, and that is every single attack has an even bigger impact on the outcome of those matches. So there's even more pressure on the teams and on the players.
Yeah, that's right. Normally in the 5 versus 5 format, we have 5 hits, which also means 5 defenses. So there is a chance that, you maybe have a crazy defense. Here, if your opponent is really looking good, getting 3 stars, you're at the point where it's 2 3 stars to only the 1 3 star. You might start to get a little bit worried, might start to panic. So it really comes down to, being focused, not making the mistakes here. But now we have Kai coming in for the War Heroes on last spell. Going to start off with the E-Dragon, also using the Giant Arrow through the middle there with these Super Witches on the left side.
That Lead Dragon was crazy. Wait, he got 2 buildings with that. Okay. That's a really expensive funnel, I feel like. The Queen at the bottom side funneling. The King is in there as well in the mix, getting things going. And now it is all about this back end to set up those bats. And with no overgrowth, he has to be careful.
Yeah, you can see the Queen is coming down, has to take the long route, but will get the Eagle, does the Warden ability for the Blimp. The Blimp is getting blown away here, though, for the double sweepers. Drops the Rage, the King is on the Town Hall, but we see the big boys are the ones getting healed versus the actual Super Witch is taking a big amount of damage. The Town Hall has not gone down, now it has. Now we see the troops splitting just a little bit here with the CC slowly making their way, but the Super Witches are taking a lot of damage here on the left side.
Ooh, there goes the freeze, but the Wizard's Hour is close by. Yes, be careful as well. Another freeze invested, but some bats did go down. But with the Rage Jammer of those healers right now alive, that should be no issue, right? The Headhunters are coming in. The Warden is going down. But I think with those Witches alive, that should be no issue whatsoever. We are witnessing right now the first 3-star of our 3rd match. Swagging the freeze. Wait, was it a nice golem? I'm not even sure, but that was an amazing attack right there.
Yeah, looking very solid here for Kai from the War Heroes. The bats are going to help out a lot because we saw the Ice Golem did freeze a little bit. The Witches are going to get stuck on the wall, but the bats are making all that much of a difference with the actual speed here. Should clean up everything relatively fast.
If this stand time, we'll see the Zeus skin going crazy at the bottom. Like that animation is so crazy with the big lightning. But yeah,
that King skin is crazy.
Getting zapped into eternity. But the first 3-star is in with 3 of those Super Witches. And something which I'm as well seeing as interesting, because initially I thought, wait, is there some restriction to equipments? But there is not. If you're figuring out where exactly is the action figure, well, the Healer Puppet is just so important for this town level and for the mid to lower town levels in general, because while the Giant is really strong and can take down a huge part of the base, well, the healers are as well compared to the defenses on a higher or equal level, and this means the Queen can just not go down even within the esports modifier. And that's a bit different to the Giant, because the Giant, well, on the lower levels, he's not having as many hit points, and on top of that as well, he's splitting from the Queen, so she's not staying alive. So it feels like the Healer Puppet really is the meta equipment in combination with the Giant Arrow for those for this town level, and it's having a crazy high impact.
Yeah, that is right. It does seem that people are not using the action figure, which we do seem to be, obviously used a lot, especially in the higher town halls. But I guess in the lower town halls, people do prefer to use the Healer Puppet. And I did notice that they are still going for the Giant Arrow. Regardless, they're not switching even when they're doing a ground attack, or when they're doing a ground attack or air attack. Why would they decide to go with a Giant Arrow versus like something with like a magic mirror to speed up the funneling or the extra damage, do you think?
Yeah, I feel like they can just snipe out defenses and as well create pathing inside the base, because mostly you take down a lot of defenses, like the air defenses obviously themselves, like the sweepers and such, and those things can be still annoying for your healers, so that is something which is really crucial and to keep in mind. With the next attack underway, we have some rocket loons and a blimp now for the Town Hall. The sweeper though makes this a little bit annoying, the blimp flying closer, but it should deliver those Yetis to the Town Hall, another rage even, to make sure that he's getting some more value, getting an expo out, but the Queen again on the flank to provide that pathing.
Yeah, and it looks like he had to try to angle the Queen here, but the Queen did end up missing the air defense, and she does go down as well. We see the triple single setup here, does have a lot of bat spells, and is actually going to use the poison on the defensive minion prince here, going to have to push the base. The single is putting in the work in the middle with the Eagle, and can the King take down the Eagle artillery? Speaking of the Eagle, does pop the King ability, does get the Eagle, and looking very strong here with the bats on the bottom.
Yeah, and he even invested another healer on its own, so I think the Queen was supposed to stay alive. But those players, they do not want to invest into those freezes on the Queen, because it's just so crucial to keep those bats alive and keep moving, because they are such a big part of the success for the strategy. Right now, he has to invest all of those freezes on the back end because of the Expo, because of that Wizard Tower being such crucial things to freeze up. And this means even though the Queen went down, this should be a crushing 3-star.
Yeah, this is looking very solid here. Even though the Queen is on the defense there, she will go down. The bats are splitting pretty nicely to help out with the time here, so that should not be a factor. And a couple of traps are coming down there. The skeleton trap, seeking air mines, which would delay things a little bit more, but nonetheless, things will end up going down here, and it's looking very solid for Hook to Town Hall 12's team.
Yeah, it's looking really, really nice here. First 3-star is in for them. The time lead is there. We can just mention it for now until the teams are not perfect anymore. But at least for the moment, with strong 3-stars from both sides, we have the time lead on the Hook to Clash team. And this is a 1 minute 45. I'm still, like, looking back at the player stats, I mean, I'm still just speechless on like how some of those attacks, or like the records of those teams, were like at 61 seconds for a 3-star. That's like 50 seconds like faster than this. This is just absurd how quick those attacks are.
Yeah, very, very fast attack there. We saw one of them, I think, was at 61 right there for Dreiger. So very, very fast attack there overall. And you can see once again the player comparison for the both teams having really solid stats overall, but still slightly favoring the other side here.
Yeah, that's right. Hook to Clash over the qualifier stages, they performed a little bit better. But at the end of the day, both of those teams are at this stage of the competition for a reason, because they're really good at the game and they want to showcase that right here. The next attack, again with the dragons and the bats, we have the healers from the Archer Queen and one additional healer to keep her alive and make sure that she is getting everything she needs to get. The giant arrow is deployed. Oh no, but he's missing the back end sweeper and the air defense.
Yeah, and it looks like a couple of traps there did come out and to take down the healers, so we'll see if that makes a difference here. The Queen is getting healed up by the one healer. The Eagle shots are coming down here. The Town Hall is in the center, and it looks like he's going to be rocking the Stone Slammer with the Lava Hound there on the right side. Henderers do come out. The Dragons are going to take them out. He does use the King ability there on the bottom side, and the Hound is going to get popped here. We're going to have to see how this base gets pushed through with the multis on the back end.
Yeah, and the question is now, does he invest anything for the Archer Queen? Because there is the Minion Prince. The Headhunter was not properly timed. He's not investing the Super Barbs to maybe like tank for the Minion Prince, which means the Queen is going down. And now it's all about the back end. Can he get into that multi-inferno tower? Can he take down that defense? There we go, another freeze is invested, but this means no freezes left, and he's going against the sweeper.
And we see the sweeper putting in really, really good work here on the bats. There's still two heroes left on the map with the Minion Prince and the Queen. The Dragons are going to take them down, but the Minion Prince is still available on defense. However, I do think it's not going to be enough. Only one hero with the Expo. It's going to go down rather easily, and Dreiger is going to get the 3 here.
That's right. We have the dragons getting the expo out, and that means the 3-star is in. And this actually means because the attack was really fast, they take the time lead. 1 minute and 53 seconds. So the 1 minute and 54, I believe. So like a 1 second on average difference. That is crazy considering that we have only one attack left on both of those sides.
Yeah, we're seeing the time here really, going fast here. We can also see the player cams here. We have Monkey, D, Luffy, Drager, and Kai on the War Heroes. And then, of course, we have Tex, Last Spell, and Hooked. They're all planning. You can see them all scouting the bases here, talking to each other, trying to communicate the best possible way that they can 3-star the fastest or the most efficient. They also want to make sure that they are focused. You can probably tell they are all more than likely in a call together. So trying to make sure they're communicating, scouting, and planning.
Yeah, and Trigger, who had the fastest attack record out of all of those 6 players with the 61 seconds, he was actually able now to claim the fastest attack for this match as well. And with that, he's getting his team in the lead on time. And now both of those teams have to not just consider 3-starring, but as well considering fast attacks. Because if it's 6-6 and there's only one attack each left, time is a factor, that is for sure, and that's as well with the planning, because super witches are pretty much off the table.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to opt for regular dragons with the bad spells or the super dragons, but you have to keep in mind if they go too fast, they can have a chance of getting baited. So even though time is on the table now, you have to make sure you stick to the plan no matter what happens and stay focused.
I said super witches are off the table and Hooked is trying to prove me wrong. I hope that I'm wrong, but that is actually pretty cool. And that base really reminds me of Tunnel 18. Like those double layer compartments and such. That's crazy that they're pulling out something like this. But let's see. Queen at the bottom side, getting those core buildings next to the eagle. And now the Queen can funnel that bottom side with the super witches going around the left side. But what's the plan for the town hall? Do we see the slammer?
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to switch to the blimp here, the town hall. He's going to actually send the stone slammer to the town hall. He has his super witches on the left side. Warden is stepping in, going to jump right into the eagle compartment there. The CC does come out. We see some headhunters. We see some super minion come out as well. And the stone slammer will take down the town hall here. Now it just comes down to whether or not the super witches and the warden can survive. It looks like they're pushing through. There is only one healer though, and the eagle is not going to be taken down. We also see the NATO on the top side there.
Oh no. All of those healers are gone and everything is ignoring the town hall. The plan went flawless. From the town hall takedown to the fireball to the everything. But the eagle staying up is the big problem. This is how this base is set up. Hooked is not sure how this looks. The Queen is staying healthy, but at the same time, time is a factor. So this is falling short when it comes down to being a fast attack. So they might have to hope for a defense at this stage.
Yeah, looking like there is not much going for the Eagle artillery here. The Headhunter is trying to go as fast as it can, but now that things are stuck on the wall, a couple of traps to only delay taking down the Eagle. So now we can see almost about 2 minutes here. It's going to be about 155 there on the attack.
We see his reaction. He is not happy with how things went. The healer's going down on that back end, complete like wiping out the super witches, was not perfect for him. I think the overall plan here from him was awesome because what he did here, he had a multiple front attack. What does this mean? Well, if you're coming from one side of a base, it usually takes longer because you're just attacking the base from one side and that just takes time to just overpower the base. Well, what he tried to do is send the super witches with the warden from one flank, and then from the other, we had the Queen with the slammer. So trying to pinch that base pretty much from two different sides. And with that, he's trying to speed things up, make the attack faster. And that resulted, though, at the same time, into a little bit of a problem because that Queen was then missing on the other side of funneling and pushing those super witches into the core, which he could have easily done. But because of the time factor, he decided to go a different route. And this now means the war heroes, even though they were the underdogs based on the stats, have now everything in their own hands.
Yeah, it does appear that the War Heroes do appear to be holding all the cards, but now, even though they do seem to have somewhat of an advantage, it also puts more pressure because now you know, as long as you can get a 3, you're looking very solid, but anything can happen. You have to be weary of the base setup, of the CC, of, for example, the pathing, right? We had the Stone Slammer go in on the last attack, look like it was sweeping the base, but all it takes is healers going down, traps coming out, CC coming out, or maybe troops don't quite path where you want them to go. So that could be all the difference here in the last attack from Monkey D. Luffy.
That's right. We have the Electro Dragon on the outside to funnel and to then switch towards the Dark Elixir storage. We have those bats in, and I hope that the Wi-Fi is staying stable. That would be the worst possible moment to disconnect from an attack. We have the dragons in, we have the loons in, and the Inferno Dragons on top.
Yeah, now we see the CC coming out and the Queen on defense. A couple of traps as well. Headhunters do come out, but he does the warden ability right away. The defensive Queen does go down as well. These sweepers are also not in the craziest position here to push the dragons away. Puts the blimp down, rages right away. We do see the warden getting slowed down quite a bit, but the bats are going to come from the top side. Has a bunch of freezes, and the tunnel does go down.
Ooh, and so far, if we take a look at the time as well, that's looking good. Next time, please do not freeze the cannon with the wizard tower. Go for the Expo instead. The cannon is not relevant. He's missing the... Okay, please don't throw here. We have those dragons still in the core. The bats, though, are going down. Because remember, the Expo firing really fast. And this means even though it's not being a splash defense, it is actually quite dangerous for those bats. Now it depends on possible traps, because it might be a 3-star. It should be a 3-star, but time is important.
Yeah, it's looking like the multi also taking down a couple of the troops here to slow down the time even more. It's looking solid here, but the last 2 defenses are going to, any troop goes down here is going to only increase the amount of time that it takes for the base to go down, which is the biggest factor right now when it is going to be a 9-star to 9-star war.
Ooh, and the last defense going down. But this is not the fastest attack in the end. Not freezing the Expo with the Wizard Tower might have cost him quite a bit. And this is now the 1 minute 52 time average. They still are in the lead for now.
Yeah, we are going to have to see what the final result is here, but you can see the attack stats, the 3-star here from Monkey D. Luffy on text there, and 149 on the clock.
Not the fastest, not the slowest. So this is pretty much what we have seen as an average, I would say, when it comes into the attacks, or within that range. And this is still the successful 3-star, but Hooked to Clash to Hooked. Town Hall 12. The team from Hooked has to get a really fast 3-star right now if they want to win this match and come true to their overall favoritism. Because if you take a look at the stats again, Hooked to Town Hall 12 has for sure the better average stats, but right now with the War Heroes showing up like they did, this is for sure a really impressive showing and a really big task for Hooked to Town Hall 12 to manage this.
Yeah, we're going to have to see here how it goes moving forward. Is the last base here going to make the biggest difference? We'll have to see several factors that are going to decide the final result here of the match.
And if you look at the stats as well, while this 3-star rate being lower for the War Heroes, we see the average duration being actually faster. So if War Heroes 3-stars, they are really fast. But on the other side, Hooked to Town Hall 12, it seems like they're taking the safe approach and not worrying too much about time. That now might bite them, because War Heroes are here to play and are here to show them a fight. And we have now the Super Witches again. It is with the bats, it is with the fireball, but this means time is a factor. Let's see if those buildings are important in pulling the Super Witches back. For now, it doesn't look like that. They should work their way into that Town Hall compartment. Ooh, the freeze was quite late, and he already lost a witch, I think.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see here with the Fireball and Super Witches appears to be playing it slightly safe, but in a round of where the time could be a factor, we're gonna have to see the Super Witches are also splitting up a little bit. The Warden is going to be getting, no, the Super Witch will get targeted here by the Eagle Shots. Defensive Minion Prince is also doing very well, sends the Blimp in for the Town Hall on the top side. The double multi setup here with the Defensive King is doing work with the NATO. The Town Hall should go down here and does put the bats on the bottom.
Yeah, we have the bat wave coming in, but Hook, I love this. I love this so. I'm calling you Hook. I'm sorry, Jeremy, but loving the Ice Golem play here for the outside Wizard Towers because this means he does not need freezes for those. Instead, he's using those tanks to tank for the bats, and that is a complete game changer. Look at that. This base is crushed. We see the defenses falling like flies, and this really is showcasing the high level of them. What a play with those Ice Golems. I feel like many of the other teams have not really done this and utilized those things, but this is such a classic with the bat spell together. And I mean, that was just executed flawlessly, and that should be fast enough to claim them that victory.
Yeah, looking very, very solid here with the bats pushing through. Took a little bit for the cleanup, but the bats staying alive made all the difference there. Very nice setup with the Ice Golems, and it looks like Hook to Town Hall 12 is going to be the winners here, and they're going to proceed to the upper bracket. So congrats to them.
Yeah, congrats getting that 3-star in. Getting those 3 stars in from both sides, actually, because we should not at any point really put the War Heroes under any criticism because they have gotten the 9 stars as well. This is our first 9 to 9 star match. Only 4 seconds on average being the difference maker here, Termi. What a close one.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, usually they say in sports it's a game of inches, but in this game it is a game of seconds. And as you can see here, 152 to 148 making the difference here. All the attacks looking very solid. I did like the whole Ice Golem setup here to avoid having to use the freezes. So we're seeing different techniques being used here as we go through the matches. Once again, both solid performance, but once again, the seconds coming down to the last 4 seconds as we see here, which makes all the difference for if you go to the upper bracket or the lower bracket and try to battle your way up back to the top.
That's right, the lower bracket run, we have seen that time and time again as well with those tournaments. It is always the option of getting that lower bracket run, and with 9 stars, they are for sure a force to be reckoned with in that lower bracket. At the same time, Hook to Town 12 is going to keep moving on in the upper bracket, because remember how this entire system works. We have this double elimination bracket, which means if you're dropping down to the lower bracket, you still can make it all the way to the finals. But at the same time, if you're making it to the finals, this means you have to win it twice. You have to force the bracket reset. While the team coming in from the upper bracket, well, you have to only win once in the grand finals, because you have that advantage of have not lost a single match during this overall bracket stage. So both teams having the chance of still winning, but Hook to Clash being in the upper bracket for sure, having the better options. And the question now is in finding out who are going to be their opponents.
Yeah, now we see for the next match here, we have WompWomp Gaming against Not Finished. So we're going to have to see what happens between them. That'll, of course, proceed into the upper and lower bracket fill. Also, the War Heroes opponent between them as well. So we'll have to see how the next few matches play out, because that's going to be a really interesting thing to see.
That's right, indeed. But let's take a look at the next team comparison. And I'm just a fan. I'm just now favoriting whatever the WompWomp. That logo looks so cute.
Yeah, I see the logo of the WompWomp, but I also like the Not Finished logo as well. But you can see the team comparison here looking very, very even here. 98.4 to 98.7 for the average destruction. The stars also 2.83, 2.84. The 3-star rate, though, slightly favoring Not Finished there. And they do still have the same current 3-star streak, but Not Finished does have the 3 1-stars compared to WompWomp Gaming. So that is maybe going to play a factor here. We've seen the time, we've seen the percentage, but also stars. Potentially, if you're getting a 1-star when it's only a 3-man war, could make all the difference and be a game-deciding defense.
Yeah, especially with the results we have seen so far. I feel like a 1-star is at this stage, it's tough. I do not want to say that it's impossible to come back from because miracles can happen, but it is a really, really tough position to be in, and you do not want to put yourself into that position as well when it comes down to the overall stress those teams have to go through. But we should be getting ready then really soon with our matchup, where we take a final look at the Not Finished team information with 21 wins and 3 losses. They're looking like a really strong team, and take a look at that. Their average attack duration, 1 minute 36. Could you believe that?
Yeah, that is looking very fast here, which we did see made a major factor, was the deciding factor of the last war. So it could come down once again to the time, but we have seen, though, some hits do decide to fall a little bit short. So is that going to make an impact on the time, or is it going to be more about the defense? Because as we've seen time and time again, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we have seen now 1 9-9, but at the same, I feel like the time is not coming in play as many times. On this one, we see now WompWomp Gaming. It feels like they're going more with safer approaches. They have 2 wins and 2 losses, but overall, their attacks are way slower than to compensate that. The question really is, can they play it safe and go for those 9 stars and not worry about the time whatsoever? Or is this match going to be another nail biter as what we have seen in our recent match?
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here between these 2 teams, because they look both solid, look very evenly matched. We can see the player comparison here, all having very high average destruction here, 98.8, 98.7. You can see all across the board, 98.9 and a 99 as well from the Smoky God. And you can see the average duration on the WompWomp Gaming does appear to be longer overall for each of them, about 159. Whereas the other side here for the Not Finished is faster. So, while they're being consistent and attacking and taking their time, can Not Finished put the pressure on WompWomp to speed things up?
Yeah, I would love to see now with the sets we have seen earlier, what the fastest 3-star was for those players. I want to see who has gotten the fastest 3-stars so far over this qualifier. So far, we have still 61 seconds, I think, was the fastest. But with their average times being so low and like so impressive, maybe they have like even a faster 3-star. That would be crazy, I think. But this as well means that we should get into the match then really soon, as we have went through all of the different stats and such. And the question again is Super Witches or Dragons, as I feel like those 2 troops are heavily dominating the Town of 12 meta.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I'm expecting to see a lot of dragons from Not Finished, but as we've seen also in the last match, witches could be fast. It just depends on how you clear the base, push the base, maybe with Fireball, maybe with Heroic Torch, and you put the bats to sweep the other side of the base. That's going to make a big factor, though, is watching the traps, watching the CC, watching the pathing. Maybe we've seen in one attack where troops did not jump in to get the eagles. So that's going to make a big factor of how long things can go down. Even if there's 1 or 2 buildings, there's still buildings on the map, which can drag out the attack even longer.
That's right. One thing I feel like those players have to worry about, the first part, the 3-star, and then making sure that you consider time as the match is going on. But getting those 3 stars in first is the crucial step. And for that, it feels like so far Super Witches have been doing really well. At the same time, though, we see now a farm attack, because that's so many goblins.
Yeah, 6 sneaky goblins here for Monk on the offensive end. He is going directly into the town hall, and there is the double multi setup. Going to drop the Stone Slammer as well. Have the king and queen, not having the minion prince this time around. Going to open with the Quake Boots there. Pops the ward ability and a Super Dragon in the Stone Slammer with an Ice Hound. Does drop the Overgrowth in the back end with all the bats to push the backside as well.
Yeah, pushing that back, and those bats are doing a great job with that. We have the king and the queen clearing out the entire bottom side, so really nicely planned there. And the top set wizard tower is going down as well. Freeze. The freeze now was a little bit mistimed, but still completely fine. Since he has so many of them left, it should be no issue because that base is gone, and that was a fast attack again.
Yeah, very fast hit here. The base is completely crushed here. Couple of things going down, but it does not matter. There's only one more building, which is the Spell Factory, and about a minute and 20, which is one of the more faster attacks that we've seen across all these matches today.
That's for sure a really, really quick one. And this is the thing, right? When you're facing off against a team, which is kind of like, might not have the highest 3-star rate, but if they're hitting fast, it is so tough because what are you going to do? Do you join their game and try to go for quick attacks? Or do you just play it safe and just hope that they're going to struggle versus one of your bases? That's the big question here. And the question of like strategy they're going into, because what a great attack to start things off. Not just a 3-star, but as well a quick one to really put up the pressure on the other team.
Yeah, that is going to be the real deciding factor here. We're going to have to see if they can really put the pressure. The advantage of attacking first and getting such a fast 3 is you really try to kind of knock your opponent off their game in a way. Maybe they think, oh shoot, I had a plan. I wanted to play it safe, as we've seen here with a longer attack duration, but can you really afford to spend more time attacking when your opponent is putting up fast 3s? You have to make a decision. Do you still stick to the game plan? Do you change your army? Do you change, we saw the sneaky goblins. I'm assuming that was, really good for the cleanup, but we're going to have to see what happens in this next attack here from Swavey.
Yeah, and it is still the dragons, but this time around we see the lightnings instead. No bats. What is the plan here? We have a nice giant arrow to take down 2 out of those air defenses, but he's not getting the sweeper. We have the third air defense zapped out, but this still means that since he has not gotten the sweeper, he will go against that. That might be an issue for him moving into the town hall and into the heavy damage.
Yeah, we see the Stone Slammer coming in here with a couple of balloons. The Stone Slammer taking some damage, has to freeze the CC and poison. Right away, the Queen is taking a lot of damage with the Spring Shots, does go down. So that is going to affect the funneling on the left side here. The ward ability is used here. The single and the sweeper in the middle with the Stone Slammer. Minion Prince ability does get used, gets nice value on the multi there with the defensive Queen kind of stepping up here. The Tower does explode. And we'll see if this really makes a difference here. Only one more freeze. There is a Tesla farm in the back as well. The multi is going crazy. And now the balloons do come out with the rage.
Yeah, and with no queen left, he is missing a lot of power. The Tesla farm at the top side might be an issue, but with the minion prince, he's still alive and looking strong and supporting those other dragons. That should be a 3-star, I think. And depending on the backside traps, it should be a fast one, no?
Yeah, it is looking pretty fast here. We do see some skeletons coming out. The troops did get a nice split. The Minion Prince staying alive is really important here for the overall DPS. The Minion Prince does a lot of damage, even at the lower town halls, able to clean up everything. Plenty of dragons left over, and Swavey is going to get the 3 for WompWomp.
Really nice job, and this means both teams are starting off strong, starting with 3 stars into this matchup. Not finished, having the the time lead for now, but hey, still 4 attacks overall to be played, so anything can still happen.
Yeah, definitely plenty of attacks here. We can see a potential bait, nothing really too out of the ordinary besides the queen going down there. Early on, that really only helps with the funneling, or mainly does help with the funneling and the damage, but he did have the Stone Slammer come in. The main army was protected, did a nice warden ability, did a nice prince ability, which is really, really crucial for those multis, because those multis, even though you might not think they do a lot of damage compared to a single against dragons, there is several targets, and in the esports mode, that is a lot of damage and could really affect how fast you clean up the base, because as we see here, it is a game of seconds in some cases.
That's right, 25% more damage on those beams. That is having actually quite a big impact. And even dragons, you're usually quite tanky, can melt within a few seconds if you're not careful, if you're not investing any spells or something. So this is then where those bats are coming in so handy a lot of times, and why so many people are using them on Tower 12, just to work their way around the dragons, support them in any possible way. And this is kind of the secret and the power thing, what they're doing here. But not finished is up next. They will have the next attack for us. And the question for us is 3-star and the time.
Yeah, those are the two biggest questions. And also, I'm starting to be a little bit curious about the army because, we see a lot of bad spells getting used, but this time they decided to opt more for free spells and different types of spells altogether. So are we going to see more bad spells? Are we going to see maybe the super witches once again? It just depends. We saw super dragons last match, but I think they're going to stick to the dragons because it does seem to be a little bit of a race here. But once again, you have to be careful when it comes to those multis, the splash, and the spell placements.
Yeah, making sure that you are in time, correct with the spell placement and such, because we have seen earlier, some players made this more interesting than it should have been with not freezing X bows, because remember, bats there's a lot of them, but they do not have as many hit points. And then those defenses, even when not being a splash defense, which are firing really fast, like the X bow, are for sure a threat which you have to think about. So if you have the option to freeze the X-bow in combination with, for example, a wizard tower, that is for sure something you can do and you should do if you want to have your attack looking strong and keep moving strong.
Yeah, that is very true, especially when it comes down to these very close hits here. But we have the Smoky God from Not Finished coming in with a giant arrow through the middle of the base here, rocking the life gem, and a hound with some dragons on the bottom side, going to drop the warden and the prince here with some balloons. We do see a bunch of headhunters and a witch coming out though. Is that going to affect him using the abilities early on? The hound does go down. The warden is getting targeted quite a bit here. Is that going to force the ability? It looks like it does not. Maybe it will. That could be a factor here. Warden does get forced.
He gets forced, but at the same time blocking even a black man there as well, which is quite nice. The queen is struggling and going down to the mortars. No, wait, she's not going down. That was just the shot exploding. But we have those bats now coming in. The top side wizard tower is something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, those bat spells. Oh, they go down to a red air bomb. There is a lot of bats going down, but they are coming out again. Nice freeze spell on the wizard tower. There is still a super dragon, a couple dragons as well. Use the last freeze, but there is going to be a multi, a wizard tower, and an air defense here on the back end. And are these troops going to get stuck on the defensive king? The traps coming out as well. The warden goes down. That means no more DPS. The minion prince goes down as well. Now it's going to be a factor of, can the queen step in and play a big role in reaching over and taking down these defenses, because the multi is now doing crazy damage over time and the king is actually luring the dragons here.
Oh no, if he's luring them into the air defense range, that would be bad news. But the super dragon actually takes down the inferno tower with the splash. This might save him. Dragons are coming in and the queen is still there as well, so this should be a 3-star. It's just a question of like how slow it is, but a 3-star is on the table, that's kind of for sure.
Yeah, looking pretty solid here. The queen coming up very clutch here for the dragons. The queen staying alive, and as we've seen, can make the big difference compared to when she does go down early. If she would have went down earlier, that could have been a really big factor, but now that she's alive, she can take down the rest of the buildings, break through the wall, get the final wizard tower, and that was the main deciding factor. So well done here from Smoky God.
Yeah, but this means now on the other side that, well, we have to keep that in mind, that the time is no longer a big factor for not finished, because even with the fast attack, they should not really be able to, like, I don't know, get a crazy result here on the time front. So they just have to play it safe. While WompWomp Gaming, they have everything in their own hands. If they can just play it safe from this point on, not go for any crazy risks, and they should look really good. But that is a lot of times way easier said than done.
Yeah, we can see the attack stats here being 2 minutes and 24 seconds, which does kind of take time off the table a little bit here, at least for the other team. Now they can kind of take their time, not feel rushed. We've seen people maybe get rushed, they make mistakes, but now they can really plan, which honestly I think is more important than trying to go for time in some cases, like we see here. Having things stay alive, having the queen stay alive, having the dragons stay alive is such an important factor, because everything does matter here, especially in the esports mode.
That's right. Out of those matches are played within the esports mode. This means that the equipments are downgraded at the same time. Defenses are dealing more damage, 25%, the same as defending heroes being stronger, and attacking heroes are being a little bit weaker. But with those overall stats again on your screen, we can see that WompWomp is quite safe with their attacks. Can they showcase that here? Muffin is in, and he is going to try and get that 3-star with the giant arrow. Perfect. Getting both air defenses and the sweeper. It couldn't get started in any better way.
Yeah, and you can see Muffin is going to go on the opposite side of the other sweeper there, so that's not going to be an issue. The Hound tanking, drops some rocket loons on the right side for the blimp there. Super Dragon does come out. We'll see if the Super Dragon can make a big difference for the Yeti Mites. We can see the multi doing big damage here, but pops the Warden ability. The Super Dragon doing a lot of damage. The Town Hall does stay up though. The Super Dragon doing massive amounts of damage to the Yeti Mites, and the Town Hall does stay up.
Oh no, and this now means that the entire plan of using the bats on the back end is not possible to be accomplished anymore. He's sending in the bats from the bottom side again. We have a nice ice golem distracting, but the Town Hall, he needs to get that Town Hall. And what we have saying, just play it safe, this plan is now converting into a huge nightmare, because he should have used the freeze. Try and get that Town Hall now down, but this means Town Hall explosion will wipe the bats.
Yeah, the Town Hall, even though it was very, very low, still playing a really big factor here, doing a lot of damage, but the time is still looking pretty solid. However, there is a Tesla farm in the back. We still have a decent amount of time there, so it looks like, even though it looked a little bit shaky, the Queen reaching over, stepping, and taking a big role once again in this attack. The Warden is also split, and now it just comes down to how fast these things can be cleaned up, but I don't think that's going to be a factor because of the time from the last attack.
That's right, but this attack for sure makes this match more intense again, because we see the slower attack here, and that will decrease the average time by quite a bit. And this gives them more chances of a comeback. Muffin, with that blimp, could have invested into the freeze spare for the Town Hall, but I guess he just underestimated the Super Dragon on defense. We were just like, okay, let's find out together if the Super Dragon is having an impact. And it did. It did have a quite big impact, actually.
Yeah, a lot of the times we're seeing here, even at the Town Hall 12, the lower Town Halls, combined with the esports, the extra damage, and the Super Dragon, once the blimps do land on the Town Hall, there is a lot of splash damage going on from the Town Hall weapon and the Super Dragon, which by the time the Yeti Mites do come out of the backpack of the Yeti, they cannot jump onto the Town Hall, which really, really almost made a difference here. Was still able to get the 3 with a decent amount of time, but who knows? That could have been more crazier had, like, if things went wrong a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, just a few more things going wrong, and this could have been really, really a big issue. We have seen the stats earlier about the 1-stars. They can happen. It doesn't happen often, that's for sure. But if they do in such a 3 versus 3 format, they are really costly. It is really rough to come back from them.
Yeah, and I want to say very impressive from these players to be able to be in a situation where something doesn't go right, but you have to be able to stay composed, use the rest of your spells correctly, because if you don't, those bats will go down, the dragon will go down, maybe the queen gets locked onto. So still being able to maintain your composure is the most important thing, regardless of whether the plan goes right or wrong. Your opponent is trying to do everything they can to bait you, headhunters, super dragon, witches, anything they can delay your time, take out your heroes without you paying attention. So when there's a lot of things going on, it might seem like it's easier, but it's easier said than done when there is a lot of things happening.
That's right, a lot of things can happen and will happen, and you have to react accordingly. Right now, we see the next attack setting up a nice funnel, having the queen now working their way to, working her way towards the far right side, joining up with the king. We see those dragons taking down the tower right away and leaving no second chances of leaving it left on the back end.
And now we see the headhunters coming out for the queen. Queen taking a decent amount of damage, but the queen does take it down. Ward ability is used early here. The sweeper playing a big factor though. The Tano is down, but we do have an overgrowth for the backhand, I'm assuming for the double multi setup. Yeah, uses it there. Going to try to drop the bats from the left side here. The sweeper is doing a lot more damage than you would think because they're right there trying to take down the sweeper, but they just can't get to it.
Yeah, they cannot really get access, but at some point now they got behind that sweeper setup. The bats are now joining up in the middle with those dragons, which always leaves open space for possible red mines. That base should be pretty much done at this point. The queen taking on the defending king, and this is another 3-star, and this one is again one on the faster side, so they might have their chance getting back into this match because, I mean, Term, take a look at that. Lower than 1 minute 30 seconds. That is, they're again in front. 1 minute 42 versus the 1 minute 44.
Yeah, wow, looks like they are going back and forth here with the threes and the time, but very nice three. We saw how they're dealing with the CC, managing everything at the same time, even with the sweeper blowing everything away, delaying the almost inevitable here, but you just never know. But really, really nice with the overgrowth early on, lets them use the bat spells early, picks up the rest of the base, and the queen can just walk in and take down everything else with the dragon. So overall, very nice with the time and the three.
Really good job. And this is now the pressure on WompWomp Gaming. They have the last attack and they need to be not too slow. Let's put it that way. I feel like they're still in a nice position, on time, but they cannot do another big mistake of leaving the channel on the back end, because that would cost them, and would cost them badly, because they would lose this match.
Yeah, and you can see from the player cams here, WompWomp Gaming and Not Finished, they are talking to each other, probably giving each other advice, talking about the time. You can see they are scouting the base together, giving some clear comms about what to look out for. And that is very important here, because especially when the attacks, a lot of things are happening, you want to make sure you have your teammates to give you some pointers. Maybe there is headhunters, maybe there is some traps. So keeping in mind everything, that is a good thing to look out for when you are on a team, nonetheless.
That's right. And we have as well, after this match, by the way, we have talked about that at the beginning of the stream. We have, after this match, our first reward getting shared with you guys in the broadcast. So make sure that you keep an eye on that. We're going to then show you that later after the match is finished. But for now, we have the high first. 2 lightnings, most likely for a sweeper. We see the air defenses both snipe. The sweeper is gone. And now an entry from the far side. All or nothing. The town on the other side, even the slammer is right now invested. And he's moving not too fast, to be honest. Taking his time. Getting those dragons in now after 20 seconds of the attack. Now the question is that good enough?
Yeah, now we see the CC coming out here. Is that going to play a factor? Headhunters are splitting with these super minions. Could that mess up? The pathing is taking a little bit of time here. You don't want to take too much time, but it's also important to make sure you're doing everything. Nice free spell, but there is a NATO, and the multi does not go down. Keep in mind, there is no bats. It's mainly free spells. Does do the warden ability. The defensive warden and the defensive minion prince with these skellies in the middle is playing a very big factor. It is all or nothing here. Can the town go down? And the back end multis.
That sweeper in the core was amazing. This time around, though, he's missing the sweeper. Earlier, he actually took down... Ooh, next freeze is there. But using the rage just for one dragon... Oof, okay.
Yeah.
The sweeper is still on, trying to snipe it with the rocket boost, but there's another 2 black mines actually sniped, so that might be nice on the back end. He should be able to claim this. That is not the big question mark, but he's slowly crossing the 1 minute and 30-second line, and that is actually not on the fastest side.
Yeah, it's looking very close here. We saw the spell investment trying to take down a few buildings with the same spells here. The Minion Prince on defense is going crazy on the offensive. Minion Prince gets down the Warden, gets down the Dragon, gets down another Dragon. Can the Queen reach across with the Expo? There is only 2 things left and 3 defenses. 3 is more than 2. And the Expos and the Inferno Tower are going to take down the Queen. And it's going to be a defense, massive defense for not finished.
Oh, no. We see there is a reason why all of those players are bringing the bats. There is a reason why those bats are so popular and not finished. Are finishing this one because they're getting the victory and staying in the upper bracket, sending WompWomp into the lower one.
Wow, absolutely insane defense there. We saw how it happened. There was, we saw the town hall on the bottom. CC came out, distracting or pulling apart the troops a little bit, and then we saw the tornado trap with the stone slimer coming down. The multi did not go down, sacrificing a freeze and a rage on a single dragon trying to get the middle, and that was all it was needed. There was not enough spell investment for the back end, and that was a huge defense for not finished.
Yeah, huge defense, but you see as well, time would have been not on their side. They needed a way faster attack. This means that they're not just getting the time, and they're not getting the stars either. And war is decided. WompWomp losing this one, unfortunately, not finished winning it after having 1 somewhat slower, shaky attack, but 2 outstanding ones as well, really pushing their average time and really pressuring WompWomp into this mistake.
Yeah, but as the name suggests, even though it's on the other side for WompWomp, they are indeed not finished just yet. They will go to the lower bracket, try to make a run, and they will see if they can come back, potentially, maybe not finish, makes it to the end. We'll have to see, but like I said, it's a double elimination, so just because you're out now doesn't mean you're out yet. You have to stay focused, you have to maintain composure, because even though you went out now, doesn't mean you can't come back later and potentially make a comeback.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the bracket after our first 4 matches played. We have in the upper bracket still left Fluid Esports versus Dagi Esports. Then we see after that the Hooked to Town Hall 12 team facing off versus Not Finished, the winner which we have just seen. And then in the lower bracket we have ARKA Esports versus 5G Esports. And we have the War Heroes gegen WompWomp Gaming. Reminder, those lower bracket matches, they're all elimination matches, which means if you're losing down there, you are out.
Yeah, these matches are making a more and more as the tournament goes on. They become more and more crucial to win. Now, if you were in the lower bracket, okay, you had a fail. You still have a chance, but if you make another mistake or too many mistakes, it could be the end. You might be forced out of the tournament.
That's right. You only are allowed this 1 loss. After that, you are dropping out of this weekend competition because all of the matches are going to be played today. We're going to go all the way the entire distance of giving away those golden tickets and finding out who is going to be for this month the Town Hall 12 champion. And for that, we have a lot of matches still left to go with 4 matches so far decided.
Yeah, we still have plenty of matches here to go, but I think we have the reward here on your screen. Feel free to scan the QR code for the 3 mighty morsels, which will help out in your attacks here. So make sure you scan them and yeah, claim your rewards on all your accounts there. That's
right. You can claim them, activate them, test then different equipments. Make sure that you have them maxed out, and then you can decide which equipments you want to actually put ores into, because ores are not that easy to get, and this makes the spending even more important. And with that magic snack, you can really get and go all the distance here.
Yeah, that is very true, especially we see how important certain equipments can be when you're attacking. Trying to make the diversity in the attacks, it really, really goes a long way, especially when you're trying to test out those epic equipments as well.
Yeah, I mean, test every equipment you can. A really nice trick as well, which you can do since you have the Mighty Morsel only for 3 attacks active. Reminder, if you're doing those attacks and friendly challenges, you have them endless pretty much. Like those friendly challenge attacks do not count, so you can have quite a bit of testing and trying and error before you're actually deciding to invest into certain equipments. So that magic snack can help quite a bit, but we have our next team comparison and the next preparation phase for our matchup, ARKA Esports versus 5G Esports, because this is our first elimination match. The team which is going to lose this one is out.
Yeah, this match is more important than ever. The teams have to be on their best game. Try not to make too many mistakes. If you get baited, try to make the most of it, and really try to push the base as much as you can, because the time could be a factor here, as we've seen, especially with these stats here. We can see the player comparison. A lot of their average destruction is very, very solid. The attack duration, though, across the board does look pretty evenly matched, so it might come down to really anything at this point. You see the fastest 3-star, a few of them, one of them has a fastest 3-star of 60 seconds.
That is impressive. I mean, that is just super, super impressive. But the question is, can they pull that off in this stage? Because as well, you have to get reminded, those stats are collected over the different stages of the competition. Obviously, no offense, but the first couple of rounds, they are the more casual audience as well. And if you're facing a pretty weaker base, let's put it that way, then for sure there is a faster time possible. On this level, it is for sure not the easiest anymore, and this is something to keep in mind. But we have our attack on the way with 14 dragons. Nothing fancy, just simple 14 dragons, and here we go.
Wow, 14 dragons here for Nitish on 5G Esports. That does not mean we're going to see a lot of cleanup here, so it looks like he's pretty confident, I would assume, in his plan. Does have a lot of bat spells, though, so that is going to be the main factor of the cleanup, but the dragons are a little bit slower. Gonna use the Stone Slimer there on the bottom side with the Queen there on the top set for the Eagle. No wall breaker, though, to break in, so the Eagle is going to have free reign over this army for a very, very long time. CC also comes out. The Sweeper is blowing away. And we're going to have to see if the Queen ends up going down here at the top side or the army is going to push through.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the decision making here is of when does he want to use the Warden, because now he used it really late, up to the point where he only clipped a few of those dragons around the top side and not the dragons at the bottom side. But now the bats are starting and they're coming in from the top side.
Ooh, that Minion Prince going down. The Eagle Artillery doing massive amounts of damage. The Queen and the Minion Prince are down. Nice freezes on the defensive Minion Prince. Oh, now we still have the multi. Gonna have to use the last freeze. But the multi is in a very solid spot. The defensive Minion Prince also going crazy on the dragons. And now these bats are going to end up going down. Can the dragons actually reach the multi there? The multi is going to pose a more of a threat as the attack goes on. The Expo is also on the back, and now the dragons are going to have to loop all the way around to have a chance to get that multi. But is there going to be traps? Can they reach it there in time, or not even in time, but just with plenty of them to take out the rest of the defenses?
Oh no, the dragons are staying so far on the other side. That is not really optimal for him. With having to go through so many high HP buildings like the gold storage, like the hero hall, this can be problematic. The Inferno Tower range is not there just yet, but the Wizard Tower is taking down the first of those dragons. The Expo is on there now as well. And this should be the first defense now. What?
Oh, the dragon's very close, but there is traps at the end to take down the rest of the troops, and it's going to be a very big defense for the first hit. ARKA Esports really showing how defense is so important in these close matches.
Yeah, and starting like that on the defensive side has to feel amazing, because knowing that you just have to go for the safest possible options right now can go all the distance. On the other side, though, for 5G, that is not optimal whatsoever. Nitish had to start things off strong. And this was just not it, unfortunately, because falling short on the back end, the 14 Dragons taking too much damage, you said it, the Eagles staying alive for so long, the Eternal Tome ability delayed for so long. Not the best start.
Yeah, we'll say very interesting to take so many dragons because you're really relying on your bats now to actually not only get the damage, but for the help of the cleanup. And when the bats do go down, you can't really factor in, multi being isolated. There is wizard towers, there is traps that go off, CC that comes out. And we also saw in the middle when he used the warden ability, it was a little bit delayed or a little bit late. The dragons split up, they all took so much damage. And then it got to the point where there were skeletons. They had a nice poison to take down most of the CC and the skeletons, but the army had already split at that point. And when the army is split too far from the bats, you have no cleanup, no wall breaker to break your queen in. It could be very troublesome.
Yeah, a lot of things which can go wrong on that front. But we have the next attack, and that's more looking like the classic approach which we have seen in such a successful way over the different attacks. We see the dragons and things getting set up. The queen giant arrow has not been used just yet. I'm not sure what he's waiting for here. We're trying to push her into the right direction, not sending her in too early. But there we go, air defense. Sweeper taken care of. Not hitting any out of those two air defenses.
Yeah, does get the sweeper, which is going to help a little bit, but the dragons are splitting a tiny bit. The warden is going to fly up. There is a lot of skeletons. Nice poison, though, but the sweepers do seem to be posing more of a threat here as the attack goes on. The dragons are also splitting. The dragons are splitting a lot here. Now they're going down on the right side. The multi and the king on the right side going to also make things drag out even longer. And now the troops are splitting in a really interesting spot, but he does have the bat spells for the back end here.
Yeah, the bats can do a lot when it comes down to handling the back end, supporting those dragons in such a good way. We see the freeze again. Are there any red mines popping up? Oh no! I just said it, and the red mines are coming in there because remember, it kind of works similar to how the booger works. They cannot trigger traps on their own, but if other troops are triggering them, they can get hit, and that's exactly what happened right there. And with that, ARKA Esports started with an amazing defense, but it feels like that they're sending over an even better defense for 5G Esports.
Holy moly, that red air bomb doing so much damage on the bats there, and that is one of the main things you have to look out for when you are putting these bat spells next to the dragons. The dragons flew in and actually pulled the bat spell, or pulled the traps rather, to the bats, and now this is an even more massive defense. As you can see, we've been talking about the time the entire time, but all it really takes, these pro players, they make it look so easy, they don't make mistakes, but anything can happen on the defensive end. As we can see here, it makes all the difference. All it takes is one trap, one super dragon, one defensive queen, and your army can go down very, very fast, as we just saw here.
Yeah, so if you want to use the bats on your own, like if you are on one of those mid-town levels where there is not as many splash defenses in the game just yet, then make sure that you're sending those bats away from your dragons, because then those red mines cannot pop up. Because if those dragons are not triggering the red mines and they're going into your bats, you're looking great. Those bat waves can have so much impact, but with that, this is just how those attacks fall short. If you use the bats close to those dragons, this is then where the dragons can trigger the red mine, and the red mines can completely one-shot and wipe the entire hope, because you have invested 5 or even 6 spells into the bats. All of them are gone within seconds.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm seeing this right from the player cams. Maybe sensing a bit of frustration on both ends, but now they are kind of even with both sides getting defenses. Like I keep saying, we keep talking about the time, but all it takes is 1-2 mistakes. The sweepers playing a big role, and it really just comes down. One trap, maybe 2 traps can change the entire trajectory, especially on bases like this with really spread out defenses. It makes all the difference for cleanup and the attack going right.
We see the next attack. ARKA is reusing this base. We have seen it earlier. It nearly defended one of the attacks. Can it defend again? Can it somehow get a great result here? We have a... Wait, an invisible? Wait.
Oh?
Wait.
Oh?
Come on, super. Wait, are they going to get the town? Not the town. That would be crazy range, right? But like the eagle and the entire compartment, that looks crazy.
Yeah, very solid Valley here from the Blizzard. The first Blizzard of the entire matches here. Now the CC does come out though, but does set up a really nice funneling, gets the Valley, gets the Eagle, and now is going to put the Dragons here on the right side. Vampire looking solid, but can they take advantage of the value and the funneling that they've gotten here? It's going to depend on the Town Hall in the back end. Also, we still have only one air defense left over and the multi there in the back end.
Yeah, like quite a few black might actually hitting those dragons. Do we see a big split now? But at least for now, things are looking great. The breaking alongside the dragons themselves is really nice. He has another rage to push through the tunnel if he wants to. That's exactly where he's going to use it. With the Eternal ability together, he doesn't even take the death damage off that tunnel explosion. And when the Minion Prince looks in the right direction, he can just pop that. Or not. Or... okay, he's saving it for the back end.
Yeah, wants to make sure that that multi is not going to stop him no matter what. As we see, the multi does so much damage, especially in the modifiers. There is a skeleton trap coming out here, but that's not going to make much of a difference. There is really not much of the base just left over here. Plenty of time left in the attack. We still have 3 free spells. The Blizzard is getting so much value. There's the Minion Prince ability at the end. Couple traps, but there is too many dragons, I think, to overwhelm this base. There is like a Tesla farm on the bottom, but it does not matter. Plenty of spells, and now it just comes down to the time.
Yeah, but getting the 3-star is what is the crucial thing here, because with the first 2 attacks, I feel like time is not relevant anymore because we have different percentage levels. As long as we do not see another fail but even if we see another fail, I feel like then would be decided anyway. So at this point, if 5G Esports or just keep 3-starring, I think they should be good to go. And this one was exactly what they had to do. Getting that 3-star in, a wonderful opening with the Blizzard. It was some type of risk. They took it, it paid off, and a great attack.
Yeah, we did see the Blizzard come in there. There was a couple of big bombs, but not enough to kill the Blizzard when it landed, which made all the difference. Got some really, really nice value, took down a big chunk of the base, and was able to just pretty much fly around the edge and take out everything else.
Yeah, really nice job indeed. I love those more creative approaches there where it's more base dependent, and that's really what he did there with that Blizzard. Look for a spot, look where there are any buildings groups up, because this is the unique thing for the Super Wizards. They're dealing so much splash and such with the chain lightnings around the target, and that's really where this opening has had a perfect opportunity pretty much to just get a big part of the base, creating the pathing, and now it's back to the other team. And the question is, do they keep 3-starring? Because at this point, it is out of their hands.
Yeah, now the pressure is on. It's pretty much at this point 3-star, or you might have to get worried. But we do see both teams have defenses. Anything can happen. Maybe we see another defense, but I think these teams are locked in. They really, really have to, make sure they go through the pressure here. Don't get knocked off your game here. No matter what your plan is, you have to make sure you follow through, because that is the most important thing. Just like the Giant Air, following through the middle of the base. We're going to see what happens here with the Mass Dragon approach on a ring base.
That base looks crazy. That is like super old days. I mean, wait, on this base, actually Super Dragons would have been perfect, because all of those buildings are like really close to each other. So Super Dragons would have had great value, I feel like. But going with the regular dragons, the blimp for the tunnel, raging things up now, but the sweeper is still standing, so he has to be careful there a little bit. Tornado trap or something has not been activated, I believe, but the tunnel is going down, and the core should follow somewhat soon.
Yeah, but the dragons are splitting a lot here, Itsu. There is still 2 or 1 multi left over, but does have a lot of bat spells as well. The bats are going to get placed down there. The multi is going to go down to the Minion Prince, it looks like, on the top side here, and the bats are going to walk through. There is still another Wizard Tower, and the defensive Queen and Minion Prince are doing a lot of work here.
I'm not sure if he did not see the multi-inferno tower, but he did not use any freezes for that. This might be another fail here, another defense, because there are no dragons left. the queen now is getting attacked by the defending queen and is not winning that battle. And this is indeed another defense. I'm not sure what is happening, but we have seen more fails in this one match compared to like the all matches, like every other match together.
Yeah, I think they're feeling the pressure here of the lower bracket because anything can happen. Your nerves are at an all-time high. One mistake, and then you make the mistake, and then now you're feeling the pressure. Now you might get into, where you're panicking. As you can see here, several things can happen at the same time. All the heroes stay up, get a major defense here, and now it really, really puts less pressure on a 5G because all they have to do is come in and get a 3-star, and they'll be in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, even if they get a solid percentage 2-star, they should be fine as well. So yeah, it is ARKA Esports. This was really not their match so far. And if they're not as, like, it needs a miracle. Let's put it that way. It needs a miracle for somehow for them to come back.
Yeah, anything can happen though, as we see here, the hero farm, the CC troops, the traps, making a very, very big difference here in these lower town halls, especially with that esports modifier. The archer cannot get another percentage, and now it's going to be 92% from Ashim on Vampire. And now we're going to see if 5G can make a statement coming back and continue their lead here.
Can they continue their lead? And as well, this is lower bracket, so I feel like those teams already, they have hit unfortunate in the upper bracket, but with performing like this, they can really push back the momentum. And if they get like a few wins under their belt in that lower bracket, you can really have like a high, or like you can really push back the mental state for your team and go on a long run. Because remember, even from the lower bracket, you can go the distance and make it to the finals. But for 5G now, they need to make sure that they're converting that last attack and securing that victory.
Yeah, but now the pressure is on because even though you might have any kind of advantage, you don't want to, take your foot off the pedal because any mistake could change the game. We saw it here. You cannot lose focus. You have to make sure now you can take your time. Don't worry too much about the time factor. All you have to do is worry about getting the percentage, even the 3, because that's the most important thing. If something happens, you need to be able to react to it. And even though you might have the advantage, like I said, you maybe will feel like you're in a safe spot. Don't feel like that. It is win or lose at this point.
That's right. Oh, okay. 6 super witches. Okay, they feel like this is the safest option for them. They go with the earthquake boots. I guess we see then the torch for the warden? I'm not sure. Time will tell. We will find out. And we see an entry from the complete opposite of the tunnel. I'm amazed. Oh. I am scared. Everything at the same time.
Oh man, I feel like this is crazy, Itsu. They only have to, I think, get the 2 with the percentage, I believe, but they are playing the long side here. No healers, by the way, so the troops, once they take damage, they're not going to be able to get that health back, which is going to be a big factor, especially in the esports modifier. Now it's really going to come down to the actual warden ability. We see the bat spells, but now the warden ability gets used. Right now, the Super Dragon comes out. It's going to take even longer. The Super Witches are splitting, one on the left and one on the right. One goes down, the other might go down on the left. And now stuff is stuck in the Tornado Trap with the Eagle getting some massive shots.
The torch is still active, so he's able to keep pushing forward. We have the Yeti inside next to the tunnel compartment. Another rage, and he still has all of those bats for him going. We have the bat wave now starting at the top right. We can go for the freeze on the next move at the top, but right now he doesn't even need that because all the beams are tanked. Really smart play, freezing even the top side defenses because there is no splash left and it's a triple.
Yeah, looking very solid here for Vulture from 5G Esports. There is nothing here for the Bats. They're going to take down the last of the defenses. The Warden walking through with the Super Witches. The King is still alive, and it does not even matter. Nicely done, especially when all the pressure deciding to go from the opposite of the Town Hall still gets it done in the most important attack here.
And that confirms the 8 stars for them. that confirms their victory, and that would mean that ARKA Esports is out. They still have that one final attack on their side, but this is not possible to have a comeback from. They needed a defense, but we do not see that from Vulture. Instead, we see the mass Super Witch 3-star with those bats. What a crazy one.
Yeah, I have to say, 6 Super Witches, no heal spells or no healing whatsoever, still going onto the opposite side, but really relying. That's a good example of, regardless, you're very confident in your plan, you know what's going to happen, or at least have an idea of what's going to happen. That's why these pro players are able to go and push a base. You might be thinking, this is crazy. I was thinking this is crazy, but they stay composed, they do the spells in the right places, and they make sure that no matter what happens, they stick to the plan, and they're going to push the base.
Back to basics, I would say, for this one, because we have the dragons with the bats, the strategy, which dominated so far this monthly finals the most. The queen is okay. I'm not sure what he was aiming for here. I guess the 2 air defenses and the sweeper, but that arrow was flying to a different planet, while we have now the queen going to the right side, and there's a lot of damage on her.
Yeah, the queen might go down here. Nice freeze to save here. The air defense is going crazy with the eagle shots on the dragon army though. And now the defensive minion prince also takes down the king, and the queen goes down as well. Rocket Loon's on the backside with the blimp, but now has to use the warden abilities to come to the middle of the base here. The sweeper putting in the work on both sides. The blimp is getting blown away. The Yeti Mites are not going to be able to go to the tunnel right away. This is looking interesting.
Yeah, interesting is a nice word for that. We have the tornado making the tunnel takedown. Interesting to say the least, but that core is still alive with 2 of those Inferno Towers still left standing. There is no chance, or is there? 2 freezes, but I don't think that he's going to make this.
Yeah, those multis in the middle making a massive difference here. And it looks like they are going to be able to clean up whatever is left. And the baby dragon still stayed alive. We see it time and time again. 1 CC troop is all it takes to take down those bats. The splash damage, it can lure your troops. It can do so many different things. But I must say, 5G Esports having some really, really good defense throughout this match.
Yeah, overall, that might be not the best attack overall. There were a lot of unfortunate things going not his way, with the first one being the giant arrow flying not as intended, not hitting the sweeper, not hitting the second air defense, instead going into complete different direction. This has then cost the dragon push quite a bit. He did not get the value he was looking for, but 5G Esports at this point, the victory was already secured, and their defense is looking strong in this tournament, and they are surviving the first elimination match which we have had so far in our schedule.
Yeah, congratulations to 5G Esports. Despite what happened earlier in the first few matches, they still, find a way to pull out the victory, and now they can possibly make a run in the lower bracket here. We can see the war stats, 6 to 8 stars, huge defense from their side, 82 to 98.67, and of course the time not playing a factor here because it came down to the stars at the very end.
Yeah, 2-star difference. I feel like this was so far our most one-sided matches when it comes down to performance. 5G Esports really put on the show, getting those 3 stars in, but even on their side there were some mistakes, and I feel like in the later stages you need to go for the 9 stars, and then it's coming down to time. We have seen that for quite some teams now on the especially upper bracket, that they're able to get those 3 stars in, they're able to get those 9 stars, and not just that, but as well in a really impressive average time. And I think this is something you have to match then moving on in this competition, as we see the final score again, and we really see 2 stars across the team. I think this victory for sure was deserved for 5G.
Yeah, 5G Esports has to be feeling pretty solid after coming down from the lower bracket there. Now, the real question is, can they keep the momentum? Because there is going to be some solid teams, especially in the upper bracket. Can they keep the momentum to even get there? And a lot of good players in this match and these matches that we've seen so far, so it's going to put the pressure on them moving forward.
That's right, keeping their momentum going. And we have the second lower bracket as well, right after the War Heroes versus the WompWomp Gaming, which who had a really unfortunate ending to their match. And then after that, we're going back to the upper bracket to find those lower bracket opponents. So many more matches to go because we are going to go the distance. We have all 14 or maybe even with the bracket reset 15 matches played today. So plenty of more Clash action. And we want to find out which team is the strongest Channel 12 team right now.
And find out we will, especially with the next match coming up here. It's going to be very interesting to see what strategies we see moving forward. Are they going to keep taking their time? Is there going to potentially be more defenses to throw them off? But we have the next match coming up here, the team comparison between WompWomp Gaming and the War Heroes. We see the average destruction and the average stars. They seem to be almost lined up here, but the War Heroes having a slightly higher the WompWomp Gaming having a slightly higher 3-star rate of 82 versus the 75.
That's right. There is a small difference. Is there? But we have seen the War Heroes. I think they have lost on time, right? It was one of the 9-9 matches, I believe. But everything is a new game right now because we have the first match in our hands. We have the first attack story on our hands. And that is going to be Trigger. He was one of the faster attackers for his team. Both air defenses are gone. And then we have the dragons from this top side.
Now he's going to push the base here. He has the Electro Dragon on the right side with the King and Queen on the left side. Now the dragons are going to push through with the balloons and the Stone Slammer as well. Now he's going to see if he can hold the ability a little bit longer. The poison and the Super Minions did actually go past the poison. Drops the freeze on the single. Now the defensive queen is going to come up. Has to rage through these shoots, taking a massive amount of damage by the Town Hall. Has to warn ability. Well, we already used the warn ability actually, so now they're going to take even more damage from the Eagle. And yeah, the multis are just melting through here. Now a lot of traps are going down in the middle.
Oh no, all those Redmans popping up, incoming. Wow, this base was set up against that entry, but the thing is, it might still work because look at that, all those bats are now coming in. Even though the dragons are nearly all of them are gone, this is not going to be easy. Oh, he missed the wizard tower. Oh no.
This is looking very close, but I think he has it. The bats clean up the rest, and the dragons do as well. That was scary for a second, but, you know, using the next respawn to recover after he missed the first one did not make much of a difference and still gets the first 3-star in a decent amount of time as well. But the most important thing that we're seeing now is the 3-star because anything can happen, especially with the trap setup.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy because the base, at least the traps, felt like they were set up against that entry. Yet at the same time, so many things went wrong, like the missed freeze on the wizard tower and such, and still 3-star. So a lot of things can go wrong, and you still will be successful. So Trigger with the next 3-star, and again, it is an attack which is a really solid time with 1 minute 37 seconds, which I feel like we should highlight because the War Heroes did get 9 stars in their first match as well with a really solid time.
Yeah, really, really, really good attack there. Really important to set the pace as well because you want to also put the pressure. When you get a 3-star, it really puts the pressure on your opponent to perform. They have to 3 to keep up the momentum. Any mistake or any few mistakes can be the real difference maker. We can see once again the player comparison all looking very solid. I don't know if it leans that much into any team, but now we have Muffin in the next attack for WompWomp Gaming, coming in with the 10 dragons and 7 bat spells this time.
A lot of bats indeed, and we have the... Wait. We have the... Oh, is it? No, okay, I was about to say it was the same base which he attacked earlier, but it's a similar setup overall. But this time around, he's going with the bats. We have seen him fail, unfortunately, for his team in the first match. But this time, he's going with bats and no lightnings instead.
Now we see the triple single setup here. Gets a nice minion prince ability. Does the minion prince or ward ability rather really early. Couple of traps. There is a NATO, some skeletons. The dragons are splitting quite a bit. Seeking air mines are coming out, but now it's going to drop the blood. We see the super dragon once again. Is that going to make a difference on the town hall? Drops the poison. These super yetis are getting a lot of damage. Does the town hall go down? It does.
That was crucial. We have seen that earlier, that with that combination, the Super Dragon not going down. This time around, though, it is. But look at that. The Super Dragon is not getting distracted by the defenses, and that means he is on the bats.
Really nice shot there from the Super Dragon on the bats, doing a lot of damage on the defense. The Dragon is chasing the bats there, but I think it's not going to make much of a difference. It does go down. Seeking Airmine does come down on the minion Prince there, but now it just comes down to actually taking the rest of the buildings. We still see some dragons splitting up, so it should be just a factor of time. Could have went wrong, but I really like how they sacrificed the freeze there on the Town Hall, because if there was the Town Hall and the Super Dragon, that could have been a lot more different.
I like how Muffin uses his Ice Golems. He uses them the same way as I use my Headhunters, as cleanup. So, yeah, maybe we should both work on our uses of those troops. I feel like the Ice Golem could have been useful somewhere. But hey, a triple is a triple. It's not the fastest one, which is something they have to keep in mind, because they are already behind by quite some time. Both teams starting things off with 3 stars, which is first the most important thing for now.
Yeah, keeping up the momentum here, even though the time is a little bit slower, the most important thing is the 3-star. So now we're at a tie war at star advantage, or tie war with stars, but can, you know, they keep up the momentum with the stars and speed up a little bit of things, because most of the time it seems like if something goes wrong, that does increase the time, less cleanup, less troops overall, and that does make a big factor going forward.
That's right. Moving forward is as well the name of the game now for those teams, to keep getting those 3 stars in, getting those attacks in, and making sure that you can push your team into the next round, because this is a lower bracket round, which means whoever is going to lose is dropping out of this competition.
Yeah, this is a win or lose moment. Everything is on the table. You have to use everything at your disposal, because this is a difference of whether or not you are going to proceed. We see the giant arrow go to the middle, the E-Drag there trying to set up a funnel, going to go directly in the town hall, but there is a sweeper with the mini prince and the CC. We're going to see if this really plays a big factor here, because this could be scary.
This could be scary indeed. The poison is in there. The witch, though, might avoid the poison. Let's see, the sweeper is super annoying. The air defense right next to it is as well. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I like this right now. We have bats then on the back end, but there are too much Inferno Towers as well with the Wizard Towers. That won't be an easy entry.
Ooh, the witch doing so much more than people would expect. She stayed alive for a little bit too long, trapping or distracting the troops there. And now the troops are split. The queen is dealing with the king on the left side with the header, but the dragons are split. There is 2 multis, but he does have the bats here. We're going to see how good the freezes are going to be, because this is going to be a crucial moment in this attack. Can these bats really put on the damage that they need to get? Otherwise, it's going to be bad.
There goes the freeze. The double multi-Inferno Tower seat on the back end. I don't think he has the spells for that. He's only there's only 1 freeze left, and he's using it early.
Oh no, there's still 2 multis here on the base. The bats are trying to push through to the top side. The queen is still alive, but there's 2 multis. The warden's the only thing left. I don't know if there's enough on this base. It's looking like it's going to be a massive defense for WompWomp Gaming.
That is the defense that we're hoping for, and that is for sure a massive game changer for them, because they can now play just the safe game, if it's even considered like that, because getting that defense is a really nice thing. The entry point going into the sweeper, into the clan castle like that, and then the air defense on the flank felt like it was just too much. Those dragons, they're tanky, they're strong, but they're not that tanky that they can handle all of that heat at the same time. The queen's still going for another wall, picking up some more percentage points, but as long as WompWomp is not going to 2-star, those percentages should not matter.
We see it time and time again. You know, a lot of people at home might be thinking this is just Town Hall 12, but it is esports modifier nonetheless. And this really plays a big factor, especially when you go into a Town Hall area that is baited with Clan Castle troops. That witch, one of the witches, ran out of the poison, stayed alive for so long, was able to get so many skeletons spawned in, and it just makes the biggest difference when the dragons are constantly trying to go against skeletons and not actually going for the defenses, which are actively killing them.
Yeah, and there we go. Wall is the final boss here because she cannot get through that wall towards the Inferno Tower, and that is a 97% defense here for WompWomp Gaming. We have the 2-star in this match, and I feel like as we're getting to the lower bracket, we see quite a few more 2-stars because the pressure is on and the pressure is getting to those players. We see some mistakes which might be quite unusual for those teams, but in this lower bracket, it's all or nothing. You said it, and not everyone is used to that pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is so high. It's literally win or go home at this point. These defenders, these bases are trying to do anything they can to throw you off your game. And if you see something, you don't react fast enough, something goes down, that might increase your nerves even more, which allows you or leads to you making even more mistakes, which you then have to lock in and recover from. And if you can't, that is the real difference maker here, especially in the lower bracket moving forward.
That's right. That is having a lot of impact on those attacks. As we see the player comparison stats again, we have seen quite a few fails on both of those teams, but on this match so far, we see only the War Heroes with the 2-star. But now the question is, can WompWomp get back into this? They're going now with the Lightning version, which they have tried earlier today. It was Muffin, who unfortunately did fall short. Can he do it better this time? We see the Queen getting lined up, and perfect giant arrow to hit the 2 air defenses and the sweeper.
Yeah, very nice giant arrow here. Going to go behind the other sweeper as well. This is a double single, one multi in the middle setup. We can expect some traps in the middle, so it's going to be very important here to get the poison down immediately once the CC comes out. Trying not to get baited here by the traps. There is a defensive king there with the Stone Slammer. The Minion Prince is going to be stuck on the king for some time, which is going to delay the Prince ability, but can he use it here to get the CC? Decides not to. Uses the Warden ability instead. Now the CC is doing massive damage with the single and the Queen as well.
And there's a lot of damage from those troops that leave the channel to the backhand, which is obviously quite risky to say the least. And there is no backup plan when it comes down. Queen getting attacked. There's no backup plan for the channel because he gets he makes the distance, or it's going to be a horrible fail for them.
These double singles are going crazy on these dragons. There is still 2 singles on the map. The headhunters are tanking for the Queen somehow for the singles, but they are doing so much damage. Just 2 freezes. But can the Minion Prince and the Warden make it to the Town Hall? I don't know. The Queen is trying her best, but the Minion Prince is stuck on the skeletons. He goes down. The Warden is the only thing left of the Queen. The Town Hall is still up. It's looking crazy.
There is no way. There's no way. You're getting a defense and then you're doing this. No shot. Oh, that is rough.
Oh.
That is rough. The push in between the 2 single front. I feel like players are forcing bats on a triple multi-Inferno Tower base, and then versus a double versus a double single Inferno Tower base, we see lightnings. I am confused, more confused, and it's a 1-star.
Wow, the pressure does seem to be making a really, really big difference here. Players are still trying to stick to their plan, going opposite of the Town Hall, but when your nerves are so high, you do have a chance of making more mistakes. So we see the CC come out, delaying the Prince, delaying the Warden, maybe missing the poison, and this is making all the difference here, especially in these wars where it's win or go home. You have to hit these, and now after 1 defense, we have another massive 1-star, which is going to make things even more interesting going forward. Can they capitalize on this 1-star, or are they also going to fall victim of the nerves going forward in the lower bracket?
A 2-star would be already enough in this position. to win this, as long as the percentages are at a solid level. But I mean, that would go for 3 stars. We know that. And let's hope that they're not just forcing the wrong strategy again on a interesting looking base. Let's put it that way. But we see some questionable decisions now as the pressure is getting to the players. That is for sure. We see Kai now in. We see the Super Witches again, which has been one of the safest options so far from those players. And it was not the fastest, but at this point, you do not need that time. You just need the safe 3-star.
And once again, we're seeing the attack going opposite of the Town Hall. I feel like people might be wondering, why are you going opposite of the Town Hall? It's because the Town Hall is usually baited. They are putting a lot of the traps there, making you use your abilities very early. So in some cases, while it might seem risky, you want to go opposite to avoid the bait. As we're seeing here, there is a lot in the middle. Super Dragon comes out, has to use the Warden ability a little bit early. The Queen taking a lot of damage. Super Dragon also going to tank quite a bit of hits here from the Super Witch to delay the army, but he does have the blimp for the Town Hall as well.
Yeah, he has the blimp, but at the same time, there are no test loons. If there are any black mines, this blimp will not reach it. He is just full sending it. The Jade Trap is triggered as well, but with that rage together, he should be able to get it, right?
I would think so, but the Yetis, are they going to get it? I think they do get it, which is massive here. The bats are going to come from the top side. Now we're going to drop the freeze on the multi. That was very close, but no test loon still does get it, dropping the freeze for the multi. Now there's only a single left in the middle. With the free spill, I think the bats can pretty much have free reign here of the rest of the base.
Yeah, with the Wizard Tower going down, those bats can for sure finish off the last remaining defense, and it's going to be that safe 3-star. At the same time, you can see the seconds ticking down, so it is just not the fastest attack, but as soon as there are fails in, this is what you should just do. I mean, there's just... don't take any risks, just play Super Witches. They are the strongest troop on Town Hall 12, that's for sure. And that's it. But yeah, overall, decisions have been made. The War Heroes with the 3-star claiming this victory with 8 stars, and WompWomp Gaming will be our second team eliminated.
Yeah, that was very important, making sure they had a backup plan with the blimp. We saw last attack, they were really relying on the plan going right. Things went wrong. Nothing for the Town Hall resulted in that crucial 1-star defense, but we can see here Kai bringing that blimp to ensure that no matter what happens, he will get the 2. It was a little risky with no test loons, but with the rage, it was all fine and did pick off the rest of the buildings, securing the lead and the victory for his team.
The victory is in indeed, but we see WompWomp Gaming one more time with their final attack to finish off this match, but unfortunately, they will be dropping out. While we see then, so the War Heroes moving on to the lower bracket, starting with their lower bracket run to see if they can make it all the distance. I always love those underdog stories, which is always quite nice to witness and to watch. But for that, we need to make sure that they're at least getting a streak of 2 match wins down there. Otherwise, I feel like it's a little early to call it a lower bracket run. But last attack, WompWomp. What do we see? Do we see another dragon attack, or is it something different?
Yeah, that is the question. I don't know. I mean, they've been switching it up, but if you want to go for a safe 3, time is off the table. You might as well just go with the Super Witches like we're seeing here. We're also seeing the Giant Gauntlet being used with the Quake Boots, which is a bit interesting. And we see these Super Witches with a couple of balloons for the Mortar. And the Frozen Arrow is being used with the Healer Puppet to break the Queen inside and take down the Eagle.
Yeah, take down the Eagle, get some nice value down there, and then getting the pathing for those Super Witches. It is... yeah, the army camps are making the one walk somewhat easy, right? I would assume he wants to get the... He doesn't want to get the Inferno Tower, but what about the healers? Yes.
Yeah, the healers are going to get hit by the multi here, which could be very interesting. We'll have to see.
We have the Wall Raker getting used. There's the freeze now, but as we said, there is nothing on the Inferno Tower. The angle though was really nice because he's having the Wall Raker going for the Inferno Tower, so that's the good news. The bad news though is that the troops need to go all the way left to that compartment because Yes, right now quite a few troops going towards the middle. The question now is, how does that work? Oh, okay, that's where the King of Bliss is coming in from. Nice job.
Yeah, nice king ability with the Quake Boot's going to open all the walls, or a lot of the walls here with the Giant Gauntlet for the tanking. Wall Record gets all the way to the Town Hall. What's inside? We can see some Yetis there. The Queen pushing the bottom side. Plenty of spells. This is looking very solid here for High First. Gets the Town Hall, gets the remaining buildings, and I think this is looking solid.
Yep, Super Witches are just so strong on Town Hall. Town 12, so like if you are playing your own matches, Dragons are strong, but they're mostly getting used because of their time efficiency in those tournaments. If you're just going for the 3-star in the safest possible way, any form of Super Witches. We have seen Mass Super Witches today, we have seen Fireball Super Witches, we have seen Warden Walk Super Witches now, we have seen a ton of different styles with like Torch, without it, whatever. So any way of Super Witches and you're good to go, but they're not the fastest troop. That is the biggest downgrade, and this is the reason why especially the first couple of attacks of those matches are usually not with the Super Witches, because you want to put up pressure on the other team, and as long as this time race option is on for the teams, they even have to they need to have some certain special Super Witch plan where they're going for time, or that at least having that in the back of their mind, but that is something important to consider.
Yeah, that is very true here. The Super Witches do seem to be the most safest option. Look at all those swag of the spells there. Very nice approach here, keeping it safe. But luckily or unfortunately for WompWomp, that is not enough. And War Heroes are still going to be able to take the victory here with the crazy defenses we saw earlier, making the biggest difference. So War Heroes, congratulations. You are still in this tournament.
Really nice job. So they so far had 9 stars in the first match. They have lost to Hook's team. Let's with 9 stars on time, and then now the second match they have lost. They have won. Sorry, with 8 stars with 1 fail. So overall, they have the option of still making it really far. They have as well understood that as soon as you have that lead, just go for the safe option with the Super Witches. And especially that star lead, which is the crucial part here. And with that, they're playing it safe, making it to the next round. And unfortunately, WompWomp Gaming with a really nice logo has to go and drop out of this competition.
Yeah, unfortunately for WompWomp, they played very solid, but the defense just proving to be very, very clutch here. The war stats 7 to 8 stars, 93.67 to 99, and the time actually being tied here, although it was not a factor whatsoever. It was mainly on the stars, and of course if it did go to stars, it would be on the percentage, which would have been in favor to War Heroes either way.
Yeah, that had for sure a solid match here. That 1-star defense was just, yeah, that was just a really, really big deciding match moment for them. And that, especially after having a defense start, is really making me question some of those decisions there. But in the end, things has happened. Nothing can be changed anymore. And that is the name of the game. This means that we see the War Heroes in the next round in that lower bracket. And this means now for us that we're moving from the lower bracket into the upper bracket. Our next match is going to be Fluid Esports versus Dagi Esports. Then we have Hooked to Town Hall 12 versus not finished. Sorry,
Yeah, and then after that, we will be able to see who 5G Esports and the War Heroes are going to face, because they will be facing whoever gets knocked down from the upper bracket. They will go down into the lower bracket and contend once again. We can see the team comparison here for Dagi Esports and Fluid Esports. The average destruction for Dagi Esports is looking a little bit higher here. The average stars as well as the 3-star rate and the win by stars as well. So Dagi Esports looking to be very solid in this upcoming match against Fluid Esports.
Yeah, I feel like if we just look at like based on the stats, I feel like just Dagi Esports had so far the most impressive stats, I feel like, from most of those teams. So we see a favorite based on the stats, but we have seen as well a lot of teams struggling with the pressure which is on the line when you are on the big screen. So that is something to keep in mind. Fluid Esports with their first match performed really well, and then Dagi Esports need to do that as well in this matchup. 26 wins and only 1 loss. That is quite impressive.
Yeah, that is some very, very good stats here. Arguably the most important stats are the wins here. Only 1 loss and a 95.24 hit rate with a very fast average attack duration as well. But now we have the Fluid Esports 22 wins and the 5 losses with the 75.31 hit rate percentage and a little bit slower on the average attack duration. So we're going to have to see. The last few wars were not really based on the time factor, at least in the lower bracket. But here in the higher bracket, can we really see if that's going to make a difference? Or is it going to come down once again to defenses?
That is the big question. We see the first attack in the Giant Arrow hitting both of those sweepers. No air defenses were harmed in this process, and this means that he has to go against 4 of them still, with the Warden out from the chops and the Queen moving in for 1 and the first air defense here.
Yeah, now the Headhunters coming out has to actually freeze the Headhunters because the Queen was going to go down. The Minion Prince on defense also stepping up here, flying up rather. Stone Slimer on the left. The balloons are trying to make their way through the middle. A bunch of traps are coming down. Actually puts an overgrowth on the Town Hall here, which could be very risky, but must be confident enough to do it because now the bats are going to come from the bottom right side to support the Queen. Has to make sure the freeze goes down on that Wizard Tower there, and the single, or rather the multi, is going to get unovergrowth very, very soon. We have the NATO as well and the other multi with the Eagle hitting big shots.
Yeah, the freeze is not... Wait, is it? Yeah, the Town Hall is going down. I was a little bit afraid there. Town Hall going down. He's using that henchman puppet there and making sure that he's going the distance. That was not just a nice attack with the 3-star, but as well a really fast one. Investing that extra spell with that rage for the Queen, making sure that she stays alive. Clean attack, and if you can keep the Queen alive, this means that you have something working in your favor, which is non-stop taking down defenses, and this is then the major fact on why you get those quick attack times. 1 minute 22 seconds is for sure one of the faster ones which we have seen so far today.
Yeah, very fast attack. I really like the confidence in the plan here from Naseeb. This was very, very crucial to be confident in your plan. Doing the overgrowth, it could be risky, but when you do the bad spells right and you time it perfectly, hitting the spells, it does not matter when that Town Hall comes back up, as long as you have the Minion Prince like there was there, taking down the Town Hall, taking down the Splash, and getting the nice 3-star.
Nice 3-star indeed. Let's take a look at some of those current 3-star streaks. We have 8 3-stars in a row here. On the other side, we see 1, 4, and 4. We have, okay, they have failed in at least most of the players have failed in the recent past. And otherwise, longest 3-star streak, 12 attacks, 22-25. What? Okay, that is pretty cool. A lot of 3-stars in a row. Can they get and build up such a streak again with this next attack?
Now we see Summon coming in here for Dagi Esports. Hits the arrow, does get one of the sweepers. There is a double multi-single Inferno Tower setup with the Eagle going opposite of the Town Hall once again. Needs to be very careful because there is a hero farm of the Minion Prince and the Queen doing a lot of damage. The Eagle also doing some damage. Does the ability a little bit early. The Eagle is down. Some CC troops do come out here. Is that going to pose an issue? Nice poison spell. Now it's going to come down to whether or not he can keep the Queen alive and keep the funnel going and also not get baited by the traps here.
Yeah, and the blimp is okay. That blimp flying the entire distance towards the Town Hall. No vulnerability left. He's just counting on the fact that, well, we have no NATO there. And he has committed the risk, and he was right. A lot of freezes invested at the tops. I think he did not hit the Wizard Tower multiple times, right? So that means that those bats have no more protection, and that could backfire.
Yeah, but nice Minion Prince ability, going to slow down the Wizard Tower a little bit here. The bats are going to fly through, There is an air defense, though, doing massive amounts of damage on the right side, but the queen is still alive. The bats are going to clean up with the minion prince, and it's looking like another relatively quick 3-star, a little bit slower, but still very solid across the board for Dagi Esports.
Yeah, 3-second difference. I feel like at that stage with the first attack only in, this is pretty much no difference whatsoever. Those 3 seconds, that is a great start for both of those teams. That's exactly what we expect from the teams from the upper bracket, and that is exactly what we expect from the teams with how they've performed so far. Dagi Esports getting their 3-star in as well, and this means we're now back to the other side. So this match could be all about time based on the stats which we have seen and based off the performances which we have seen so far.
Yeah, but we're going to have to see, though, as we saw in the lower bracket, a lot of things happening, defenses happening. Is it going to make a big difference here, though? Once again, we see the player comparison. The stats across the board are looking very solid. We're really going to have to see, though. On paper, things look good, but when it actually happens in the attack, it's a different story. Things can change.
Things can always change. That's right. Anything can change within seconds, especially if we see another crazy defense, which we have seen already earlier today with a 1-star. But this one, it is back to Dragons with those bats together. 3 multi-fern towers. The sweepers have been taken care of, but the tunnel has been activated as well. Dragons are in. The queen is supposed to funnel towards the far right side, and this time around we see the life gem with the warden. I feel like people are switching between the life gem and the rage gem quite a bit, depending on what they need and what they want from their equipment.
And we see the minion prince here is going to push through. He's going to try to get a good minion prince ability. The warden is a little bit lost here, trying to follow the main pack of the dragons. Going to use the overgrowth spell on the top side. I also like how he used one wizard. This base was shown earlier, and using one wizard to take down the eagle was a nice, efficient way. Drops the free spell. A super dragon does come out, though. Could that actually make a difference on the bat spells there? Uses the freeze. Now, a lot of things have gone down, though. The overgrowth is looking really, really interesting. But once it comes down, the super dragon is still up. This is looking interesting.
We have seen now plenty of attacks now, really struggling to take down that defending super dragon. With the minion prince going down as well versus the 2 skeleton traps in combination with the X-bow. This might be falling short depending on what the queen does, because dragons will go down to the air defense. Queen will survive, but with 1 minute and 30 seconds, and we all know the queen, she will take down every single possible wall she can, and time will be a factor.
Yeah, especially the time in this war. The first 2 hits were very fast. The dragon is going to go down, but now the queen is going to have to not only break through these walls here, but there is a Tesla farm. There could be traps, there could be big bombs, skelly traps. It really just depends. There is a minute, but is there enough time, much less enough damage, and much less enough hit points on the queen to actually get it done?
Yeah, I'm still not convinced. Like, for me, the biggest thing is really just the decision making of the queen now, because depending on the wall she's going for, she has to go through 1 or 2. Okay, that is right now actually, I think, the perfect wall, right? Because with that, she only has to go through that one, and she can reach everything after. So, okay, so time should be fine, depending on skeleton traps. I'm just saying it, skeleton traps might be a factor.
The queen can actually reach all the buildings here. The queen might be the MVP, even though the time is taking longer. The stars are the most important thing. The queen takes down the gold mine, is going to take down the other Tesla, and somehow, some way, Hanan gets the 3-star, which is so crucial in a match like this in the upper bracket for Fluid Esports.
Wow, what a comeback. And yes, the time is not perfect, but at the same, we have a 3-star, which is the most crucial thing for now. Time might be a factor later on, but at least for now, you're not falling behind on stars, which would have been something way more crucial, way more of a problem. So this was a nice save by him getting that 3-star still in the end. But this match, this is still a big favorite now for Dagi Esports. They have everything in their hands, but we have seen many teams starting with a solid defense, which we have to put this, like even though it's a 3-star, we still have to say it's a solid defense in this position of the match. But we have seen many teams who did not really were able to take advantage of the defenses that were taken.
Yeah, even though they have a slight advantage, now it's going to come down to focusing, because even though you have an advantage, you can't rely too much on the advantage. You have to rely once again on your planning, your skills. This is going to be the moment where can they capitalize on what seems to be a short gain here for the longer win. We have War God coming in now for Dagi Esports, going to try to play it safe here, as we were talking about earlier with these Super Witches. Even though they are slower, they can actually afford it now with the time. And they're rocking the Heroic Torch as well. So we're going to see what they can do with the Super Witches and the Bat Spells in the back end.
Yeah, those might be interesting. Early Torch. Okay, really early Torch. I would have expected to maybe wait for the Super Witches to get closer, but he is activating that Torch right away. He wants to have that King Ability then, but this means there's no option to get through the core then anymore, because that King Ability was forced so early.
Ooh, this is looking interesting. We've seen this time and time again where players have an advantage, but they go opposite of the Town Hall. Now the poison comes down. Headhunters are coming out. Can they get some damage here? There is 2 singles, a lot of Bat Spells. Does the Overgrowth on the Town Hall? This could turn out interesting, but so far it's looking solid and has plenty of free spells as well.
Has those freezes, but the multi-inferno tower and the bat split is not great. Where are those freezes for the back and Expo and the Wizard Tower? There we have the first one, but the Town Hall is still something we have to consider here. Town Hall has to go down, but we have the freeze there. Remember though, the Town Hall does count as storage and such, which means there is less damage from those bats.
Ooh, the Town Hall might not go down here. It depends. The bats are not doing that much damage to the Town Hall. The Town Hall might stay up. I think there's a lot of Super Witches here with the Giant though, so they're going to be able to push through, and I think he still has it with everything happening in this attack.
Yeah, I mean, really nice in the end. It's just, Super Witches are just, I'm saying this again and again, but as well for the viewers, for those who might not play tournaments, or just regular Channel 9 players, if you want to just 3-star, go Super Witches. It is, even in esports mode, it is a challenge to fail with them. And if you fail, it is usually a time fail, because those troops are just so tanky and keep spawning those big boys. It is just mind-blowing how much they can tank, and you will be still fine. Like, so many things can go wrong and you still will be fine. And the major reason, again, if you're wondering, okay, you're saying that they're OP, but why is not everyone running Super Witches? Well, because those players in here are really solid, and this means 3 stars are really likely. So time is something you have to consider. So as long as you're not having some type of an advantage, you're not using the Super Witches because they're on the slower side, because the challenge for those players is not just 3-starring, but as well getting a solid time on the board. But nice attack in the end, 2 minutes, 18 seconds, and this means they're keeping their lead for now.
Yeah, the lead is very important, especially when it is the game of seconds at this point, it seems. There are a few attacks left over. Can they keep the pace? Now it's going to really put the pressure on the other side as well. Can they pick up the pace? We might see dragons here. I'd be surprised if we saw these Super Witches once again, because they are going to have to speed things up a little bit here. Or are they going to just be confident in their attacking and their defense? That's going to be the main decider. It looks like Askip is going with the dragons and the bats here. Might try to go for a little bit more of a faster attack, because it is crucial, especially when you are down by a little bit in time.
That's right. The dragons seems to be the answer, especially with those bats. We have 2 single inferno towers, if I see that right. Oh, wait. The split minion. Oh, he missed the back in air defense. So that might be a deciding factor. But the split minion prince is quite interesting.
Yeah, it looks like he's really focusing here on the funneling with the queen and the minion prince. The minion prince is taking a lot of damage, actually. Sends the blimp in. Minion prince gets used early. A super dragon once again comes out. No poison has been dropped just yet, so the super dragon is going to do more damage. The blimp makes its way to the town hall, and now we actually have some rocket balloons. The town hall does go down, ensuring that it does go down there with some sneaky goblins as well. now has the bat spells for the back end.
Yeah, bats for the back end. We have the bat wave starting, but it's close to the dragon. So a red mine. And this bat wave is becoming not the biggest bat wave anymore. But so far, things are looking good. Nothing too crazy encountered. The bats are keep moving forward. The red mines are only hitting dragons and such. That should be a good-looking attack for Fluid Esports. A fast-looking attack as well, because he has quite a few troops alive.
Yeah, looking pretty fast. Sadly, the bats did kind of die out a little bit though, but now it's going to be we're going to have to see what's going to happen in the next hit. This is a great 3-star, but now it's going to put the pressure on Dagi Esports if they can really come back and ensure the win here.
Okay, so...
Oh, we're actually timed on the time, actually. It's 151 to 151, it looks like.
Yeah, that attack was super fast. I mean, that one unfortunate attack, which was super slow. I would have loved to see what Dagi Esports would have done if the second attack would have looked different for Fluid. But hey, a lot of ifs, whatever could have happened and so on. But we are now here in the present, and this means that Dagi Esports need to get a 3-star with the solid time, and they're going to win this match. They have every card in their own hands.
Yeah, now the pressure is really ramping up here. This is the attack, but remember, this is the higher upper bracket, so if they lose here, they still have one more chance in the lower bracket. But of course, being in the upper bracket is the better thing because it gives you more confidence. You don't want to have to get sent to the lower bracket, but if it does get to that point, you still have a chance. So we'll see what happens here. Can they secure the win? The cards are in their table here. Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. Waiting for the attack to happen to see the action unfold. And there we go. We have it. We see an air attack. They know time matters. We see 3 Inferno Towers. 1 single, if I see that correct. And we see the double sweeper at the town hall. So that is something to consider. What is he going for with that giant arrow? To start things off and let the dragon to final. That's a really smart choice. Queen. Oh, there's the skeleton. Oh, wait. That is baited.
Ooh.
That is baited.
Oh,
no
you can
shot.
see it on the player cam. Oh, no.
Oh, can you save this? That was completely baited. Spring traps, skeleton traps, everything. Oh, no. Wait. Can you save this?
Oh, my goodness. In a win or lose match, this is it. Or win or lose attack, rather. The blimp going to the town hall. The queen got baited. The army's trying to come through. Can they make it through? The mini prince ability gets used, but now it's looking interesting because the time factor as well. But nonetheless, the 3-star factor puts the overgrowth down on the multi and has to send the rest of the bat spells to clean up the rest. It's going to be very close here, Itsu.
Oh, no way. No way. We have seen how they celebrated after the bait has happened. The skeletons into spring trap to take down the archer queen. That was amazing. That is the risk you take if you always force the same strategy. And this is why they're falling short. Dagi Esports, they are not going to the next round into the upper bracket. Instead, they're dropping down to the lower bracket. Defense is what matters, and it has decided this match. Wow.
Wow, I can't believe it. You can see the trapping, the baiting. We talked about it earlier. When you have the advantage, do you take it slower, or maybe you get a little bit too comfortable? You're not expecting a bait. When the cards are in your hand, though, that type of no pressure or the pressure really gets you. It works both ways. We saw it here, the defense making a really, really big factor here. Really, really insane how it played out. I honestly can't believe it. But once again, really good trapping. It all came down at that point to trying to save it, but the queen went down, the army started going apart, and there was just nothing left for the spells for the bats, and that was it.
Yeah, that was cool to see, and I hope that we see that more often, because this is the risk of that giant arrow if every player is forcing it. And skeleton traps, especially if you stack those skeleton traps together, there are so many that you cannot really get rid of them. So wow, maybe players are going to start using one bakery That might be something, maybe. Instead of the Super Barbarian. I don't know.
Yeah, they have to be wary because when you're trying to go as fast as you can, when your opponent puts a lot of pressure on you to be fast, it really makes you go quick without really thinking about something going wrong, which we saw here. So yeah, maybe they have a safety net of a Valkyrie or some kind of baby dragon, maybe a wizard, because that really delayed the giant arrow, and then you just couldn't shoot the giant arrow to get the value, and the queen ended up going down as well.
Yeah, really strong showing here, and this means that Dagi Esports is dropping to the lower bracket. Fluid Esports, congrats to them with the really solid base building with the nice bait, and that one bait is all what matters. We have talked about that earlier. With only 3 attacks, only 3 players in those teams, one bait being successful is all it takes on the highest level here for those players. And this is what Fluid Esports took advantage of with their 3-star streak on their own. And this is a 9-8 victory for them.
Yeah, very close war up until the end, but as they always say, it's not over until it's over. The war stats are looking solid on paper, but we saw what happened here. 8 to 9 stars, 94 to 100%. Perfect war for Fluid Esports. Very nice. Dagi Esports had all the cards in their hand, but really crazy scenario there, and anything can happen. We always say it, and it truly does happen, just like we saw there. So congratulations to Fluid Esports, but Dagi Esports is not out just yet. They have one more chance to go to the lower bracket and make a run and potentially come back.
Yeah, and the crazy part for me is as well the big favorite based on the performance over the other stages of this competition was Dagi Esports. They had an impressive run, but in the end, it matters what you perform on this day today. And this is where they ran into that single bait. Now we're back to our next match in the upper bracket, which is going to find out who is going to be the opponent for Fluid Esports. Hooked to TH12 versus Not Finished. That is going to be our next match. The loser of that match is going to face 5G Esports in the lower bracket, which then we're going to jump in later after our next match.
And here we go with the team comparison. Hooked was looking very solid here in their previous matches, so was Not Finished. Both very solid teams. Their stats are looking pretty similar. We have 99.1 average destruction to 98.7. The average stars are relatively the same. Saming with the 3-star rate and the 2-star rate. And we also have the wins by duration. So very close matchup. Almost seems not dead even, but pretty close. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to pull out here in terms of attacking, in terms of style, and in terms of timing. Is it going to come down to time, or is it going to come down to defense once again?
That is the big question, because this one successful bait could be the deciding factor. As well, something I would love to see is the average time then, because I feel like as moving on to the tournament, it is going to become more and more important and relevant to those teams, because those players are capable of 3 stars. This is what we know for sure. But the question is, are we going to have things getting pushed into the time front? We see the fastest 3 stars here again for Hook to TH12. We have the 66, 66, and 64 seconds, and then on the other side, 58, 57, and 70 seconds. That is lightning fast.
Wow, that is even faster than the 61. How do you 3-star in under a minute in the esports mode? This is crazy. So we might have a really crazy war here on our hands. If it comes down to time, or if it comes down to stars or defense, anything can happen. I feel like it's anything can really happen. It's all a matter in the upper bracket. We will see.
We will see indeed. As the players are getting ready, we are getting ready for this next upper bracket next upper bracket match. Not finals just yet. Getting a little bit too excited there, because I think all of those teams here have for sure the chance, and not just the chance, but as well the skill to play in that upper bracket final. We have the not sure which team is going to attack first, but we have, again, most likely starting things off with those drag bat attacks. And yes, indeed, we have Not Finished starting things first with the drag bat, with the CT Goblins again. just to make sure that they're getting that time lead.
And here we go. We have Hemonk from Not Finished coming in with the drag bat strategy. 5 bat spells, a couple of sneakies it looks like for the storages early on. No minion prints, by the way. They're using the king this time, trying to make sure they have a funnel on the right side with the dragons. Pops the warden ability early. Blimp does go in the middle, avoiding these sweepers. There is the double sweeper by the town hall compartment. Now we have the minion prints as well. The CC has yet to be revealed. Now it just comes out. It's a bunch of headhunters and an ice golem, which could be a factor here.
Yeah, the ice golem is getting lured out. Getting lured towards the Arctic Queen, so into those dragons. The bat wave starting at the top side, but he has 2 freezes left, and there are no splash defenses left at this stage. Incredible opening, and look at that. He is so far only closing in onto the 60-second mark. Another freeze has been invested to make sure that as many bats as possible are staying alive. 60 seconds has been crossed, and this might be one of the fastest attacks we have seen so far inside this competition. And Not Finished is for sure here to play because they're starting incredibly strong.
Wow, that was a crazy opener. It was almost too fast to see everything going on. He just sweeped the base. I really like the whole blimp on the right side, avoiding the sweepers, making sure he got to the town hall. The sweepers would seem to be annoying, but found a way to get right in behind them and just sweeping the base here. Very fast attack, 114 from Hemonk, and it puts them in a very good spot. It puts the pressure on Hook's team to see if they can bring it back to them.
Yeah, bring it back. That is what they have to do, especially with this time back in their hand. I feel like Hooked to Town 12 was one of the teams which utilized the Super Witches the most and the best, but this was to the sacrifice of not having the fastest attacks overall. But, well, the question is, what are they going in with this one? Are they going to play for safety with the Super Witches, or are they going to try to somehow fight back on the time front? Because this so far was a solid start for the other team.
Yeah, now we've seen it in the past, or in the past few wars. Are they going to keep using Super Witches, or are they going to switch to Dragons? It really does. The advantage of attacking first is you have the pressure, but at the same time, you also are able to put the pressure on the opponent to maybe change their plan. We can see Hooked is coming in with the Dragons. We saw him using the Super Witches earlier, but now it looks like he has to use the Dragons in order to make up the time. It's very important, but does get a very nice giant arrow to start off with here.
Yeah, really nice start. Getting that giant arrow, we have seen it many times getting baited. This time around, it does not. I mean, getting that funnel, pushing those dragons further into the core of the clan castle. We see headhunters in there, so the warden has to be careful.
Yeah, nice minion prince ability for the headhunters there. The Towner does go down, which is one of the most important things. Don't want to get a 1-star at this stage, especially when we've seen it happen. Gotta play it safe with the blimp. Nice free spell on the Inferno Tower there. Another free spell is being used. There is a NATO though, and the multi is going crazy with the skeleton traps in the middle. Does another freeze. The bats are going to come through. The eagle is going crazy. The queen is on the eagle, and now uses the last freeze. The bats are powering through here to take down the rest of the defenses.
They are indeed. There's only one wizard tower left. The queen is actually tanking it, so that should be as well a nice 3-star, and Hooked is looking good with this one. It is not going to be as fast as on the other side, but really, really close to that. 1 minute 20 seconds has been passed, but the last 2 go down somewhat soon, and that means 1 minute and 28 seconds, I believe.
Still very solid nonetheless, still under 1:30, which we would consider fast. It's just 1:14 is pretty quick, but Hooked is also bringing back the pressure, keeping the pressure on the other team to perform. They cannot, even though they have a slight advantage on the time, we don't even know if it's going to come down to the time. It could come down to defense. It could come down to a simple bait skeleton trap. It could come down to the super dragon. We're going to have to really see. And especially when everybody's going too fast, mistakes are really, really easy to come by, especially when it comes to this upper bracket.
That's right. But the next attack now is going to be back from Not Finished again. And to be honest, I'm looking forward to whatever they're going to bring next. So far, they were really impressive with their average time they have accomplished. And look at that. We see the average time of Hemonk, who had 1 minute 14. His average time was 1 minute 23, which is crazy to think about. So he was even a bit faster than his average, and that is for sure what is needed. But on the other side, we see the average attack times are way, way lower. We see way more opting into super witches, opting into the safe play style, which now in this match might be not the best play. The Smoky God is in. We see the giant arrow, but he has not hit that one sweeper. Was that planned? That's the question, because it's somewhat pointing into the Queen and Dragon direction. But let's find out.
Yeah, the Dragons are going to try to come through here. We see the Eagle is raining down on these Dragons and Balloons. The Minion Prince is going to start picking away. Some of the Dragons are out of the Ward ability, but they do soak in a lot of the Seeking Air Mines. The Headhunters do come out. Are they going to be able to target the Mini or the Warden or the Headhunter, or the Minion Prince rather? We also have the Blimp coming in with the Rage. Want to play it safe. Once again, the multi in the middle actually sacrifices the freeze, but the offensive Minion Prince almost goes down here, taking a lot of damage.
Wow, that overgrowth was insane. 2 Wizard Towers and the Multi-Fire Tower. What a placement that was, and that means those bats should easily crush the back end of this base. He has no freezes left as well anymore, so those bats have to clear the remaining defenses so that he has enough dragons left alive to overpower this overgrowth area. And that's exactly what he's looking for right now, but those troops have to come back. The Ice Golem out of the Clan Castle is coming back as well. This might cost him. Let's see if he's claiming that 3-star and how quickly.
Yeah, the defensive Queen is sitting there behind the wall. She is going to go down, but we have the Warden and the Queen here. A couple of Dragons. There is an Expo with the Wizard Tower and the multi in the middle. Can these troops get through these storages? High HP buildings, 2 storages and the CC. Slowly but surely they are getting melted though in the esports mode.
They're getting melted indeed. It looked so good during the mid part, but now with those Dragons falling, this attack is slowing down. It's already close to the 2-minute mark, which is then exactly what Hooked to Tower 12 is hoping for, because this means it allows them to go back to the safer playstyle. This is what they feel confident about. Go back to the Super Witches because they have been so successful with that strategy. But it's the slower approach, and that means that with this defense, they're allowed to do so. And that would be a huge step for Hooked to Tower 12.
Yeah, now they can afford to play a little bit safer, play in that Super Witch style that we've been seeing that they do enjoy more, especially with the slower attack that is going to help a bit. But the most important thing still is going to be getting the 3-star. We've seen a couple of fails today that had been crucial, even a fail on the very last attack when it seemed like everything was already secured, but nothing is guaranteed, especially in this, tournament where it's a game of seconds or it's a game of stars or percentage even.
Yeah, everything can happen and change within just one attack. That is for sure correct. We see as well that Hooked to Tower 12 had to win already a couple of matches based on stars, but can he make this now again and win this one? Because look at that. They have now the time not against them anymore, and they're opting again back into the Super Witches. This is where they have been so successful. We see 1 Earthquake, which is needed with that Fireball together. Let's see if they go for one of the Inferno Towers. And yes, indeed, that is where they're going and what they're going for. Earthquake is in there. Now the Super Witches to push into the Eagle Artillery and go far side. And then most likely the Queen to the Town Hall. Nope, instead for the final. I thought they would maybe try to go for a bit of quicker time and split things up, but they decided, nope, let's put everything together into this right side.
Yeah, looks like they're playing a little bit, not risky, but a little bit more safe, trying to push the base jump spell right through the middle, but the Witches are not going inside here. It looks like they will be able to eventually go around. Yeah, they do. Uses the King ability a little bit early, making sure the troops do go inside. That's the most important thing with the funnel. The tunnel is on the back end, so you want to make sure you get all the way through the middle, push all the way through with that rage spell, and still has the bats, but there's no free spells for these bats, or though there is, sorry.
Yeah, there are a couple of freezes in the extra row at the end of it, but the thing is right now, what I feel like is the most important thing. Everything feels so controlled. Nothing is on the flank taking down healers or something. Nothing is really, I don't know, distracted or going to the wrong direction or something. Really great opening so far if the town was going down with that opening. And yes, it does. The blimp is securing it. And now that's where we start with the blimp.
Now the bats can come in from the bottom side of here. The wizard tower and the multi are going to go down. The bats are going to have free reign of the entire base. Doesn't even need the free spells, it feels like. We're going to go ahead and use them just to be safe here. Don't want to take any chances, especially in this round. But the bat spells are going to take down everything here. And yeah, very, very solid attack overall. Very safe and solid approach.
Yeah, but time is ticking. He's closing in on the 2-minute mark. There's nothing to clean up really on the far left side. Only an archer, and the defending archer queen is as well still there. So bats are now flying over. Whenever I see bats flying, it feels like that they're getting speed up because they're so fast. But they're taking on the last couple of defense. And I think this could actually... Yeah, they are behind now on time because Super Witches, they're just so slow.
Yeah, Super Witches being a little bit more slower. They are the safer option. They can help you guarantee that 3, but also the time factor is going to maybe play a role here. But you also have to be careful because even though we're dead, or not dead even with the stars, rather not dead even with the time, you do have to be careful because if you make one mistake or try to go too fast, we saw what happened. You could potentially get baited and not be able to react fast enough. So you have to still be careful. Keep in mind the time. But the most important thing is getting that 3-star regardless as well.
Yeah, 3-star obviously is the #1 priority, but, well, time is getting more and more crucial as we're moving on in this upper bracket because those players, they know how to 3-star a summon. As long as nothing crazy is going to fall short, they will 3-star. It is really the time question which we have to concentrate on. And now we have the next attack. We see the E-Dragons are potentially even faster, so let's find out if that's actually going to work because he missed the sweepers.
The Electro Dragons making their first appearance in the Town Hall 12 Cup. We're going to see what happens here. They are slow, but if you can land those rage spells, they really speed up their attack. You only really need 1 to 2 E-Drags in the core to do massive amounts of damage, but the most important thing is going to be the funneling. We have to make sure the E-Drags get inside because they are so slow. If they go way too far off, unlike regular dragons, they don't have a chance of coming back, but really, really nice funnel so far. The Minion Prince is on the outside, and now we see the Warden has gone down. The E-Dragons are slowly getting picked off in the middle. Although they have high HP, they are going down a little bit.
Yeah, you get some nice chains now from the Electro Dragons, but at the same time, those air skeletons are not helping them a ton. Queen, though, is going to stay alive on the outside. If that Inferno Tower is not going down, that might cost them the remaining healers. We have the Rocket Rune now with the freeze in there. Can the Electro Dragon take down the Inferno Tower? That's the big question, because if the healer stays alive, that would be crucial for him, because this attack will be close.
This E-Drag is getting very low, does get the multi, but can the Queen power through? There's some Spring Traps, there is some Teslas and Archer Towers, but I don't know if she can out-heal, or get out-healed rather. There is an E-Drag. Can the E-Drag tank for the Queen enough to get the last bit of damage? Is looking very close here. 3 more defenses. The E-Drag is going to go down. The Queen gets the Tesla. Is she going to survive?
Oh, wow, wow, wow. The Queen is out of range of the Tesla, and this means she should get healed back up. And it's actually a 3-star. Are you kidding me? What was that? Just the Queen surviving and claiming that 3rd star. And this means it is 9 stars for not finished. 1 minute and 43 seconds on average for those 3 attacks. And this is hooked to Tower 12. They have to really get a solid attack in when it comes down to the time. Because 3 stars on their own, it's not going to be enough, and this is an exciting match on our hands.
Yeah, now the ball is indeed in the hands of Hook 2 Clash's team, but we're going to have to see, can they take advantage? We saw in the last war, same thing with Dagi Esports, all they had to do was get their attack done. Anything can happen. There can be bait. there can be longer time, but they're going to have to really push it to the max here with the time and with the attacking, but also be very, very careful of the CC and of the traps, because this can really, really go good for them, or they might get sent into the lower bracket where they have to fight their way back up into the top spots.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. That is for sure. Everything is in their hands, but at the same time, that is a moment where you can sometimes feel like you don't want to have that in their own hands. We have seen the Electric Dragon attack. It 3-starred, but it wasn't the cleanest. Well, Tex is deciding he wants to play some Electric Dragons as well. And for that, he is sending them in from the far right side. We have the Electric Dragons for those storages to speed things up. Is that going to work?
Yeah, we have the king and the queen on the left side with the defensive CC. Gets an Ice Golem, nice freeze, does the poison as well. The E-Dragons are pushing the right side as well, having to pay attention to two different fronts on the attack, trying to be as fast as he can. The E-Drag still have the Warden ability with the rage spells. Does the Warden ability now. Eagle is getting some shots in there, but the king and queen with the giant near the town hall, clearing the whole entire back end. And now it just comes down, can these E-Dragons take apart the rest of the base? And can they do it in a fast enough time? The E-Dragons are splitting, but they're slowly dying as well.
Oh, wow. I mean, there's still some dragons left alive. They get some amazing chains off. And I think this is one of those close to 60 seconds attack. What just happened? I mean, they needed a fast 3-star, and they delivered. What an attack. Getting the 3-star, getting the time needed, and you can see it, 9 stars, 1 minute 36 on average. Wow. That was impressive.
That is insane. They, even with all the pressure, they still managed to take it. Hooked to Town Hall 12. They are taking the victory here, and they're going to stay in the upper bracket. But just because you got knocked out of the upper bracket does not mean you are out just yet. You still have one more chance in the lower bracket. Can you come back and make something happen? Right now, Hooked is looking very, very solid. So is there a team that can come back and do the same thing to them?
That's the big question. But those matches are just so close. It is so close. But wow, what a clutch attack on both sides, you have to say. I mean, really great attacks from every player involved. And anyone who has to face now not finished in the lower bracket, they won't be happy whatsoever, because not finished is really going to try to push it all the way and try to get their rematch if maybe Hooked to Town 12 is going to make it to the finals. But talking about the finals, we will take a look at the bracket in just a second. Before that, again, we see those average times. We see on both sides one player who kind of like took its time. But then, if you compare the attack of Hooked to Push Up, I mean, there is a big difference, and that was the deciding factor.
Yeah, definitely the deciding factor here with the time. All of them having really, really solid attacks. Some of it came down to the queen being at the very end, but like the name says, they are indeed not finished. They can still battle their way out. Now they're going to be facing 5G Esports. We also have Dagi Esports and the War Heroes in the lower bracket as well. But now in the upper bracket, we have Fluid Esports versus Hooked to Town Hall 12. So we're going to have to see which teams really make it out of the lower bracket stages here, because if they lose, they are out of the tournament now.
That's right. Every, not just match, but every tech attack, every defense, every second counts for those teams, for those players. And we have because just to make sure that we have a better flow, let's put it that way, we have the bottom match of the lower bracket played first. So Dagi Esports versus the War Heroes is our first match out of those two, because remember, those teams have to jump into preparation phase, into the battle day, and we just have seen one of the teams which we have in the upper or like the above lower bracket match just played, so that would take longer. So that's why we're doing this match first, to make sure that we're getting back into the action as quickly as possible.
Now we have the team comparison here. We just saw Dagi Esports play, but now they're going to be facing the War Heroes here in the lower bracket. You can see the average destruction. All these stats for Dagi Esports are looking very, very solid. Sadly, they got knocked down to the lower bracket, but they are going to be a fierce competitor here for the War Heroes. But the War Heroes are also not going to back down as well. They also have some very solid stats on their hands, but they do have a longer average attack duration of 149 to 128. So we're really going to have to see. We've seen a lot of fails here in the lower bracket, but is it going to be more on time this time or on defense?
That's the big question. At the same moment, I want to consider if we're going to see another bait. I mean, that to me was as well one of the highlights of the match, which we have seen so far. The bait, which unfortunately Dagi Esports ran into, because those skeleton traps stacked on the outside into the spring traps to really finish off that queen, that was crazy. Well, is it going to happen again? That's for me the big question mark here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. These base builders, defenders, or if they're building their own bases, maybe they're tweaking bases, they are going to try to do everything they can, because when the attacker is trying to go fast, they're feeling confident. It might be hard to shake them off of that confidence streak, especially when you are coming off of a perfect war and you're only losing by the time. But now, can you really throw them off guard with a skeleton trap, air skeleton trap? Maybe there's a different kind of CC witches. It just depends. You really have to be wary of what your defender is trying to do, because they're going to try to make it as hard as they can and not give you an easy route to the upper bracket again.
That's right. Not an easy thing for them at all. We see the air attack again. We see some lightnings, most likely for sweepers. He's going to take down 2 of the air defenses early on. Nothing baited. Good news for the attacker. At the same time now, let's see what the other things look like, which means entry and as well the king now with the queen together. We have the Headhunter to take down the minion prince, no problem whatsoever. Warden needs to cover those dragons. The lightnings now to take down the back end sweeper to make sure the dragons are staying grouped together and they can do their job.
Yeah, very nice lightning spells for the back end sweeper. Sends the blimp straight to the town hall to take it down here. The multis are putting in the work here. Does drop the rage spell on the Yeti blimp, but we do have the bat spells for the back end as well. Gonna drop them in now, and we have the wizard tower is actually focusing on the queen, but still freezes it just in case. And now we only have one more multi in the back end. It's gonna really come down to the freeze spell placements here.
Yeah, not the best freeze. He could have hit the expo as well. We have talked about how crucial the expo actually is. We have now the back end front tower not getting covered because there are no freezes left, and this is now where the attack is a high chance of still 3-starring because the queen is alive. But time is going to be a crazy crucial factor here, as the queen has to walk through a lot of power, like a big part of the base, and potentially do her favorite thing, go for a wall for no reason.
Now the queen is going to take a lot of time, because I don't think this E-Dragon and these troops can take down this king. The king is going to pose a real threat, and even when the queen comes out, but this E-Dragon is full HP, so maybe it won't even matter if the queen comes back, because the E-Dragon can just chain onto the Inferno Tower. It looks like it's going to, and he does get the Inferno Tower. No queen needed. Dreiger pulling in the 3 for the War Heroes in the first attack.
That's a nice job, especially with the move in the end to use the super barbs to take down the arch tower, because if the queen would have had to face the defending king, that usually does not go well for the attacking queen. So moving his pieces, moving his troops in the way he did was a really smart choice, and getting the 3-star now in the still most optimal time, which was possible for that specific moment. And this is now then the time for Dagi Esports to go up next.
Yeah, now we're looking once again at the player comparison. Dagi Esports having some very solid stats. We can see the fastest 3-star from one of them being 50 seconds and 53 seconds. So if it really comes down to time, they can be sure they can rely on that. But also you have to be wary once again of the defenses, as we've seen before. But now this is their time. It's win or lose. Either team, Dagi Esports or War Heroes, they have to lock in, whether it's time, whether it's percentage, or these stars. We're going to have to see.
We have to see indeed, as the giant arrow already was played, but the air defenses are still staying up. He was going for the sweepers, it seems like, and those are gone. The Town Hall is going to be the target for the blimp most likely, as this is something which we have seen quite a bit over the different attacks. But the core is what is the crucial part. Those triple Inferno Towers have ended quite a few attacks already.
Yeah, we can see the multi and the single are really doing damage here. The dragon and the eagle shots also landing. It looks like the multi is going to stay up here, which is going to be a big factor. We still have the bat spells coming in, but this Inferno Dragon actually gets the multi in the middle, which is massive. Now we have the minion prince working on the bottom side. The Town Hall should go down here, and now it just comes down to the last two freezes and the rage. There is two wizard towers though, so we're gonna have to see how they actually use the last freeze. There is not much left here.
Oh no, and the rage on those troops around the Town Hall. I'm not sure if that was the smartest way. He could have maybe sent those bats in with the rage, but it seems like Dagi Esports, they had such incredible stats over the entire qualifier phase. But right now, when it matters, it feels like they're the team which are struggling the most with the nerfs. And this is really showing they're doing a lot of mistakes, going and running into that bait earlier. It's just not their day, it seems like, because that is a solid defense for the War Heroes.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is one defense to make all the difference. But as we've seen, just because you get one defense, we've had a few times today where even though you got a defense another time, the other team gets a defense as well. So you can't take it easy. You can be confident in the defenses, but you also have to make sure you are focused on the attacking. This is a great defense for War Heroes, but they have to bring it in and they have to continue their lead here that they can potentially get on the next attack.
That's right. We have seen it now plenty of times that players and teams having received a good defense, but then they were not able to really convert this into anything, into a really significant lead. So this is the option to do so. The question is, do we actually see it? Or maybe we see that level 99 Summit is being then not punished for the mistake which he has been doing in this last attack. But that's the question. Do we see this now getting converted into a solid lead or not?
Yeah, 95% still a very solid percentage. The time is, of course, more on the slower end, but 95% still puts enough pressure to the point where they can't really take it easy. If it was like maybe 70, 80, okay, sure, but we're still at the point where anything can happen close in an attack. So you really still have to make sure you are locked in. Do not take this as a huge win. It is a win, but on your next attack, you have to come in strong. And now you're in on the next attack. Kai is actually going to be attacking the one who just got the defense. Going to be using Super Witches. Play a little bit safe here with the giant arrow coming through. And of course, we have the bats for the back end as well with the Super Witches in the front push.
And I just love this. They have received a defense, which means not just based on stars or anything like that. It was based, so not just based on percentage, but instead on stars. And as soon as they have seen that, they're not just going for the anything percentage based. It's now just all about the safest possible option of 3-starring. And so far we have not seen, so let's curse it right now, we have not seen a single non-3-star with the Super Witches just yet. So let's see if he's going to continue with this streak. But we have the Inferno Tower, by the way, staying alive. So let's see if that's any issue whatsoever.
Yeah, that multi staying alive with the Headhunters coming in for the Grand Warden. Drops the poison, but the Headhunters do go down almost a little bit scary, though. The Queen is working on the wall. The Sweeper is posing a bit of a threat here to the healers, but we still have the bats for the back end, which could get a lot of value. Drops the freeze right away with the bat spells on the right side. The Queen is making her way on the left side. The multi is doing a lot of work in the middle. It still has a lot of freezes, though, on this base.
Yeah, a lot of freezes indeed. I'm wondering why they're not just... I feel like a lot of times you could use the freezes more optimal, if that makes sense. Because, like, again, just freeze the other Arch Tower with the Inferno Tower. Like, yeah, I'm a little bit confused there. But hey, in the end, it is Super Witches, so it is going to be the 3-star, as I said. I would be surprised to see any fails with that troop. but this is indeed going to be the 3-star, even with the non-optimal placed free spells.
Yeah, very nice for Kai being able to get that defense and also bringing it back on the offense, which is really, really important. You've seen today where some teams are not taking full advantage of the advantage that they were given, but in this case, playing it safe, making sure they get the 3 at all costs. That is the most important thing. Of course, then the time and percentage is important, but the star is what will win you the war.
That's right. At this point, it is all about the stars for his team, the War Heroes. As long as they're getting 9 stars, it doesn't matter how fast or how slow they are. 9 stars is going to win them this match. And now on the other side, well, we just need the safe, just the safest possible 3-star. Let's see if they're going to switch to the Super Witches as well, or if they're going to stick with the air, because at this point, time is kind of out of the window. It is all about 3-starring, and that's what matters.
Yeah, you have to make sure you're getting the 3-star here at all costs. Take as much time, well, as much time as you would need, because now it's not really down on the time. It's really down on the stars, and now they are down, so they have to make it up. War God is going to come in, and he's actually going to be using dragons this time. Uses the giant arrow, nice giant arrow to get both the air defenses and the sweeper, and is also going to make sure they go into the town hall here, playing it a little bit safe. We have the triple Inferno Tower set up with the multi in the middle. We've seen a lot of trapping and a lot of baiting happening here. The CC comes out. It's going to be insane how they get through this, because there's a lot of things happening.
That's right, and especially now with the Inferno Towers in the middle, we have seen this line of defenses making troops disappear. So let's see if it's going to happen again, especially with the artillery still left alive on the back end.
Yeah, that Eagle is constantly raining down shots. Nice free spell for the multi. The Ice Golem gets no value, sadly got springed away. But now powering through, there is a single. It locks onto the Queen. Is he going to sacrifice a freeze for the single? It looks like it should focus on the Wizard Tower there, which is nice. Does power through. The Queen did go down, but it looks like the Bats can get the rest. And despite it looking interesting with the CC coming out, looking crazy, will be able to get the 3 here, which was the most important thing for Dagi Esports. They have to get the 3-star. It's 3-star or nothing.
3-star to really win the match. This is what is now on the line for the War Heroes. And I would be surprised if they would not go in for Super Witches again. Their Super Witch attack looked really promising, how they have used it, how they were able to crush the base. So I would expect as well something similar, but we're going to find out in just a few seconds, because this is then what we're going to watch next.
Yeah, and also a very fast attack, but once again, the time is not mattering. Now it really comes down to trying to get a defense. We're going to have to see if there is going to be some sort of bait. We've seen it again previously. It happened to Dagi Esports, but can Dagi Esports do it to them on the defensive end? Can there be maybe a surprise skeleton spell? Can there be a surprise CC troops? We're going to really have to see, because that's what's going to matter here the most. Can you catch your opponent off guard when they are feeling safe? Because when you're feeling safe, that's when you can potentially get caught. And if they can catch them, that could be the breath of fresh air they need to potentially come back. And they are going to be using the Super Witches once again with the Monolith Arrow from Monkey D. Luffy.
Okay, that's kind of cool. Let's see how they used that. Okay, that was, I guess, okay, fun. Okay, it seems like that's fine for him. I'm wondering why he's using the Monolith Arrow, because I feel like when you're deploying so many troops right away, it's not adding the craziest value, especially if not playing against high hit point defenses or things like the Guardian or really high leveled heroes. So I would be wondering why he's going for this equipment. But either way, I mean, the opening looks strong. We have seen now so many Super Witch attacks, and I feel like as long as the pathing looks great, you're looking great as well.
Yeah, opening up with that Fireball and the Monolith Arrow, two things that we are not seeing that much here in this tournament matches, but actually pushing through does put the Blimp behind, has the King on the outside for the funnel there. The Blimp is going to ensure, as long as there is no tornado trap or anything, that they get the Town Hall and able to have the Witches path all the way around, which is the most important thing. The CC does come out. It is Witches and it is Headhunters, although I don't think this is going to make much of a difference here because the tower does go down and the CC goes down. Nice poison. Everything staying together. This is looking very controlled.
Yeah, this is looking super strong, what we see right here. He has as well the jump spell in his army composition to make sure that he can have access into then the back end of the base, and he's not stuck on the back end defenses and walls. So really nice plan right there. Plenty of freezes still left on the back end. The only thing which at this point might be relevant is time, but with over 1 minute left, with pretty much every super witch left alive, even though the warden is going down, he should be good to go. The king at the bottom side clearing out those defenses. He has that queen ability still left to spawn the giant. Now, he needs to make sure that he's not losing another hero right here after losing the warden. The rage share would have been nice on the back end, but I told you, it is a challenge to fail with super witches. It's really like that. It is just so hard to fail with those troops.
Yeah, the super witches proving once again to be the strongest option. Although they are slower on the time, it does almost ensure you, not like directly ensure you, but they are very, very strong to the point where you can take your time, keep your attack very controlled compared to the dragons, which are way faster, but have a high chance of getting baited with that giant arrow and with the traps.
That's right. It is just a lot of more, like way more forgiving. Let's put it that way. But we see as well the final attack here for the war heroes, and that was the crucial one because this means that they are in the next round. We see now Dagi Esports, they have the last final attack, but they are out.
Yeah, this lower bracket has been very interesting, seeing how the matches have actually played out. Very unexpected because Dagi Esports came in very strong stats, but at the end of the day, on paper is good, but it's all about how you can perform moving forward, especially today. Today is the only thing that matters, and the only thing that matters is the attacks that you do, because what you do today is going to allow you to move forward into the tournament.
That's right, and since every single match is played today, it is really, just as you said, this one day where you have to perform for this stage of the competition, which means we're going to find out the golden ticket winners during the remaining hours of the day. But for now, we see another air attack. We see the dragon, the baby dragon on the far left side with the Archer Queen. Giant arrow getting that back and sweeper. Kind of surprised that he was not going for like any other buildings as well, like air defenses and such, but he seems to kind of like this opening. But losing the queen early, I'm not sure if that is worth it.
Yeah, the queen going down a little bit early here, and now the blimp is going to come in here for the town hall. Had to use the warden ability a little early. The super dragon once again making an appearance in the CC, but the town hall does go down. Uses the prince ability, gets the nice value, but the dragons are split here, and now the super dragon once again, the healers are switching onto the super yeti. They do go down. Now the dragons are split. Has to drop the bat spells. Nice freeze for the multi and the wizard tower on the top side. The overgrowth is going to help out a lot here, but is it going to... It's looking a little interesting with the split. The super dragon is still up, and there is still a bit of splash on the base.
Yeah, no freezes left. Those bats have to clear the remaining defenses, but I'm not sure if even then the dragons are enough. At the same time, though, there are no edifices left. There are like 3 cannons and some arch towers on the far right side, so it should be enough, especially with the dragons coming from the top side. That super dragon, though, that might be a problem.
Yeah, that super dragon luring in all the troops. Now the queen is slowly picking them away. The queen getting massive value here on defense, takes down another Inferno Dragon, takes down the rest of the army, and now the dragons on the top side are split. Once again, they do go down, and now there's another tornado trap. Some more traps could come out here, but it's looking like it's going to be a defense for the War Heroes. Dreiger getting it done.
That's right, another solid defense, 9-7. So it really seems like some of those teams are pushing really, really all the way, and the War Heroes are one of them. So getting that victory means that they're going to continue their way during the lower bracket and staying alive in this elimination phase.
Yeah, congratulations to the War Heroes. They will continue to battle their way. We can see the war stats here, 7 stars to 9 stars. A very impressive performance here on the defensive and offensive end. Dagi Esports, they were looking solid, but sadly they couldn't get it done. War Heroes just proving a little bit too much on the offensive and defensive, but nonetheless, very solid attacks overall. War Heroes finding a way to win where it matters most.
That's right. Performing when it matters most. This is really what those teams have to go through. But this means as well that we have then, and we're getting ready, we have then our next matchup in that lower bracket. And this is then yet another team which is going to drop out of this competition with every round. It feels like at this point we're losing another team. So that is a lot on the line with seeing the stats again here. Overall, we see that the Heroes just played it safe. As soon as they had the first defense, they just played it safe with those super witches. And that's what you have to do. I mean, you need to be able to adapt to the situation. That is something which we have seen many teams fail in the past. They had the lead, they had a defense, and they kept playing dragons, for example. So we see on this one, they're adapting to the situation, taking advantage of it, and because of that, in the next round. But this is not the final round, not whatsoever, because we have match number 10 on our way, which is going to be not finished versus 5G Esports, and the winner is going to face the War Heroes.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Not Finished does against the 5G Esports. They are indeed not finished, but we're going to have to see how it plays out here. We can see the team comparison for 5G Esports and Not Finished here, looking very even here once again. Average destruction 98.9 to 98.8, 2.86 average starts to 2.85, and the average attack duration looking very close. Not Finished does have the current 3-star streak of 10, but besides that, the matchup is looking very solid.
That's right. Overall, really, really solid indeed. And it's just nice to see a matchup which is just on paper so close, because I mean, those stats are indeed just really, really close. The only difference is the 3-star streak. But besides that, it is insane how close those stats are. But again, we have seen over this weekend, like over today already, that stats are fun. They can be fun. We can talk about a lot, like we can talk about them a lot, but it really matters how those teams are showing up. With Dagi Esports, we had the team which on paper was the super team, highest 3-star rate, 25 3-star streak or something crazy for some of those players. But when you cannot show up when it matters, all of that goes out of the window. So while stats are important and fun to look at, it now depends on what those players can actually show.
Yeah, that is the most important thing. You have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to perform where it matters most, which is today, especially in the lower bracket. You only have one more chance. If you don't seize the opportunity, you're out. And it's just as simple as that. Can you perform under the pressure? There is a lot of pressure, especially when you have the advantage. But now we have the next match starting. Himan comes in with a giant arrow, does not get the other air defense or the sweeper there. Is going to come in with dragons very fast to start off with.
Yeah, that is not the optimal start, let's put it that way. Missing everything, it seems like. But we have now the freeze for the cannon to make sure the queen is staying alive. Again, a YOLO blimp, because no test loons whatsoever. It's just, okay, let's just place the blimp over here. It will make it. That's, yeah, somehow it would make it. And it somehow did.
Yeah, but now the Hound is actually going to be the one in the CC, so it's going to try to slow things down. It actually puts the bat spells in the middle, freeze spell immediately, even though they had to use a freeze spell to keep the queen alive. I think keeping the queen alive was important, but now we're going to see, can these dragons power through? And the Hound also is going to be a big distracting factor for the queen. Is going to waste more time. It might even pull the dragons, and now it could be crucial, especially when the air defense in the back end is still up doing crazy damage with the Expo.
Yeah, the queen for now is stuck on that Lava Hound. that would take some time. I mean, that arrow could be really a big issue here for him. But let's see if he first sees 3 stars, and second of all, what time then as well if he actually 3 stars, because that expo is out of reach. So I'm not sure of how well this is going to go.
Yeah, now we see some traps coming out as well. There is defenses in the back, and the Queen can reach all of them except for the Expo, and one healer may not be enough, especially if there's traps. The dragon finds the NATO there, which I guess will help the Queen a little bit, but a lot of time is being invested here. The Queen can reach out, but now can she actually win to get the Expo?
Ooh, is the healer in range? Is the healer going to survive? It's... Oh no, it's not. Wait. The 1 versus... Okay, 1 versus 2 or something like that with the Queen versus the wall. I don't think I don't think she works. She makes it work.
Can she get it in time? The wall is not going down. The Queen is stuck on the wall. How low is the Expo? It's, oh my god, it's one more shot, and he gets it. Oh my god, he monk pulling off the 3-star with the Queen at the very end.
Wow. I mean, why is he so relaxed? I mean, I would get a heart attack at that. Like, that is insane. What was that? Getting it with the last shot of the Archer Queen? That, okay. I mean, it's not the fastest, but that is for sure a 3-star, and that means that we cannot start with the Super Witches just yet.
That is insane. As the tournament goes on, these matches get crazier and crazier, and you have to think, especially too with these teams waiting, you know, you might be a little too relaxed. You don't want to be too on, like, the nerves work both ways. If you're too relaxed, you can't react fast enough, but if you're on the nerves, you might make a mistake. But he was calm and collected, and the Queen getting it done on the last shot, which is all that matters. The final shot is all that matters, even with the things happening at the beginning. And now we have Nidish coming in with the Super Dragons. Does not get the other air defense in the back end. There's still the double supers in the middle. And we're going to have to see how these Super Dragons really play out with the bat spells.
Yeah, I feel like we see a lot of missed giant arrows. And the Queen as well is pretty much sacrificed. What do we see?
The Warden got forced to ability right at the beginning. He's very, very low. I don't know if he got hit by traps, but he got very, very low. He's 1 HP. No rage gem if he goes down, which is going to be crucial. There was so many traps. The tunnel did go down. We still have the Stone Star, but now the CC comes out. If the Warden gets hit, there is no rage gem, which is going to slow down the attack a lot. So now he's still barely alive, but he does go down.
This back-end defense now might come in super clutch because he cannot get through that easily. And with no Archer Queen left alive, he is not relying on this unstoppable force on the back end. So yeah, that's kind of fortunate as well. The freezes, he could froze the Expo earlier, but that core Inferno Tower and the core Expo is stopping his dreams here. And that is a massive defense, which means not finished. Getting that clutch 3-star on their first attack, and they could now switch to Super Witches.
Wow, I can't believe it. I think the entry was also a little bit baited, made a difference. The Queen dying so early. If the Queen would have stayed alive, it would have helped with the back end, but had to use so many spells early on. Did not have enough spells for the multi in the middle and the Eagle in the back end. Doing so much damage. We honestly forget the Eagle, even though you take it out early on and it's not really a threat, if you leave it on, especially in esports mode, it's going to constantly rain down, which is a real factor here.
Yeah, having the Eagle staying alive for too long is for sure a big issue. And overall, the entire setup has cost him quite a bit. I feel like the Archer Queen is such a big game changer that I don't know. It's if she cannot stay alive, it is such a big difference because we have seen now so many attacks getting saved by the Archer Queen in the end. Yes, those are not the fastest attacks, but all which matters is that they're getting 3 stars in. And this one was 77% 2-star. This is now going to have quite a big of impact on this match.
Yeah, now 77% opens up the window. Now they can play safe once again with these super witches because you have a potential star advantage, but these teams have to capitalize because you've seen time and time again, you get a crazy defense and then you go too fast into the attack. You make mistakes and then they get a defense and then it evens it up. So you really want to take advantage of what you have here. Now we have Smokey God once again coming in with the dragons. No super witches. So we're going to have to see nice. Giant Arrow gets the sweeper, but does not get any air defenses and is also going on the opposite side of this triple multi setup when he is using bat spell. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is. Let's just hope that it's going to work, because we have seen earlier today this base already defending, but we're going to find out if it's actually going to work. We have the Blimp connecting to the Town Hall. We have the Minion Prince ability, the Dark Orb at the top side covering pretty much everything. And now we have the Overgrowth with the Bat starting. The Ice Golem was quite early to say the least, because this now means that he would need to invest in another freeze if he would have one. And this now could cost him quite a bit. The bats did not get the craziest amount of value. At the same time, though, Jeremy, the queen is alive, and that can be a big deciding factor.
And there is not much base left here. A very fast attack as well. So able to keep the pressure on the time and on the attack. At least I think the sweeper, the NATO goes down. It appears that there is too much. You know, it is esports mode, so things do go down relatively quickly when there is no healing or protection. But we have the multi there with the sweeper. There is really not much left. I think the queen did end up going down, but the Minion Prince will be able to do it by himself, it looks like, with the Warden. And we'll be able to be securing the 3-star here, which is going to help out a lot moving forward.
Yeah, nice job getting that 3-star in. We have not finished getting another 3-star on the board. For 5G Esports, they now have to, I mean, to be honest, for them, not too much has changed, except the fact that they need to non-stop keep 3-starring and somehow hope for a miracle, because even fails, we have seen a lot of times being in the 90% range, and that would be not enough for them to save this and turn around this match. So they have to hope for a miracle. At the same time, though, they need to make sure that they're staying concentrated, because if that miracle happens and they're failing yet again, that would be tough. That would be tough. Imagine you would have had the option of having a comeback and then you're messing that up because you have another 2-star. So that would be not optimal whatsoever. So keep 3-starring, and that's the best thing they have to concentrate on right now.
Yeah, they have to keep 3-starring. They have to stay focused. They can't get demotivated despite the situation that they're in. Anything can happen. They have to focus on the 3-star here. That is the most important thing. Vampire is going to come in with the 5 super witches, 8 lightning spells, and 2 zap spells with a few healers. So is playing it a bit safe here. You don't need to worry about the time necessarily. The most important thing is going to be the stars, because if you don't get the 3-star, it is going to be near impossible to come back.
That's right, Giant Arrow. Oh no, the queen is not walking in. The queen is not going in. Okay, lightnings have worked. I mean, the lightnings are amazing. But what is the plan with the wait, what? Healers first? That is, plan is nice, but that queen not going in is unfortunate, because this means the air defense is going to pick off every single healer he has placed.
Yeah, and the queen taking a bit of spring trap damage there. There is a super witch splitting off on the left side too. There is a constant spring trap happening there from the queen, but the wall wrecker is going through here. One super witch does fall, which is going to hurt quite a bit with the time here, but time once again not being a factor. You just have to get the 3. Really nice Arrow Valley earlier with the zapping Quake. The CC comes out, and now the army's pushing through. Nice Quake boots to open the entire base. But it's going to come down to whether this army can stay together and really push through the rest of what this base has to offer.
Yeah, I guess the biggest problem for him is that... Oh, now the queen is splitting. I guess the biggest problem for him right now is that the queen did not take down this far right side. And this is then where the... Oh, what? That freeze was super unfortunate. Because he's missing cleanup, pretty much. That's the biggest issue right now for him. He has nothing to take down the top right side, and time is a big factor, not just for having a great time for the overall stats, but just not running out of time for 3-starring, and that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, that is true. Even though we're not really racing for the time, sometimes you might be facing a time fill here, and Super Witches are very, very slow. They have a lot of health. They do a decent amount of damage, of course, but even with the big boys, if they get stuck on walls or they can't reach a defense, you are going to be in for the Archer Queen 2.0, where they're just constantly trying to break walls and move around them because they don't have the same range as the Queen, and she did go down, so...
Ooh. And we have 4 of them still alive, so the damage is no problem whatsoever. It's just 40 seconds now left. They have to go through at least one wall because they have to reach the air defense. But those archers and the wizard on the far right, I'm not sure. I'm especially not sure if the wizard was too early, because if he's unfortunate, like having unfortunate pathing, he might run into the wizard tower range, and that would be super bad for him. 20 seconds, time is ticking.
Yeah, there is 20 seconds here. There is one more wall. The Warden is going for the cannon, but there is a clan castle in the middle. Can the Warden get it by himself? There is 9 seconds, 8, 7. The Warden, it's one shot, and he gets it.
And this means the 100% hit rate is staying alive for those Super Witches. I mean, they have not failed once in this tournament. And this means it is going to be the next 3-star. He made it interesting, to say the least. He made it quite interesting, but he made it work at the same time as well. The lightning version of the Super Witches. I feel like at this point, we have seen so many Super Witch versions with the torch, fireball, lightnings, with just the Warden walk, endless options, or just mass Super Witches, which was crazy, without bats. Yeah, many options. And we see more with every single match.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how they decide also to go against certain bases with these Super Witch setups, because they are using Super Witches as the main army, but like you said, there is a lot of variety. But now we have Push-Up going in against Vampire again. Sensei Giant Arrow 3, we saw this ring base earlier actually get a defense. This could be crucial for 5G if they can somehow pull out the defense here. With the dragons, there is no bat spells, but gets a nice sap value, and the minion prints to funnel as well.
Yeah, but he missed the air defense again, unfortunately, so let's hope that that's not going to backfire. There goes the rage, but I'm not sure if there are many dragons are going in there. He's now pushing in between 2 sweepers, and I might not know a lot about air, but I know that pushing in between 2 sweepers is tough, to say the least.
Yeah, and this sweeper is doing a lot of value. There is a tornado trap as well. The multi and the single doing a lot of damage. This ring base did defend earlier. Can it get a big defense again? They really need it, but the dragons are pushing through with the minion prints. There is some skeleton traps as well. More traps coming through. There is a defensive king. The queen is still alive, which has proved time and time again how crucial it is for the cleanup and for the damage, and it's looking very solid. It looks like not finished. They are not finished, and they are going to secure the 3 against 5G Esports here.
That's right, and this means that they are getting that victory. I feel like, why is it always that the team which is attacking first is getting like the victory attack in? I mean, I guess the second team is doing like the one extra lap, especially in the elimination matches. It kind of feels, it feels kind of tough. You know, you're out. You know, you won't have to do anything more after your attack, but you still have to do that one attack. It feels strange, but at the same time, congrats to not finished, because they're going to move forward in this lower bracket. But at the same time, we are going to watch another attack from 5G and see if they could secure the 8 stars and what happens for them.
Yeah, nonetheless, some of these attacks close, some of these attacks not close. It's been interesting, man. We just don't know what we're going to see. Some bases getting defenses, but they have proven they can come in. Even though there was a defense on a base, they still are able to 3-star with the good plan. It seemed risky, but they were controlled. And now we have 6 bowlers with these super dragons. Are we going to see a bowler bounce here?
I'm just wondering, maybe for the air defenses and the mortars? Okay. Yep. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm wondering if that's worth it. And on the other side, couldn't you bounce the air defense with just one bowler, I was about to say, or you could just miss it, I guess works as well. But, well, let's see what is going to happen next as the Queen is funneling and forcing those Super Dragons into the direction of the Town Hall.
Yeah, overall solid start with the bowler bounces there at the beginning. Did miss the giant arrow air defense in the back. The Queen is taking a lot of damage, but does actually get into the Eternal Tome, which was huge. The Stone Slammer getting massive value on the Eagle Artillery compartment on the right side. The Town Hall will go down, getting a nice split of these Super Dragons. Really, really nice minion prince ability there as well, and has plenty of freezes. This is looking so solid. The plan looked very good with the bowlers and the giant arrow setup for the funneling. And there is not much base left here.
Yeah, I love the touch with the bowlers. Really nice. I was wondering if the value would be enough because, I mean, 6 bowlers is quite an investment, to be honest. So getting that out was cool to watch, and I'm even happier that it's paid off for him because that is not just a 3-star, but as well a fast 3-star, which in this position, unfortunately, does not matter for them. But they're getting the 8 stars total, but still dropping out of this competition as this was the elimination match between those two teams.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Very solid attack overall, but it looks like not finished. Staying true to their name, they are not finished just yet. They are trying to make their run through this lower bracket and try to meet up in whoever they're facing in the upper bracket, because they're looking pretty solid right now with a perfect war.
That's right, and overall their matches have been really one-sided, I want to say. They always had solid defense. I think pretty much every star for them in the lower bracket was 9 stars, like every match. So yeah, I mean, they're playing as well in a smart way where they're actually one of the teams which is switching to super witches as soon as they have a defense, which we have seen some other teams did not do. So yeah, overall, really impressive showing by them. For sure deserve to be in that next round. But we have the bracket then hopefully up next. So this means then that we can take a look at where we are right now then, as we're taking a final look at the 3-star rates, because was the one failure the 1-2-star, which has cost them big.
We see time and time again in these wars, especially today, all it takes is one defense could turn the tide of the war. Really takes the pressure off of your opponents and allows them to really do whatever they want. They can use super witches, they can push whatever they want, and that is the real big difference maker. But now we have the bracket once again. We have the lower bracket not finished versus the War Heroes, and then the upper bracket we have Fluid Esports taking on the Hooked to Town Hall 12.
That's right. So we have then, if we go based on the numbers, if we have the next match then in the upper bracket final. That's going to be the next match, and then we have the lower bracket match. And the winner from that is going to face then the upper bracket loser. So see quite a few matches left to be played, because we're going to go the full distance, which means we're going to find out who is going to win the golden tickets and get a spot in the finals then later this year.
That's going to be very important to try to secure your spot. And of course, if you don't get it this month, there is going to be several other qualifiers, I think, throughout the year before the final. So even though we have the double elimination, you can still try again. If you're thinking of signing up with your teammates for the Town Hall 12 Cup or Town Hall 9 or 15, you can still do so as well.
That's right, plenty of other options, but obviously getting the golden ticket right away is always a huge loss of pressure on you, because you have accomplished that, you have that in the back of your head. You can still compete, I guess, for prize money and such, but overall we have then our upper bracket final happening next. But as well, if you want to get some nice free stuff, you can get the QR code on your screen and get 1,000,000 gold right away if you need any more upgrades and if you need to start any more upgrades.
Yeah, there you go. The 1,000,000 gold help you out with these Summer Jam upgrades as well. Maybe you can have a Town Hall 2 if you wanted to do the whole clan castle. I was thinking of scanning that, but that is a nice, free 1 million gold. Why not?
I mean, free loot is always nice, right? So getting that is always a good thing to have. But as well, we have then the next match starting hopefully somewhat soon with the upper bracket final, because I'm looking forward to that. We had in the lower bracket quite often like 8 to 9 or something, where the match felt like, I guess, decided to some degree at an earlier stage already. While in the upper bracket, we had a banger after banger with the 9 to 9 score matches, which, I mean, those are so close. The percentage, the average destruction time, whatever it is, and it's just really, really impressive. And looking at those numbers now for those two teams, we should have a really close match in our hands. Both of them are having slower average durations, which means they will play for an early lead and try to then play it safe during the later stages, which is just a smart way of playing the game.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be an interesting match. It is the upper bracket, but whoever loses here will still have one more chance because it is double elimination. So Hooked is looking very solid. Fluid is looking very solid. Very solid stats on paper, but as we've seen, on paper only means so much to an extent. Can they bring the attacks, defenses in this match? Because that's really what's going to carry them forward into the grand final.
That's right. They have to make it all the way, especially with having 2 golden tickets during this monthly finals. It means that as soon as you're making it to the finals, you have already guaranteed that golden ticket. This is a little bit different if you could compare it to the Town 18 World Championship. So as soon as you make it to the finals, you are having that golden ticket. With the players now on your screen, we see really, really good stats from both of those teams. I mean, Hooked having the longest 3-star streak of 18, which I think is the highest I see right now on the screen. The second highest is done Askip Kamot, which is 12. So that's really solid as well. Let's see if those teams can build up their streaks and push it all the way.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they can continue these streaks or not. These teams have been very solid in the upper bracket, but as we've seen, anything can happen. There could be a bait. We're going to have to see if they can keep up the momentum and really secure that golden ticket, because that is going to be very, very nice and honestly a good position to be in.
That's right. Getting that in the first qualifier, in the first option, or during the first opportunity is always a nice thing to have. But we have as well 2 teams who are on the safer side. So let's try and find out what they're going for. Fluid Esports, they're not even playing around. They're saying, hey, you guys are going for the Super Witches as well. We just played in the safest possible way and just start with Super Witches. And time is going to be something for the end. For now, let's just start with 3 stars.
I think I just saw something interesting there. I don't know if I was misseeing it, but I think I saw an archer puppet on the archer queen there, which is interesting. With these Super Witches, there is no healers, by the way, coming in here. There is a single, though, and the king is taking quite a bit of damage, does the warden ability early, and does have the overgrowth for the bat spells in the back end. But it is the archer puppet.
I'm wondering if that was a misplay, or why would you? I mean, I'm just confused. Why not the action figure? I feel like if you compare the action figure to the archer puppet, it's not even fair. But well, maybe they see something we don't. But we see the bats. That is something we see as they're moving through. The ice golem is popping as well. Doesn't have enough power for the back end though.
Yeah, that overgrowth is going to come out here pretty shortly. Has to make sure they save that freeze for the multi, but is it going to be too early? Gets the wizard tower and the multi, which is crucial.
That freeze was amazing. We have seen many poorly placed freezes during those bat waves, but that freeze which we have just witnessed has to be one of the best we have seen over today. The question is it enough? And the simple answer should be, it is for sure going to be enough as the defenses are dropping.
Yeah, the Minion Prince is trying his best here, the multi trying his best, but the Yeti Mites are going to take down the multi. Even though the Minion Prince is still alive, trying his best to defend, it's not going to be enough. There is just too many witches, too many big boys on the map, and that's going to be the first 3-star from Naseeb for Fluid Esports.
That's right. And I think for the Super Witch attack, it was actually not the slowest. Like 1 minute 56 seconds is a decent time, that's for sure. I'm wondering what Hook to Town 12 is going to do. If they're going to go with Super Witches right away as well, or if they want to build up some pressure and go with air first. But I guess we're going to find out in just a few seconds, because we're going to jump then right into their attack. But that is then the strategy part, which is happening outside of the game. Obviously, the attacks themselves are strategic, but we have as well the strategy. What strategies do you pick? How do you play them? What are you going for? Time, 3-star, combination. Everything is like all of those things need to be considered, and everything has to go into your overall plan.
Yeah, that's true. Making sure that everything is being considered, especially when everything is on the line. They still have one more chance, even if they're getting knocked down here from the upper bracket, but you want to try to take advantage and have a safe spot here. Being in the upper bracket does allow you to have a more higher chance of making it to the grand final easily. Does the giant arrow through with the dragons, and now has the stone slammer on the top side going into the town hall, looking pretty safe here. Doesn't want to make sure, going opposite the tunnel could lead to 1-star, especially this late into the game. A couple headhunters do come out. Queen is getting a little low, but does have a lot of free spells for the double multi setup in the middle.
Yeah, and the Queen now getting healed back up again completely. We have that backhand Eagle Artillery though, which could be an issue. The defending Queen has been able to do a lot of damage as well to his troops, and there are no dragons left alive. I mean, that is not great news whatsoever.
Yeah, that Eagle Artillery is constantly raining down, even on these Yetis. Everything has gone down on the top side, and we do have the bat spells, but it's really going to come down. You got to make sure you're using the bat spells and the freeze spells efficiently here. Otherwise, it could be bad. Does drop the multi has to freeze both of them at once, but now the Eagle is also locking onto the bat spells. Is it going to be enough? Has one more freeze, has to make sure they hit it, but the Eagle Artillery shot is hitting the bats. They're splitting everywhere, and I don't know, Itsu. This is looking kind of crazy. There's not much left on the offensive end.
No way that they went with air first and they're throwing the match. No shot. I mean, as well, I would question the bat wave start in the middle of the base. Would be maybe better to like build up a wave on the far left side. But overall, I mean, this with the single Fern Tower has now pretty much no chance of 3-starring. The King is still alive as well, which is like the worst enemy for the Archer Queen. And I've been talking about 9 to 9 stars, but this seems to be an early defense for Fluid Esports, and they have shown their strategy already. They're going for safe stars. They're playing Super Witches. And with that defense now, that plan looks rock solid.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of a mistake there to go with the dragons early on, especially when your opponent is already showing you they are willing to play safe and they are not scared about the time up front, especially when they know their opponent also likes to do the Super Witches as well. So now this puts Hooked to Town Hall 12 in a really interesting position, because now they are behind and they are going to have to try to capitalize on anything they can get to. Maybe a defense, but still very good percentage. But at the end of the day, this is a game of stars besides the game of seconds.
That's right. Watching the Archer tickle the wall a little bit, but that is going to be the 95% defense, as we have said. Overall, that is a huge advantage now for Fluid Esports. We have talked about that many times, though. Having an advantage is one thing. Taking advantage of that is a whole different story, because we have seen so many teams not able to do so. And now the question is, Fluid Esports, are they going to follow their plan? Are they going to stick to the Super Witches and play it safe, or do they have different plans?
Yeah, I would say definitely stick to those Super Witches. All you need to do is just continuously keep getting 3 stars, and this war is seemingly in your hand. You can see the player cams here. They are all focused, talking to each other once again. and maybe they're feeling the pressure a little bit here. They have not lost both of these teams because they're in the upper bracket, but a lot of the time when you have not lost, you start to feel a little relaxed. Maybe you start to make bad decisions. Maybe you start to make a little bit of mistakes. And when you make mistakes, those can cost you. So we're going to really have to see once again, can they get a defense back? Or is Fluid Esports sticking straight to the plan of playing safe and playing Super Witches the rest, which might seem what they do?
Yeah, that might be the plan, but maybe they have something different here. Nope, it is staying with the Super Witches. We have the Magic Mirror and the Frozen Arrow, not the action figure on this one. We have the funnel with the 2 Super Witches on the flanks, and then the Super Witches just through the center. This is now the approach which they have done a few times with the bats on the back end. It has worked so far quite well, even though we have 3 Wizard Towers on that back end. That's something to consider.
Yeah, and we have the 3 multis on this base as well, so trying to have the bat spells on the triple multi is going to be interesting, but I do like going into the Town Hall here, making sure you get down the Town Hall. Do not want to risk any sort of 1-star whatsoever, just trying to get the percentage. Of course you want to get the stars, but the percentage is very important as well, regardless, because you want to make sure you capitalize on any gain that you have possibly earned here. Now we have the Stone Slammer coming in on the right side. We have the bat spells ready for the back end spell towers, or the wizard towers rather. It's going to be interesting to see how well these free spells are though.
I mean, at this point, I'm wondering, does he even need the bats? I mean, that guy looked crazy right now. There's the first freeze. He has 2 more left to be deployed. The Slammer at the top that is tanking as well. He should overpower the first Wizard Tower. There goes the second Wizard Tower, now which is getting frozen. The question is, can he overpower the last Wizard Tower as well with the Witches, which it seems like? That base is just wrecked. I mean, wow. That is just crazy. What?
Yeah, the Witches just powering through. The bats were pretty much just a cleanup in the back end there, and yeah, really good job from them trying to capitalize, or not even trying, actually capitalizing on their lead, because that is very important. We've seen a lot of teams, they get a lead and they go and end up throwing it. So this is the most important thing, getting these stars, keeping the advantage, because when you have an advantage, it also puts the pressure on your opponent to try to catch back up to you.
Yeah, at this point, playing it safe like they do, and they are going to win this match, and that would mean that they would get to the grand finals right away and have that second life then moving on during the final match. And let's see if we see a bracket reset. But for now, we then now have the next attack for Hook to Town on 12 with their attacks. Are they going to switch to Super Witch as well? Are they going to just say, hey, time is out of the window, let's just go for 3 stars?
Yeah, that might be the play here. They definitely have to make sure they get the 3. I feel like time is honestly out the window at this point with the pressure that is being put on. But now we have Hooked coming in for the Hooked to Town Hall 12, coming in on Ask Skip with the Super Witches, has the Giant Arrow and the action figure. This is a pretty spread out base. We have the Eagle Artillery on the right side and the triple Inferno Tower setup. So we're going to see what really happens here. The funnel has to be good with the King, and now the Witches are going to push directly in the middle.
Yeah, pushing right in the middle indeed, with 1 Super Witch splitting to the side, which should be actually kind of nice, because that starts already clean up nice and early. The Queen getting pushed into the Eagle Artillery with the King together. Now the jump into the core. Like, the plan overall looks rock solid. That looks really nice. The healers though would be great if they could heal the Super Witches back together, what they're doing right now. And I mean, with the Warden now pushing through the Single Planet Tower and the Clan Castle, this opening looks nice.
Yeah, that is a really good Warden ability here. The multis are working on these troops here, though, and the Ice Golem is going to freeze a little bit with the Sweeper. The Warden may go down. He's not getting healed, but we have a lot of bats here on the back end. Has to make sure he hits the free spell, though, because these Super Witches are taking damage, but it looks like they are going to power through the middle, no problem at all. Has one last freeze, uses it for the Wizard Tower, and the bats are going to clean up the rest, and that is all.
Yeah. What a great attack that was. Really, really nice job by Hooks getting that 3-star in with those Super Witches, showing how strong they are. And, well, It is unfortunate that they're behind, but at this point, they have to hope for a crazy good defense. But I'm not sure if Fluid Esports is going to give that to them.
Yeah, Fluid Esports definitely needs to keep playing safe. All they have to do, if they get another 3-star, they will be in the winning position. There would be nothing that could be done to stop them, but it really just comes down to whether or not they can stay calm, stay to the plan, or maybe they get excited. Maybe they make a mistake and try to go too quick into the attack, or maybe they get baited. It's not over yet. We've seen a few times today when it's on the last attack, something happens that ends up changing the whole entire outcome of the war. So you cannot, just because you're ahead or you have some sort of advantage, you can't let go. You have to keep the pressure and you have to stay focused here. That's important.
Yep, that's important indeed. And, well, do you remember who is the last attacker for Fluid Esports? Oh, well, actually I have my answer, and we actually do not see Super Witches. Well, we might have still an interesting match in our hands with this being an air attack, and he's missing the sweepers.
Yeah, this is an interesting call here, I have to say, from Fluid Esports here. They are coming in with the dragons. The sweeper did end up getting missed here, and the double sweepers are also facing the dragons here. This seems risky. The headhunters are also coming out, splitting onto the minion prince. The minion prince might get forced to ability a little bit early here. We are in the esports mode, so things are doing a lot of damage. Now traps are coming out. There is a tornado trap as well. The town hall activates, doing a lot of damage. The warning blade does get activated. The minion prince has to go through, activates the ability. The sweeper being a problem, but they still have the bat skills, but this seems interesting without the super witches.
Yeah, the bats are in indeed, but they're close to the dragons, so red mines are a threat, that's for sure. But so far, nothing is popping up. We have the minion prince defending that multi-inferno tower on the back end. It still might be fine. He has one freeze left. Where is he going to invest that? He's trying to distract the back end wizard tower with the giants, but those are running out. There's now the freeze. The inferno tower beams are tanked by some of the healers, but the bats are going down. But I still think that are way too many dragons, and that's the win for Fluid Esports.
Fluid Esports taking it home. He's flexing the jersey there, flexing the logo. Well earned, very, very nice, clutching up, even without the super witches. Felt confident enough with the dragons, and confidence a lot of the times is usually enough to carry you through as long as you hit the plan, stick to the plan, and have a nice execution. And that's what Askip Kamad was able to do here. And now they have earned their 9 stars, and now sadly there's nothing for Hooked to Town Hall 12 to do. We still have one more attack though.
Wait, do we?
Oh, I don't know. Do we? Wait, maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Maybe I'm maybe I'm going crazy as well.
There's been a lot of matches today.
Yeah, it's a lot of matches, that's for sure. But I think that no, okay.
No, we have one more.
Yeah, there is. You were right. I'm good. Boy, it's getting late. It's a lot of matches, that's indeed. But Hook to Clash is having one more attack, as you said. And at this point, though, it is the same thing as with every match. I don't know what is happening, but it's really every match that the last team, the match is already over. But what is this now? We see the super archers. What? I love it. More.
Yeah, it's nice to see another new strategy, even though the war has pretty much been decided here. We see 11 super archers, and we're seeing a queen warden charge with the stone slimer from the bottom side there, which we have not seen all tournaments. So Tex is bringing in a very nice attack. You're going to pull the army to the right side, and I do like this for the final attack of this war.
Yeah, it's a fun one, that is for sure. I have no clue how consistent that is, but I guess, I mean, that wouldn't really do that in Troll right now, but yeah, just enjoying the different Sergi approach here, using the freeze now to make sure that the Super Dragon is not sneaking into his own invis spell. And right now with those Super Archers, I mean, they're dealing so much damage with such a long range. It's kind of the thrower from the lower town hall level, right? Like, they're still so strong. As long as you're not running into a lot of spring traps, you are looking good.
Even they're hitting the Town Hall from this far as well, which is just crazy. The actual range and the piercing damage that these super archers do have. The king is keeping all these super archers there in the middle. So very nice fun or nice rage spell as well. And this is looking very, very solid with this attack.
It is looking solid indeed. Yeah, wait, actually, this is always happening as well with throwers. I mean, there's one troop lagging behind, and all the healers are going to concentrate on that for whatever reason. But I feel like on this attack, it doesn't matter whatsoever anymore. But still, it is an unfortunate trend, which is happening a lot with those ground attacks. But those super archers, they can just reach everything, and they're going crazy. And we have a nice 3-star. Unfortunately, it is not going to change anything with the result.
Yeah, I feel like very nice 3-star for sure, but it seems we're seeing a pattern here with the first attack, or the first team to attack rather, can really kind of make the pacing here. Really, if they get a 3-star, they can really put the pressure on their opponent to maybe make a mistake, maybe attack too fast, or maybe we've seen even with the Super Witches at the start, they had the opportunity to go slow, but they just keep up the pressure. Fluid Esports is a good example of just staying consistent from the first attack to the end, and that is why they are going to progress, which is really, really nice for Fluid Esports. Congratulations on the victory.
Congrats indeed, because this means that they're claiming that golden ticket. And that is such a big milestone for them. But on the other side, Hooked to Town 12 is going to go down to the lower bracket, and they have to fight their way back to get that second chance and get their rematch in the finals. 8-9 was the final score in Fluid Esports. It seems to be a trend, to be honest. They always get that one defense, and even versus top teams, which is really impressive.
Yeah, the 8-9 stars there, very close, but unfortunately just not close enough, especially with the 95. It's so close there. All very solid attacks, but that's all it takes is one mistake, one trap going wrong, the Town Hall exploding, maybe the Town Hall not going down. We've seen with the CC, and that is making the difference here, and that is how you are able to progress. If you can deal with the adversity, you can adapt your plan. That is what really makes the champions here and allows you to get the golden ticket moving forward in the grand final.
That's right. And that means, well, our next match will be the Not Finished versus the War Heroes. Two really good-looking teams over the last couple of matches. That means that this next match could be a really nice one, especially with back in your head that this is all or nothing. Again, upper bracket, it's nice, it's fun, it's a lot of things and still pressure, but this now means business. If you're losing in this one, you were so close, yet so far, because you are out.
And if you take a look at the bracket here, Hooked to Town 12 actually beat Not Finished earlier to send Not Finished to the lower bracket. So if Not Finished can actually win against the War Heroes, we can have a potential rematch, which could be very interesting. And we'll really see if Not Finished is truly Not Finished in the next match. Can they come back? But now we have the team comparison of Not Finished versus the War Heroes. They have to get through the War Heroes if they want to actually have a chance to get a rematch and a chance at that golden ticket as well. The stats are looking very even here. The average destruction only slightly in favor of Not Finished, 98.8 to 97.4. The average stars are slightly higher, and they actually have the advantage on the duration, but overall these stats are looking very similar.
Yeah, that is the stats are looking really similar. At the same time, I feel like not just the stats, but as well the stories for those two teams look really similar. They dropped the lower bracket and really, really showing up. So, yeah, I think they are looking really, really close in performance, and that should be a fun match to watch. And I'm excited for this one.
We're going to have to see how it goes. Which team is going to be able to deal with the adversity of being knocked down? Can they come back up? Can they rise from the ashes and truly be Not Finished? Or is the War Heroes going to be more in favor of winning? Are they going to showcase that they are the true war heroes here? We can take a look at the player comparison. All these stats, once again, looking pretty close. We have a 99% and a 99.1 from Hemonk and Smoky God over there on Not Finished. And Warriors also has some pretty decent stats there as well. One of them having the 58 and 57 speed in favor of Not Finished. But here we go with the first attack with Dreiger.
Let's see. Yes, so far been a really solid and consistent opener for his team. Getting the 2 air defenses from this bottom side. Now let's see what is up next for him. Let's Dragon getting some chains in there. Getting the funnel, the queen. Let's see if she's getting pushed into the right direction. She's kind of like going to the cannon side, but I guess he wants to have her on the other. What is the pathing looking like? What is the pathing looking like?
Yeah, the queen might not go with the king, and that minion prince also might do a lot of damage to the king on the right side as well and take him down, which could lead to the right side not even getting funneled here. And now we have the triple Inferno Tower setup. We still have the blimp, but we have a lot of bat spells as well. But there's still, the queen actually walks to the bottom side, which is good. And we have the blimp also making a run to the middle. We just have to worry about the bat spells and the splash now.
I mean, there is like a double Inferno Tower, double Expo setup at the top side with the flanking Wizard Towers. How are bats supposed to get through all of that? I'm clueless. I mean, he now needs to invest the freeze, even loses the queen. Oh no, Termi, I think we're starting off with a huge fail.
Yeah, this is looking like a really crazy scenario. Has to sacrifice the free super minion is still up, but there is no more free spells left. There is only a little bit of cleanup, but the back end proving too much. Unfortunately, the Super Yeti bomb, the Yeti Mites got 0 value. They all died after they got off from the Yeti on the Town Hall side. And now it's going to be a really, really big defense. And now Not Finish is going to be in a really favorable position, because now they can really dictate how they want to play. Do they want to play slow? Do they want to continue to play fast? I think they should continue with their plan. If they're using Super Witches, they need to stick to what they have, because now they're in a really good spot after this insane defense on the first attack.
That's right. Somehow getting value out of that defense would be super crucial. And yeah, I think it's just interesting to see how the meta over the tournament has kind of changed. Initially, we have seen only dragons, and as we're progressing, we see dragons struggle more and more as the bases are obviously like from the top teams built better and such. And Super Witches then are coming in and like, oh, hey, we're here as well. We're taking our time, but we're super consistent in 3-starring. So yeah, it is a nice trend we can see overall.
Yeah, and no doubt that they're probably saving some of their better bases when they're planning on getting more forward into the tournament. They want to try to, throw their opponent off guard. Maybe they're saving some different trapping. Maybe they're saving some different CC. And we saw there, like, the CC came out very late. Maybe they were predicting going from the opposite side. The CC came out. The Yeti Bomb did not get any value with the triple Inferno setup, rather, which made all the difference because the bats could not get any value in the base.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part, right? Like, I feel like bats, you can force them, but versus some bases, it can fall short really quickly. I mean, just one thing going wrong and it's so hard to recover, but I feel like other strategies are then easier to recover in some way, or more consistent, I guess. But, well, let's find out over time what people are going in with, and if we now see the adjusted plan of like Not Finished, hey, we're now playing Super Witches right from the get-go, or if they're sticking to air as well, because we have seen some clients do that, and it has backfired most of the time.
If you're in the position of Not Finished, you do not want to throw this advantage you have. You need to punish War Heroes for making a crucial mistake, especially in the first attack. I was saying it last war, we had this, pattern of the first attacker or the first, team really dictating how the war is going to go and really setting the pace. But now the first attack did not go as planned, and now it's really up to Not Finished. Can they capitalize on this crucial mistake?
We see the dragons again. We have the queen trying to set up that pathing, setting up the funnel, but he has the back end sweeper there as well. Having as well 2 air defense on the back end is a challenge for sure. And the Queen is struggling as well. Is she going down? That's the big question. He has to freeze to keep her alive.
Very nice freeze to keep the Queen alive. We've seen time and time again that is so crucial for this attack to 3-star. Now we see the bats coming in by the Wizard Tower on the top side. There's only one, or there's 2 singles. There's no multis. This is looking like a very good base for bats. But the middle, there's skeletons. There's the Archer Queen on defense. There's traps. The middle is looking like it's tearing the offensive troops apart. The Queen is still alive. The warding goes down. The Eagle Artillery is doing so much damage, and it's looking like it's going to be another defense.
You cannot make this up. Really? We just said it. We have seen it now so many times that people are sticking to air and they're just throwing their lead. But I mean, at least for this one, I think they're keeping their lead because they have the higher percentage, I think, right? Because the other one was like a 70-ish%, like a 70 something. This is now like an 82%. So they should keep their lead on the percentage side. But, I mean, come on. If you have that lead, go Super Witches. Play it safe.
Yeah, now this puts both teams in a relatively even spot. And now both teams are also probably feeling a little bit shaken up. So this can also lead to more mistakes as well. It's really going to this war is going to be determined by whether or not these teams can truly just back up, take a step back, acknowledge the situation that you're in. Maybe you change your strategy, or now you're really seeing it's not really coming down to the time necessarily. It's really about the percentage and the stars. So they're going to maintain their small lead, which they did kind of capitalize, but they didn't take full advantage, which honestly could punish them in the future.
Yeah, that's for sure. And especially not just looking at this match, but I feel like moving forward, we have now so many clever teams still waiting within the bracket with Hope to Town 12 and then as well later Fluid in the finals, who are capable of like just, okay, we have a defense, let's just switch it right away and go with Super Witches in the safer approach. If you cannot do that yourself, it is really tough to compete with versus those top teams. So, well, let's see if we see any major other advantages or disadvantages, because right now, even with this attack, they are still in the lead on percentage.
Yeah, at least they are still maintaining that lead that they had, but they need to make sure they maintain it. That is the most important thing, because as we've seen, anything can happen apparently. Defenses happen, traps happen, bases look misleading. That was, I think, a triple single base, which you would think that Bat Spells would do a really, really good job on, but it was a little bit misleading because the middle was full of traps, Super Dragon, I think, or different CC troops, the Queen, and yeah, before you know it, when you're looking like it's going to be easy, or maybe you think it's going to be easy, you might get caught off guard, which is all it takes. Getting baited, that leads to the fails.
That's right, and especially with some of those teams having really solid bases then, and getting those traps right, because this is then such a big deciding factor. But I hope that we're getting into the next attack somewhat then soon to find out if any of those teams can now take advantage of the current chaos which is going on, I guess, with both teams starting with 2 stars into this match, which is something which I would say is kind of uncommon, especially in the top position we are in right now, because top 4, this is what we're currently in. So I would expect a lot of high quality attacks here.
Yeah, but you have to expect the nerves to also be very high here, because it is win or go home. And now Kai is bringing out the Super Witches, trying to play it safe, has the healers, does the giant arrow through the middle of the base, also has the bat spells. He's going to be going opposite of the town hall, which you've seen could be risky, but does have the blimp to ensure that they get the town hall. That is the most important thing. You do not want to 1-star at this point in the attacks, because that would be a crucial mistake. So making sure you have the blimp as a safety net is more than important.
Yeah, but I'm not sure, like the funnel on this one seems kind of tough, because he's now using the earthquake boots, taking away all of the defenses in front of him, and this obviously pushes then the Super Witches to the top side. So this attack is looking kind of all over the place, but let's see if Super Witches can carry the attack. We have as well the Super Dragon taking down now the healers.
I mean, I don't know. This is looking pretty interesting here. The Yetis did not really get that much value. The Super Dragon took down every single healer, but we still have the bat spells. Can the Queen take down the Super Dragon without a free spell investment? Because any free spells you invest, other than where your bats are going, is going to be crucial and could mean them getting melted.
Yeah, but this at the same time now means that the Super Dragon is something he has to consider on the back end. Because, well, Super Dragon is dealing splash damage as well, and that is something which is never good news. But I feel like Super Witches are doing Super Witch things if the build-out in the core is not going to be a deciding factor for the time. Or is this the first Super Witch fail we see in this tournament? For now, he doesn't look too happy with how things are looking, which is understandable with what he did with the funnel, because there was no funnel at all in this attack.
Yeah, that Super Dragon doing so much damage. Really the MVP here. Took down the Queen, took down some of the bats, took down a Super Witch and the Warden. And I don't know if the Super Witch solo with the big boy, yeah, keeps spawning them, but also the King is there too. If the King even gets in range, I don't know if the Super Witch can solo the rest of the base, at least not in time. There's only less than 40 seconds. They're gonna have to, well, I guess they can walk around here, but is the Super Witch getting targeted? She is. There is two big boys, but it's going to be interesting. The Barbarian King is standing guard. Can he pull a miracle here?
I am not sure. That Super Witch, I mean, yes, she should get through the Archer Tower, but the Builder as well is still staying alive. No chance this is going to be a 3-star. And he somehow did the impossible, getting that getting a defense versus Super Witches. But I mean, that attack, it was all over the place. The Electro Dragon funnel into the air defense, into the healers, into the air defense, into the Warden ability to save the healers. Kind of speechless, but unfortunately not in a good way. But 97%, this means that they are not getting their first 3-star on the board, and War Heroes are looking tough.
Yeah, this war is crazy. Like, no 3-stars so far, and the first Super Witch fail that we've seen in the entire tournament. We're talking about the strength of Super Witches, but somehow, some way, the defense happened. The army splitting up, the Super Dragon staying alive for just way too long on the defense, doing so much damage, and now it's really anyone's game, I feel like. I feel like now it's really up to War Heroes. Can they capitalize on this, like, it's just all about capitalizing on your current state, right? It's anyone's game, but whoever can do more attack is really going to set the pace here.
That's right. They have the chance now of getting that 3-star in, and that would mean that they not just have the percentage lead, which they had earlier, but as well Wait, it's like a Draculado. Okay, I think Super Witches are safer, but at the same time, I love this. I love this as well with the lightnings and earthquakes for the... I mean, that's like a cool plan. Let's go. I am all up for it. We have now the Loon Hound part of the top side. The Queen is charging in from the right side, but catching early traps on those healers, so she might not get as much value as she's hoping for.
Yeah, really good poison spell, by the way, on the offensive end. There is a tornado trap, but yeah, really nice zap value with the giant arrow through the middle. There's only one multi standing and does get the Town Hall here, which is looking very solid. The defensive Queen is doing a lot of damage though, and there is a lot of storages, so it's going to really depend on how fast these dragons can really power through, because remember, this is esports mode, so even though there's only 1 or 2 defenses, that multi can really mow. You can see a lot of these dragons are low HP. The Minion Prince gets a really nice shot off, but can these dragons stay alive long enough for the back-end Expos and the Minion Prince?
That's the big question. I mean, at this point, he can just watch the same as us. There's nothing left for him to deploy or use spell-wise, and it's now all about how those troops are going to split, path, and everything. If the Minion Prince is not supporting those dragons with the DPS needed, this is going to fall short, and both teams would start with 2 2-stars. But minions, or like the henchmen, are trying to tank, but the Minion Prince now is up front and tanking the Expo.
This is crazy close. I don't know. There's a defensive Minion Prince, and we know in esports mode defensive heroes do more damage. Minion Prince is going crazy on the offensive. Minion Prince, can he beat him? Barely. There is a Wizard Tower, and could there be any traps here? That is the real question. If there's any traps that could potentially mess things up, the Expo is going to take down the Minion Prince. Can they take down the Warden, though?
I mean, there should be no traps between the tower and the outside because that's where the blimp was flying, right? But the dragons are low as well. The Warden is going down. The Expo is going down as well. And it's a 1 versus 1. And I think that dragon is going to win it. I'm unsure what exactly is happening, but this is just a crazy madness attack. 8 lightnings getting the 3-star in there with the final dragon. That was insane.
Yeah, a lot of these attacks are coming down to the last second, or the last troop rather. We saw if there was any kind of traps, luckily the blimp was there earlier and more traps got taken down earlier, but if there was even one seeking air mine, that could have been a defense, which would have been insane. But Smokey God doing the impossible, getting the 3-star, and now he's able to capitalize for his team. And now this really puts Not Finished in a really interesting spot.
Yeah, it's not the best spot to be in, to be honest, because they are now behind so much on the percentage side, and at the same time, they can only 3-star once, because this is 3 versus 3, which means those mistakes you are doing are getting punished even harder. There's less wiggle room for other teammates to like make up again for those fails, maybe less defenses which are coming in, and where you have the chance of getting another advantage for your side. So all they can do at this point is the War Heroes get their 3-star, their first 3-star of the match, and then just hope for an amazing defense. But it should not happen. At the same time, though, we are seeing so many crazy things in this match that anything can pretty much happen.
Yeah, the nerves do appear to be high. It's win or go home in this attack here. It's going to really determine the giant arrow, though, with the Tesla. I think he might have hit the sweepers there in the middle. Has the E-Drag on the left side with the dragons, and now he's going to try to push into the Town Hall. Has the Queen on the outside. Stone Slimer and the Bat Spells for the back end, but this is a triple multi, and we've seen time and time again, the Eagle Artillery is not being dealt with at the beginning, which has proven to be a really annoying thing as the attack goes on.
That's right. There's the poison and the freeze for the defensive clan castle, which means 1 freeze less for his bats later on. But at the same time, there are not that many splash defenses on the back end for those bats. The Wizard Tower, but if the core Inferno Tower is going down, that would be amazing. He even invests another freeze into the Eagle Artillery to support his dragon push. Now the freeze for the Inferno Tower, and that means 1 freeze left for that Wizard Tower. And I have talked about a lot of freezes, but that one was amazing.
Oh my god, the spell investment has been crazy. It looks, though, like things are starting to fizzle out. Is there enough? There's traps coming down. There's double Expos in the middle. The Archer Queen is still alive. The E-Drag is in the middle. I think he has it, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Queen is alive. He has the Yeti Mites jumping in there. And that was an amazing freeze. I mean, we have talked about freeze value maxing pretty much, where people have frozen I don't know, Wizard Tower and the cannon instead of freezing the Expo right next to the Wizard Tower. But this one, freezing all 4 defenses together, was nice. I mean, that was really clean. And in the end, a deserved 3-star, even a quick one. I mean, it doesn't matter in this match with the time, but still for confidence. And that was a nice one.
Yeah, that is true. Overall, very solid attack to put the pressure back on. Now, we're going to have to see what happens with this next attack, because win or go home, I don't know. And anything, I've seen it all almost in this tournament, so we're going to have to see. I don't want to say anything just yet. We're going to have to see what's going to happen in this last attack. I don't know.
Yeah, you kind of want to say, okay, let's just please see what Super Witches. Let's just play it safe, please. But then we see, yeah, some weird dragon army with the giant arrow flying to Narnia or something. Like, I don't even know. Some arrows nearly hit me. So yeah, let's just hope for the best. and let's make sure that they're playing the safe or as safe as possible. Again, we can talk a lot. Obviously, those players are having quite a bit of pressure and such on their shoulder. So it is easier said than done, but still, army choice is now a big role as well.
Yeah, the nerves are definitely high. We'll see if the nerves have any impact going into this next attack, because right now you are feeling very nervous, or maybe you're feeling very excited. Either way, being nervous leads to mistakes. Being excited leads to mistakes. You really have to calm down, stick to the plan, and be focused, because otherwise, if you're not, anything can happen.
That's right, and we see super witches. So yes, they do not have the 100% hit rate anymore, but I still hope that we see the correct funnel. That would make me really, really happy. For now, he's using the Warden Walk, which is speaking for a good funnel. I don't really see the hit points of the Warden, but I guess the freeze was needed to keep him alive. But that means the funnel is set. I'm just worried about the air defense. Let's see where he enters. If it is with the air defense or if it's into the Inferno Tower, but I guess he wants to enter into the Town Hall, but he just takes his time. That is completely fine, because time at this point is out of the window.
Yeah, he just needs to get this 3-star. If he wins, if he gets this 3-star, that would secure the win for not finished, which is what they're looking for. Now, being very careful with the Warden. Warden took a lot of damage early on, had to sacrifice a freeze, which is one less freeze later on for the bat spells. So we'll see if this comes into effect. Also, the Ice Golem is not going to get much value here. It's going to really not freeze anything. Well, it will freeze, I guess, the Town Hall, but it's going to come out anyways. But now the Super Dragon and the Minion Prince is going to do some damage here. Poisons both of them. So we're going to have to see. Now a bunch of traps. Spring Traps, King getting very low. King ability gets forced a little bit early here. And now we're going to have to see how he really powers through the middle of the base, because a lot of traps are coming out here.
Yeah, I love traps, but this means the Warden ability is even better as well, protecting versus the Inferno Towers. We see now the start of those bats, which is quite nice. We have the Bear Dragon to clean things up, so no time is wasted whatsoever. Nice freeze into the middle for the Wizard Towers. And that attack looks pretty solid, especially with so many troops left alive.
Yeah, there's so many Super Witches. I don't think a single one has gone down. All the bats are picking out on the back end here. Nice freeze for the last Wizard Tower, and it looks like this is going to be a 3, and it's going to solidify the win for not finished. They are going to go back and rematch Hooked to Town Hall 12, and next round is going to be very exciting, and that'll decide who goes to the grand final to face the next opponent.
3 matches left, possibly, depending on if we see a bracket reset. So we're getting into the final stretches, and that next match now is super crucial, because the top 2 teams, so both teams who are making to the grand finals, are actually both winning a golden ticket, which means making to the finals is already a huge, huge step for those teams. And with that next match, they could actually win that.
Big congratulations to Not Finished. They are indeed Not Finished, getting the victory here, and now they can go and get the rematch, potentially even get the golden ticket, but it's all up to how they perform in the next match. We've seen all the stats, we've seen all the fails, all the 3-stars, but none of that even matters anymore, because it's all about how you perform moving forward. We have the war stats here: 8 stars to 7 stars, 94% to 92.33. Time not being a factor here. The main thing was the stars, which honestly, a lot of these wars, I think it was only like 1 or 2 wars coming down to time. Most of it's come down to defense and stars.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back through most of the matches. I feel like especially in the upper bracket, we had some 9-9 scores, but mostly it was as well one team getting a defense during the first 2 attacks, and then like playing it somewhat safe. We have seen some crazy attacks where both teams just having an off match, but otherwise overall I would say the 8 score, or like the 8-star score, or even 9 was the score you needed to win. So overall quite solid.
Yeah, overall very solid overall from all the teams, honestly, but some falling short, some being successful here, but that's the name of the game. Unfortunately, some win, and unfortunately some go home, but now we are going to see the rematch between hooked to Town Hall 12 and not finished. I'm very excited because these two teams have been performing very well, really showing, especially not finished, they can come back from the lower bracket and go into the highest part of the lower bracket and potentially win the rematch. But also hooked to Town Hall 12 is also a very solid team, so they are not finished either.
Yeah, it is a lot of options to left, which we have here. With Hook to Clash, it feels like they're playing really safe in a lot of cases, using the Super Witches really well. But this is now the time and to see if not finished can match that energy, can match that game plan. And that's to me something I want to find out moving forward. But before we're diving closer, getting closer to that match, if you want to get some power pancakes, make sure to get that QR code on your screen right now, and you can get some nice, powerful troops.
Power pancakes are going to maybe not allow you to be as powerful as these pro players in their attacks, but definitely going to help you in a few attacks here. That is, I believe, 9 total attacks being fully maxed out, which will make the difference maybe in your clan war attacks.
Yep, getting that little advantage, that is always the nice thing. Getting those max troops will always help, making sure that you get those 3 stars exactly like the pros. But keep in mind that they are playing in this esports modifier, which means those attacks are way tougher because equipment are downranked. At the same time, defenses are dealing more damage, and heroes on offense are a little bit weaker as well on their base stats, while the defending heroes being a little bit stronger. So that those pros and top teams here are having a little bit of a challenge, which we see from time to time. Again, there are quite some fails, so I feel like the esports modifier is really doing work and having an impact on those matches.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate. They think, oh, it's just Town Hall 12, but you got to think Town Hall 12 with esports modifiers really makes things not so guaranteed. I mean, we already know the skill gap is high. They've worked all these teams. Each one of them are good, very, very good teams. Even if they're, falling short, they put in the work to make it to this point. And it just goes to show that 1 mistake, 2 mistakes, normally in normal mode, you can make a few mistakes and still 3-star. But in esports mode, even at lower town halls, it's just not acceptable. You have to be on your game. 1 to 2 mistakes, it's just too much. And it will lead to falling short.
That's right. But those teams need to get ready because we had now 1 team just play, so they need to get the next match rolling. And while we are preparing for that, let's dive into a really short clip and I think an interview of Hooked.
My teammates were a really obvious decision for me. For those who don't know, Teeks is one of the best low town hall pushers in the game and has been for a while. He's the GOAT in my opinion. So it was really easy to choose him as a teammate, and thankfully he wanted to team up with me. And then Adam is a very active low town hall pusher as well, and very active on my Discord server. So I hit him up and he's as good as I was hoping he would be. They're both insane. Much quicker attackers than me, and yeah, I've really enjoyed playing with them. Oh, me. Easily me. We've got one base that's just kept defending over and over again of mine in the qualifiers, and yeah, they owe me a drink for it. I think it's about doing an attack that you're both comfortable with and confident in. There's no point in taking the risk if you're going to fail, because there's nothing worse than a fail at Town Hall 12. Then it's just about taking a lot of cleanup troops. It's absolutely worth it, because a lot of the time those last 10 to 15 buildings on the base can take a lot of time. So making sure you've got plenty of cleanup to get it down as quickly as possible. It is so satisfying when you get a defense, and defense kind of carried us through the qualifiers and the ladder format, so it's very satisfying. And there's nothing more fun than particularly baiting your opponent and predicting their entry. Good on you guys for watching Town Hall 12 Esports. Hopefully we put on a show for you guys and you guys can learn a thing or two about attacking and base building. Let's get to it.
Right, and we are back for the next match, which is going to be Not Finished versus Hooked to Town Hall 12. Nice clip there from Hooked.
Yeah, and I mean, um, I feel like saying that his teammate is one of the best low Town Hall pushers is quite kind, because Hooked himself is not bad at those lower Town Hall levels. He is as well having quite a few accounts really high in those ranks. So if you are one of those mid town levels like Town 12, 13, 14, 11, and so on, for sure something worth to check out, and make sure to check out his YouTube channel, because he's covering a lot of that with like rank pushing and such, showing the best strategies, best approaches, and yeah, learn something and crush your own attacks with those advice.
Yep, that is very true. Hooked is putting on a good performance. I see him posting the lower Town Hall content. He's doing very well, honestly, especially with the Town Hall 12 obviously competing here. And yeah, really making a run here. Now it's going to be a really interesting matchup here. We have the player comparison. All these stats here seem pretty lined up here. Hooked at Town Hall 12. Their stats, he's rocking a 99.9% average destruction. And even though their team is a little bit higher on the average duration compared to their opponents here, Not Finished, we haven't really seen the last few wars be based on time. It's really been based on the stars, not really percentage so much, but it's really going to come down, I feel like, to the stars this time.
Yeah, and I feel like something which you have to keep in mind is we are feeling that right now as casters as well. We are nonstop here commentating for you guys, and it's getting late depending on where you live in like on the planet and everything, but as well just the concentration level, right? Like those players are now playing for, or even like being involved within the stream and their own matches for the last what is it now, 5 hours or something. So that is a draining experience as well. So that is for sure playing in here just in combination with the nerves. So yeah, having a 9-9 score on a fresh match is one thing, but getting a 9-star score after 5 hours of like playing and such is something different.
Yeah, fatigue definitely can play a factor, especially with us here casting, but even the players, time zones are a very real thing. So, maybe they're staying up late, but it's still a matter of focus. Despite all of the obstacles, can they still maintain the composure, the focus, the awakeness? Despite being a little bit fatigued, can they come in? The stats look great, but can they perform where it matters most? Because it is still win or go home for this match before the grand finals.
And I feel like this is one of the most important matches actually, because while the finals, don't want to take anything away, but the finals is mostly deciding about prize money, while now this match right here is deciding about, do you get a golden ticket or not? Because during this final, during this qualifier in general, and during this lower bracket final, we're giving away 2 golden tickets, which means as soon as you are getting into that final match, you are already guaranteed having a golden ticket and making it to the main event then later this year. So that is just the crucial part, as you again see the format here, and as well obviously the big prize pool then, where yes, there's difference between first and second, but having the difference between third and second and the golden ticket is a huge deal.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're able to secure that golden ticket early, because that gives you some sort of peace of mind. Of course, there is going to be more monthly finals for the multiple Town Hall Cups we're having, but winning it here would be very special, especially the first one. It takes a lot of pressure off of you, and now is the time to perform. The prize pool is amazing, but the most important thing is definitely those golden tickets, because it allows them to really reach that grand final of all the Town Hall, like the Town Hall 12 Cup combined.
That's right. Getting all the way, making sure that you're getting the most out of this experience. But with that next match now, deciding between the golden ticket or no golden ticket and saying, hey, we are so close yet so far, that means a lot is on the line, and that next match, it will be intense.
Yeah, you only have one more match to get that golden ticket. This is the most important match. Like you said, both teams are getting the golden ticket in the finals from the lower and upper bracket, but this is a win or lose. All the cards are on the table. Now is the time to take out your best armies, best bases, be on your best focus, because this is where it matters the most.
That's right, and we have seen quite some different approaches, I would say, from those two different teams. For not finished, we have seen a lot of air. Well, I feel like from Hook to Town 12, we have seen a lot of ground. We have even seen the Super Archers in one of their last attacks, I believe, in their last match, which was quite fun to see. I'm not sure it was the most convincing, but overall, their Super Witch attacks looked really clean.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we're going to be seeing... It all depends about how this first attack goes, because we've seen, except for like the last, I think, two, the first team to attack really sets the pace moving forward. Because if you're the first team to 3-star, you can really determine how your opponent's going to play. Are they going to play safe? Are they going to play scared? Are they going to maybe try to speed up? So this first attack is so crucial to how the rest of the war, I feel like, is going to play out. Not always. We've seen the first attack be a fail, second attack be a fail, and then so on and so forth. But more than not lately, at least in this tournament, I feel like it's really going to be decided who takes advantage of the fails and who doesn't.
Yeah, it's all about reacting to what the opponents do. That's, I feel like, a really big part. But at the same time, if you are attacking first, you have to set the tone as well. So it's like it is like a really interesting interaction there in between the two teams with the different roles they're giving, depending on if you are the reactive part, which means the second team, or if you're the proactive part, which is the first team, and you have to set things up. But as well, you can kind of turn yourself as the first team into a reactive team with just saying, hey, we are going as safe as possible with Super Witches as the first attack, and then switching to maybe something different. Like, I don't know, if it's needed, if the other team is actually 3-starring, if it's needed for a faster attack like Dragon. So there are many strategy parts behind this, but we will find out in just a second as the players are getting ready what choice those teams have made.
And the player cams here, we can see they're all locked in, looking at their devices here, changing their army, changing their CC. You can see Smokey got over there changing his army a little bit there. But this is going to be a really good match. It is a rematch because Hook to Town Hall 12 actually took them out in the upper bracket, sent Not Finished down to the lower bracket, and now Not Finished has battled all the way through the lower bracket to face their previous opponent. So now they can either get revenge or Hook to Town Hall 12 can beat them again for the grand final. But nonetheless, these teams are both very solid. I think it also might have come down to time. But as we've seen, as the matches go on, several factors play in: defense, fatigue, attacking mistakes. It all comes down to how well these teams can adapt, because it can be very close, especially with a rematch. These teams know each other, they know what to expect, or maybe there's something up their sleeve.
Yeah, that is the big question here. But at the same time, though, with now so late into the tournament, I'm not really sure if there's like too many mind games going on the defensive side. Maybe Clan Castle, yes, but I don't think that we see dedicated baits for specific strategies, which the other teams are maybe known for or something. Because talking from experience, you can do such things during the early stages of a tournament like this, of a bracket like this. But as you're progressing the second round or something, it is tough to predict the entire bracket and have a base ready for every single opponent. So that is something to keep in mind. But we are ready. The first attack is in and Not Finished coming in with their air attack, sniping a sweeper and an air defense.
Yeah, Smokey God is coming in, actually using dragons, deciding to try to put the pressure on, maybe with the time and the stars here. If they can get the 3-star with a good speed here, that would put the pressure on Hook to Town Hall 12, but nothing is guaranteed here. We see the Minion Prince setting up the funnel. The Blimp is also being used. Warden ability is also used a little bit early. Headhunters do come out chasing the Minion Prince on the top side. The King is by the Town Hall. Yeti Bomb on the bottom. Prince gets a good ability on the Town Hall, and this is looking interesting.
Yeah, it's a complete different approach than what we have seen otherwise during the tournament, where you blimp the Town Hall. This time around, you blimp the splash damage, and then you have the Town Hall with those dragons, Rocket Loon reinforcing, because the Town Hall has to still go down. The Minion Prince is actually dropping from that black mine, but the Rocket Loons are here to save the day and getting that second star in the Town Hall.
Yeah, those Rocket Loons really coming up clutch with the death damage. There is a multi though, and the defensive Ice Golem freezing the Eddie-Mites. That means the multi is still up doing damage. We have the defensive King on the top side, but I don't think that's going to really make a difference here. Mini Prince on the defense also looks like he's going to go down, and this is looking very solid for Smoky God for the first attack.
Yeah, really solid indeed, but at the same time, he's not having the same speed, I would say, compared to the other air attacks we usually see, which means this is going to be around a 2-minute attack with remaining defenses or remaining buildings still staying up. So solid start, really good one because it is a 3-star and putting pressure on the other team, but it is not something which Hook to Town Hall 12 should be super worried about. And we actually saw the double black. Okay, so if they have seen that, they are now aware of, okay, Hook to Town 12 are actually baiting those blimps for the Town Hall with like double black mines, because we have seen some teams are doing crazy risky things of like just sending the blimp completely without any protection towards the Town Hall. And those black mines can really catch you off guard if you're doing so. So that might tell them a little bit of the trap placement on the other side, depending on how much they're planning on that.
Yeah, maybe they've been able to check what their opponents have been doing and potentially moving some traps around, because we've seen a lot of these teams are doing, blimps with no balloons, and all it takes is one Seeking Air Mine or a couple of traps. The blimp falls outside, there's some spring traps, and the Town Hall does not go down. The Town Hall did go down in that scenario because the splash from the Rocket Loons, but it could be a different story if the blimp does get baited with the NATO and some traps. It could be game-changing.
That's for sure. Any type of bait at this point is a game changer because it would shift so much the momentum on your side if you can pull that off. At the same time, though, if you're running into a bait, it feels miserable, that's for sure. But with that first attack in, this now means that Hook to Hook to Tower 12. He is really messing me up with that name. But Hook to Tower 12 actually getting in their first attack, and then we're going to see what their choice is. Safe approach with Super Witches, or do they see maybe an air attack opening and want to start with that early on to maybe put up some pressure? But it seems like Hooked is up first with those Super Witches.
Yeah, Hook trying to play it a little bit safe here. You noticed probably the attack was taking a little bit longer. He probably still planned on doing Super Witches regardless, but I think it's still important. These teams have to make sure they are 3-starring, because getting a fail this late into the tournament is very, very detrimental. You already know that a lot of times these wars have come down to stars, and not even percentage or time, it's been stars. So any fail, any mistake could lead to the end of the tournament run. But Hooked, he knows this, and he's using witches, and he's going to play it safe here going into the Town Hall.
That's right, trying to get those Super Witches in there, but he has to be careful because there's a lot of damage. I'm not sure if the healers are inside the rage. Now they are, that's for sure. Keeping both sides keep moving, like the Super Witches and the Archer Queen. And so far this looks quite nice, because moving in with that Slammer, trying to get behind the Eagle Artillery.
This is looking very solid so far. Unfortunately, the Eagle is still up doing damage. The Stone Slammer did not go more towards the downside in the middle. Went a little bit up, but the King is on the outside doing the percentage, or funneling and doing damage on the right side. But the main thing is the Super Witches are staying together because of the funneling here. The Witches are all together getting healed. There's nothing that can really take them down at this point. Even the Eagle Artillery is still raining down, but I feel like there is just too much here. The King is alive, Queen is alive, free spell goes down, and there is just nothing to stop these Super Witches.
Yeah, they have completely taken over that base. What a nice attack that was. And for Super Witches, it was a fast one as well. So they are taking the 15-second lead for now. Both teams starting off strong. And that is exactly what we're expecting coming in such a match here with the, tournament live on the line.
Yeah, very nice. Ended up being faster despite Super Witches being known for their slow speed. So even though they did Dragons as the first attack, now on the second attack from Hooked here, 1 minute and 40 seconds, has the time advantage despite going with the safer route. So I do like this. Now it just comes down maybe if it gets down to a time race, they have to keep this in mind. But I think the most important thing is just getting the stars, because I feel like all it takes is rushing into an attack, getting baited, and that could be the difference between you going home and going to the grand finals.
That's right. Not paying attention for 1 second can really cost you, that is for sure. But, well, we have the next team or next attack from Not Finished up next then. And so far, they are heavily committing to air. Let's see if that is going to change or if they're going to stick to that. So far, they're a little bit behind on time, but it's nothing crazy. Like 15 seconds can be like changed within a few attacks. So that is not really anything to worry about too much at this point. At this stage, it's just all about getting the safe 3-star, and then after that, you can worry about time.
Yeah, exactly. All they have to do is worry about getting the 3 stars, keeping the momentum, and if they're deciding to go with air, they need to make sure they're paying attention to, different factors. I know it's easier said than done, especially on bases that have a lot of defense, a lot of splash damage like this one. There's a triple multi setup in the middle here, but they are going with these super witches and no healers this time though, which is going to be very interesting. These multis in the esports mode do a lot of damage, so looks like they're trying to go into the middle, or the town hall rather, to be safe here. You do not want to get a 1-star this late into the game, because that would be very detrimental to your run to the grand finals.
Yeah, I feel like we have seen this a couple of times now, where he really likes to have those super witches to the town hall, but some of those super witches are splitting, and the warden is getting dragged all over the place. He's coming back though for the eternal tome, or is he?
Ooh, this warden is definitely confused on where to go. The witches are splitting. 2 win on the bottom, 3 win in the middle. The king got forced early, died to the headhunters. Now the warden is going to ability. The witches are staying inside. Stone Slammer on the top side. The bat spills on the bottom has 2 freezes. There is a double multi in the middle though. Are they going to go down in time? The bats are getting melted here. The multis are not being dealt with or frozen.
That back end is going down though, and this means the super witches should be able to clean things up. Yes, there are no healers, but it still looks like a 3-star. It would take some time for the super witches to clean things up, but there are just too many of them left alive.
Yeah, really nice job there. The warden was able to come back. He made the most of the ability, doing the warden ability. The witches stayed alive somehow. Warden made the right decision going back, and then the bats were able to sweep the entire bottom side. Nice free spells overall. And now this really does once again put the pressure on Hooked to Town Hall 12's team, because yeah, they are not really going based on the time, but they kind of are. But the most important thing is to get the 3. But now are they going to try to go a little bit faster, or are they going to stick to the game plan?
Yeah, that is now the question, what they have to go for. Is it time, not time? I guess a lot of that depends on the next attack from Hook to Town Hall 12. What is the plan? What is the result of them? And then you have to really react on the fly, maybe even preparing 2 plans, and then depending on that, switching your strategy, switching your army super quick. But that, yeah, is a lot of reactive play here, which is now needed. Maybe they just prepare a super fast plan in the assumption that Hooked is going to 3-star with his team. But, well, there are a lot of question marks still, but both teams so far are looking really strong. And, I mean, I'm just happy to see such a high-quality match here.
Yeah, nobody is really making that many crucial mistakes. We saw the army splitting a little bit, but still being able to recover. That is the most important thing. You can make mistakes. Well, in esports mode, you can't really make that many mistakes, but if you do, you're able to recover that adversity. Being able to overcome that is what really makes a champion, especially in a game of seconds, inches, and percentage, right? So now it's really going to come down to, can Hook the Town Hall 12 deal with the adversity? Are they going to try to speed things up? Are they going to stick to their plan? Do they believe in their bait or defense? And that is the most important thing. All of them are there in the player cams. They're all communicating, trying to find the best way to beat one another. And it's really going to come down to this moment here. What's going to happen in the next 2 attacks?
Ooh, so much pressure on those 2 teams, on those players now, waiting and trying to react to whatever is needed, setting up the plans, planning out the attacks, and trying to get those 3 stars in. That is what matters. That is what they're here for, to make it then to the grand final and get that golden ticket. But we have the next attacker in. We have the super witches here. We have one earthquake, so this means it is the fireball. And we have the warden right there taking down. Yep, there we go with the fireball. Getting that nice part of the base out. And now the super witches should really easily go towards the top side versus an ice sound, which is interesting.
Yeah, the ice sound is definitely going to slow things down a little bit here, especially with these super witches going on the opposite side here. They are going to stay together, probably going to poison right after you. That's a good poison, definitely well timed. There is 2 sweepers and the eagle in the middle though, and it looks like there is a hound looking to plan for a very safe blimp on the tunnel, which I do like. However, it could be baited, although with the hound it's going to help a lot with the jump spell, moving these witches toward the middle. Nice funnel with the king and queen as well.
Yeah, really nice addition there with the hound, making things as safe as possible. We have the warden following at the top side nicely, while the king and queen funneling the outside. You could use an archer or something up on the top left side, please. That would be amazing, because there's nothing else which could really matter. That's where the bats now start. That's where maybe a wizard could be deployed, or an archer or something. Now it's all about the backhand. Can they make this work? No healers left though at the other side, but king and queen ability still.
So far looking pretty solid, but once again we're battling with the time, and now the wizard is no longer frozen. The bats are slowly going down, and the defensive queen is also taking down a lot of the bats. The wizard tower stays up, and now there is a large portion of the base here that still has to be dealt with. A lot of time is going to have to be invested. Does he have the quake boots? Might have to use them soon. Otherwise, these witches are going to be stuck on the wall for a while.
Yeah, he says that king ability, trying to delay it for as long as possible right now to really take down the last couple of buildings. I think he can already use it somewhat soon, I would expect. But the wizards are going down, which is quite unfortunate, which could really be a time issue. I'm wondering when he's going to use that king ability.
Yeah, that is the question here. Uses it now to get the final building. But now we have to see the timing here. It's going to be a 3-star.
1 minute 54 to 1 minute 56, I believe that's what I've seen. So yeah, 1 minute 54 to 1 minute 56. So both teams are pretty much tied. I mean, it is the smallest of leads you can possibly think of, and everything is back to 0. So this means the last 2 attackers are going to decide this match. And it's going to be a stressful one.
Yeah, this is the time. You're the last hitter of your team. All the pressure is on you. Can you, as an attacker, handle the pressure, or will you fall victim of the pressure itself? That is the real question. There is a lot on the line here. The golden ticket, the prize money, everything is on the line here. It's a win or go home situation. And now, more than ever, attacking mistakes are not allowed at this point. You have to be focused and you have to stay locked in.
Ooh, so much pressure, but let's see if the teams can handle that. Let's see if they can make it all the way. This is one of the most important matches within this qualifier. It decides between going and getting and claiming a golden ticket and going home with the prize money and no golden ticket. Big difference there, which can decide quite a bit for those 2 teams. They have made it that far, and now failing just 1 step before that would be quite devastating. But this is now what it comes down to. Both teams, 2 attacks each, 6 stars, and the time is pretty much tied.
We're going to have to see what the teams bring to the table. Are they going to whip out the dragons? Are they going to whip out? It looks like the dragons are being brought here for Hemong. Hemong is going to be the last hitter here going on Tex. And now it's really up to him for the time, and much less the 3-star going into the town hall here. There could be potential bait. It looks like there was a lot of bait on the Stone Slammer there. The Stone Slammer is almost down, which could play a factor here of how much value we got.
Yeah, I think that was actually the bait for the healer puppet, I believe. But, well, that means no red mines anymore for those dragons, which can be a quite important factor as well. Bats are starting now from the top left side. So what is going to happen? A great minion ability keeps everything frozen on the back end. The Queen, though, having no healers left at this point. The minion prince taking those souls and getting only stronger at this point with one freeze left.
Yeah, there is only one freeze left here, but there are so many dragons left over from this attack. The minion prince does go down. There is a defensive queen and a defensive king, but the queen on the offense does go down. There is too many dragons simply going to overwhelm the base. The time is actually very fast here, despite the defensive king there. They are going to go down, or the king is going to go down with the skeletons. And this is looking very fast. There is some traps, but this is a very fast 3. And now the pressure is really on for Hooked to Town Hall 12's team.
Wow, this was super, super fast. I'm not sure if Hooked to Town Hall 12 can actually compete with that. They have been the master of playing it safe. They are super incredible, consistent with that. But time was not really their major strength. But they have as well played, I think, the Elect Dragons, I think earlier. I think it was Hooked to Town 12, right? So that might be an option.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're going to have to change something here, because now this is the last attack. Whatever plan they had before, they're going to have to either use dragons, maybe Electric Dragons, maybe Super Dragons. I don't think Super Witches are an option here at all. They're too slow, too safe. Everything's on the line. You have to put everything on the floor. Otherwise, it just won't be enough. Not Finish is in a great spot. They've secured a really, really good spot. They haven't secured the win just yet. The ball is in Hooked to Town Hall 12, but they have to capitalize. They have to change their strategy. Otherwise, they're going to fall short.
Yeah, and I think right now 1 minute 26 is a tie and 1 minute 25 is a win. Everything else, obviously, like 1 minute 27 or higher would be a loss. That is fast. 1 minute 25, that was on the faster side, which we have seen today. So they have to take it like a huge risk here of just putting air in, starting with the bats super early to get the cleanup going. As you said, Super Witches are off the table. No way they're getting... What?
Oh. Tax is going in with Super Witches for the final attack. Has to 3-star within 1 minute and 25 seconds on this base that I believe has gotten several defenses as well. The time is already ticking. There is an Ice Hound. It's really going to come down to whether or not Tax can get it done, Itsu, but I don't know. Super Witches in a must-win, must-attack fast round. I don't know.
That's kind of crazy, but I feel like what he does right now is kind of smart. So first off, obviously the Super Witches at the top side are doing their thing. But what he did as well, he did scout at the bottom waters if there are any spring traps, because he wants to start with those bats down there, and he can use the Ice Golems to tank for those bats. But for that, he needs to make sure that those, those Ice Golems are staying safe, right? So this is why he scouted for spring traps there. Now the Ice Golem, and this is now where he starts with those bats. Is this fast enough? He needs to 3-star now in the next 30 seconds.
Oh, I don't know, Itsu. The Warden took so much damage at the beginning. The army splitting. The King went down. I think the Queen is still up. The Warden is taking so much damage. The Town Hall is awakened. There's only one more free spell. The Bats have taken so much damage. The Town Hall is still up. The defensive Minion Prince and Queen are doing crazy things on defense, and I just don't know if they're going to get the time here.
Yeah, no chance. I mean, we were both saying no shot is he going to bring Super Witches. He did. I mean, that's just how they play, and that's just what their strength is. This is how they made it that far in this competition, playing the Super Witches, playing super consistent, but they did not get that defense. Not finished, did get those 9 stars, and I feel like as soon as you get 9 stars versus Hook to Clash, it is tough. It is really tough with their Super Witch playstyle to get that comeback. But at the same time, it is... You can't really criticize them for that, because they have been so consistent with this troop and with this army composition. But in the end, it's not fast enough for this one.
Yeah, consistency is definitely a very important factor, but as we know, the main thing with the Super Witches being the slowest troop here, one of the slowest troops in the entire game. Unfortunately, it will, I think, almost be a 3. Maybe there will be some time here because a lot of things have gone down, but it looks like not finished. Somehow they were able to pull out a defense, get the timing, and now they will be going back up into the grand finals.
That's right, it will be not finished versus the Fluid Esports match, which is going to happen then as our grand final match. If we have not finished winning that one, it would be a bracket reset. That would then mean that we have the a second grand final pretty much, because they're coming from the lower bracket. If Fluid Esports is winning that first match, this is done and over. But at this point, we can already say congratulations to Not Finished for claiming that second golden ticket, because we know Not Finished and Fluid Esports are going to both get a golden ticket with qualifying for the grand finals.
Big congratulations to Not Finished. They have somehow battled their way out of the lower bracket. They got their revenge on the team that knocked them down there in the first place, which was Hook the Town Hall 12, but now they are back, and they are hopefully better than ever because they're going to have to be on their best game. Fluid Esports is at the top of their game too. They have not lost at all, and they're going to have to give it their all. They're going to have to probably get another 9-star war and maybe time in order to secure the grand final win and force the bracket reset against them.
That's right. So that is now the question, depending on the bracket reset, if we see 2 grand final matches or 1, and that is then the deciding factor here. Player stats, let's have a look again, but at the same time, you have to give it to Tex. He had to go for a crazy time, so that's why he in the end got that fail. I'm pretty sure that he could have gotten the save 3-star as well, but he was forced, his hands were tied, he had to somehow go for a crazy time here, because that's just how it is. The performance of Not Finished was just so good that they forced them into that position. And that means we have it right here. Not Finished is making it up to the grand final position versus Fluid Esports. And you said it right, so far undefeated.
Yeah, Fluid Esports is looking very strong here, but as we know, grand finals, anything can happen. Could force a bracket reset. Not Finished has been playing consistently. They had to play more because they have lost, and Fluid Esports has been kind of taking a little bit of a break here, so maybe they might be a little cold while Not Finished is currently hot. They are having a little bit of a run, and they have made it back to the grand final. So can they force the bracket reset? They're going to have to win twice in that case, or can Fluid Esports stay undefeated and become the champion? Both teams are still getting the golden ticket, which is phenomenal, but now we are going to see the true champion for the prize money as well.
Yep, that's right. I'm just checking right now with production, because what happens right now, just so you're aware of it, because we just have a team which just played. It will now take some time to load into the next match, because they have to get into the preparation part of the war. They have to get into the match itself. They have to set up the bases, set up the clan cards and everything, discuss obviously as well some plans. They need some planning time as well. We have to give them that. That's just fair. And that's why we have as well then some time in between of now and the next match. But I think there are good news as well, because you can actually claim some rewards now while waiting. And that is as well some elixir for you to upgrade then some lab research or anything you want. The warden, for example.
Yeah, definitely getting the elixir here, going to help out a little bit, especially during the summer jam. We have the unlimited hero event happening currently, so you definitely can use that to upgrade the warden and take advantage during this week, and of course with the rest of your upgrades as well.
Yep, that's right. Getting some resources in there as then the players, everyone is getting ready for that grand final match. Setting up the bases, setting up everything. I'm wondering what we're going to see with Not Finished being really heavy into the air attacks. We have seen it as well on the other side. Some really consistent 3-stars with air, with the ground, but as well some, let's call it more shaky attacks. So it will be for sure an interesting final with both teams looking really strong, but at the same time having some not best performances, but the one thing which I feel like stands out for me for Fluid Esports is just their defense. Holding back pretty much every team to at least one defense is something quite impressive, to say the least, especially on such a consistent note.
Yeah, definitely. The defense, as they say, defense does indeed win championships. And the same is here, you know, being able to defend several different teams, several different strategies on different wars is really impressive, especially when you already know that you're playing against players who have done so well in the tournament. We've seen several teams have really, really good stats coming into the, you know, as we get closer to the final, they have really, really good stats. But the main thing is they are still able to somehow pull out the defenses where it really counts, and that is why they are essentially the #1 seed in the grand final. Can they stay undefeated, or are they going to get forced into the bracket reset? But now we have the team comparison of Fluid Esports and Not Finished. You can see the stats here for Not Finished actually being in favor of them, despite them coming from the lower bracket. In favor of the average destruction, just slightly, average stars as well, and the average duration. But as we know, stats do tell a story, but it's one thing when you're playing in a match, nerves are high. That is the most important thing. Can you take the stats and put them into the game plans?
Yeah, it is. What is interesting, I feel like, is about that Fluid Esports was the underdog based on the stats in pretty much every single match. Yet again, they won every single match. So I feel like those stats can be quite misleading to some degree, because they are having a really, really good day today, it seems like. The question is now, can they push it all the way, or are we going to have the bracket reset and Not Finished really doing what they're doing so well the last couple of matches? And that is just juggling between putting up pressure on the other team, yet in the correct moments playing it safe. And that, to me, is the big question mark here, if those players can perform under this type of pressure.
That is very true. And now we have the player comparison. You can see all their stats: average destruction, average duration, average stars, the average stars fails, and the average destruction fails. All of these stats from all of the players are looking pretty similar. However, once again, Not Finished having slightly higher stats in a lot of the categories. But like you were saying, on paper, just because you have good stats does not necessarily guarantee you anything, especially in these esports matches. Like, anything can happen, anything is possible. And even though they are not finished, Fluid Esports has been very fluid and very consistent when it comes to attacking and defending.
Yeah, that is for sure the case. They are performing when it matters the most here in this tournament so far. At the same time, though, they were relying on their defense quite a bit as well, getting defenses in clutch moments when they could have dropped out in quite a few situations there. But at the same time, if that happens consistently, that is something to take in consideration for the overall performance, and if you can rely on your defense like they are doing. But their offense as well was really solid over the last couple of matches, so that is nothing to be shy of for them.
Yeah, that is very true. The offense on both sides have been very good. Not Finished is coming off of a perfect war here. So yeah, we can see the stats here of the Fluid Esports: 24 wins, 5 losses, and the hit rate being 77.01, with the attack duration average being 150. But they are undefeated currently, and they are looking to stay undefeated against Not Finished because they have been so solid throughout these rounds.
Yeah, they have been really solid, especially now in this last top 8 down elimination in the bracket overall. I feel like they have really, really found their form, getting those attacks in, getting the synergy in between them, as well as the bases. I mean, again, for them, you have to highlight those bases, which is such a big part of for them. On the other side, we see Not Finished with overall 4 losses. But for them, I feel like the big deciding factor is they're heading so fast. They're getting such crazy attack times in, which is then putting immense pressure on the other team.
And their hit rate is also very high, 88.89, which I believe was a little bit higher But like we were saying with the stats tell one story. It really is going to come down. Pretty much the whole entire matches that happened today essentially don't matter. The real thing that matters is now how you perform and see if you can, you know, truly be not finished. That's going to be, obviously both teams are winning the golden tickets. They've done very well, but now this is going to be the real deciding factor. Stats aside and what has happened in the last matches aside, can you put all of that aside and still come out and win?
That's the big question as the players are getting ready, and we are then getting into the attacks as soon as we are starting with them. Just so you're aware, I can just repeat it again because I feel like over the break we might lose some of people who are jumping off and on during the stream. But right now we have the preparation phase for the players. We have the planning time for them. We give them some time to make sure that they are playing at their highest possible level. And then as soon as they're ready, we are going to dive into the attacks within the next few minutes to make sure that we have a great final match to watch and to enjoy, and maybe even the bracket reset to have then a second final right after.
That bracket reset would be so crazy. The story of coming in from the bottom bracket, getting the revenge, and then potentially becoming the bracket reset would just be so crazy. That would be truly the story of the whole tournament, going from obviously losing in the upper bracket against Hooked and then coming back and winning, and now they have a chance to force the bracket reset against Fluid Esports.
Yeah, that's right. Just like coming back and getting the chances in there. For me, I'm still the biggest surprise I would say is still the way the stats looked for Dagi Esports and the way and how quickly they dropped out, which is, I know it was quite surprising to me. But overall, is there any match or moment which stand out for you?
There was a lot of moments. I think the main match was definitely, I think it was Not Finished and the War Heroes when they had, I think back-to-back, or it was really close with, when they were, one failed and the other one failed. It was getting really close with the percentage and the stars. I believe it was Not Finished and War Heroes, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think especially in the low bracket, we had quite a few super close matches. So every single one of them being a nail biter and going the full distance. At the same time, though, which was surprising, is a lot of the other matches which were somewhat decided earlier, which was unfortunate because it felt like always the attacking team, or the team which was attacking first, I want to say, had the advantage. So the last attack felt like, well, the match is over, but they're still going to have to attack with that one. So I hope that whatever we're going to have here, whoever is going to win with this one, that we're going to have an intense match until the last second, and that every star, every attack matters till the end. That's what I'm hoping for as we see the players trading armies, getting ready to give us a great show and to win some money.
Yeah, Fluid Esports looking very strong here. They're trying to prepare as best as they can, and so is Not Finished. They just got done playing several matches there, so they are still feeling a little bit hot probably after coming off of that Perfect War win. And now Fluid Esports, it's going to be interesting to see if they had been kind of, maybe a little bit too relaxed. Are they maybe, sitting back too much, or have they been planning and strategizing? Maybe they've been watching their opponents, which would be ideal to see how can they throw them off. How can they maybe get one bait? There's 3 attacks, but all you needed to do is throw one opponent off, and that could be the difference maker. If one of these players fails, that could be the real deal breaker and truly solidify your win in this tournament.
Yeah, they have done that earlier today. They were, I think it was 6-9, and they have had to take the last defense. It was not looking good for them because the average on time was on the for the other team. But then they just found one of those baits. It was the giant arrow bait where the attacker placed his archer queen into pretty much every single skeleton trap in existence, into spring traps, into everything, and that one bait changed the entire outcome of that match. So they are capable of those baits, that's for sure. But that's against a team like Not Finished, who has so far been incredible with their offensive power. And we have Fluid Esports starting things off with the Dragons and Bats. Let's see if they have the somehow answer for this base, because this base has already given a rough time for many players, as we see a missed giant arrow, because that one was supposed to take down the sweeper.
Yeah, that giant arrow might actually end up hurting here, especially with the Town Hall compartment. Now sends the Stone Slammer in with the Dragon Army. The Queen is taking some damage, has to freeze early. That means one less freeze for the bats. The Hound does go down, the Town Hall goes down as well. But now this Sweeper is going to pose a real threat here, delaying. And now the Queen is taking so much damage, has to force another Rage on the Queen to keep her alive. It's so important to keep the Queen alive during moments like this because she is so clutch. But the Sweeper, once again, doing so much, has to overgrowth it in the middle.
I'm a little bit surprised there because it feels like his troops were there. His troops were right next to those Inferno Towers and like the core in general. And that's the moment where he is going to overgrowth. So yeah, let's hope that that overgrowth is not going to backfire, but he was able to keep that Queen alive, as you said.
Ooh, the Headhunter is forcing the Warden to go down and also forcing the ability of the Minion Prince so early. Now the Sweeper is working on the back end here, and now the Multi is doing a lot of damage with the defensive Siege Troops doing a lot of damage as well. Now the Sweeper on the opposite side is doing a lot of work here, but is it going to be enough? The Multi is still alive. Balloons come out. The Minion Prince is also trying to do some damage here. There is not much left here on the defensive side, but also the Expo is putting in the work. The Expo stays alive. The Dragon goes down. There is an Expo with the Sweeper. Can it defend? There is not much left here.
Oh no, the base is defending and defending. The one Sweeper not going down from the giant arrow. I feel like on this base, 90% of the players have missed the giant arrow, which is crazy. And that the first defense and not finished is looking strong. That's exactly the start that we're hoping for. And I mean, it's just insane how this base is defending and defending.
Yeah, especially with these Dragon attacks, a lot of things can go wrong because they attack so quick. Missing that giant arrow really proves to be more detrimental, especially when the CC, the Headhunters came out, forced the Warden to go down. That means no Rage Gem moving forward. The Dragons were slow, had to overgrowth, forcing them to react. And sometimes when you're forcing your opponent to react, they can make mistakes. And now that is a very big defense, which opens up the window to potentially just play safe. You can play Super Witches, or maybe they want to play Dragons. Maybe they feel more confident in Dragons versus Super Witches, but only time will tell. But now we are in a spot where they can potentially capitalize on their potential advantage. Potential advantage being they have to do something, otherwise it will be a wasted opportunity.
That's 100% correct, because if they can freestyle now, that would be a huge momentum shift in their favor. At the same time, though, they were kind of sticking with their original plan. So like every player for them has their go-to strategy. It felt like more like that to me. But let's see if they're going to change things up or switch the strategies or something and can take advantage of that defense which they have just received, or if not. But based on what we have seen so far, I would expect some air attack, and usually the attacks from them were quite fast.
Yeah, that is true, but as we know, time isn't always the factor, and now they have a chance to be ahead in stars. But can they seize the moment? We can see once again the player cams for both teams. They are super locked in, not finished, trying to take advantage here. And now let's get into the next attack here. Monk is going to go in, and he is actually going to start off with a Warden Walk with the Super Witches. They are trying to play it safe. It looks like it's going to be a zap beginning there.
Yeah, getting that second layer out, making sure that the Super Witches then are going to the right direction. We have the Warden funneling here. I feel like he could start already with the Super Witches because the storage is not that crucial. Yep, that's when he starts. But at the same time, time is out of the window for most, for them, because they have the defense, and that means time is not relevant anymore.
Yeah, that is true. Now their main focus should just be getting the 3-star at all costs, really trying to punish their opponents here for making any kind of mistake, especially in the grand final here. Nice poison. The Ice Golem also doing a good job of freezing the Headhunters. The Headhunters don't get a single shot off, which you saw in a few attacks. The Headhunters doing a lot of killing the hero and also triggering the ability. So very nice job here, keeping the army together and also staying composed. Also going to jump in, and now it's going to come down to how good the second jump spell is going to be placed here.
Yeah, and using the Minion Prince now on the flank to funnel everything back in. I'm wondering why the Minion Prince and not the King, for example, because I feel like the King would have looked really solid here because of the air defense and such, right? So like the Minion Prince is a question mark to me, but wait. Okay, that was kind of insane. Planning the giant arrow for that? Really?
Wow. So now these Super Witches are moving in here through the middle. They are all still together. The Warden is barely alive, but an alive Warden is a Warden that can deal damage. The Eagle is raining down. The Minion Prince is still alive, fully healthy, and there is a decent part of the base still, but Yetis come out. The Eagle is still working, but I don't think there's really much base left here that can kill these Super Witches.
Yeah, I mean, that is just... That was super, super impressive. That giant arrow for the air defense was just next level. I mean, that was really cool. As we said earlier, it's not the fastest attack, but this is completely irrelevant because as long as they're 3 stars, it is good for them for this match because they have that defense, and that's all what matters. And oh boy, what was that attack? That was a beauty to watch.
Yeah, truly insane. The abilities making the difference. Switching out the King for the Minion Prince, hitting the Dark Orb in the back there, and also using the Minion Prince for the funneling. It feels like really made the difference there, especially with that giant arrow. So very nicely done for Himonk on Not Finished, taking advantage and actually making their potential advantage into a real one, because now they have the star lead. But we'll see what can happen. Anything can happen moving forward. There could be another defense, but now the pressure is on for Fluid Esports.
That's right. And at this point, they have to really just get those 3 stars in and hope for the defense at some point, because this is all they can do at this stage. As well for them, the same story. The time is not relevant anymore. It's all about 3-starring. If it's a slow, if it's a fast one, it doesn't matter. This is just get 3 stars. That's all what matters. They have gotten quite a few significant defenses over those different matches, so they should not give up whatsoever, and obviously can still hope for a great defense. But if they get those 3 stars in, they're giving themselves the best chance of then capitalizing out of that.
Yeah, Not Finished has to be very careful here. They got the 3-star, and now they have some sort of lead, but don't get too comfortable, because the moment you get comfortable is the moment you open your chance to get baited. Maybe they get hit by skeletons, miss the giant arrow, so they have to still stay focused. They have a slight advantage here, but they have to make sure they don't throw it away by making a mistake in another attack.
That's right. They have to make sure that they are flawless at this point on, getting those things in, getting those attacks in. And well, we are going to see in just a second if they can do that and if they are able to deliver that next attack. Because, yeah, the first attack wasn't the greatest for them, that's for sure. But they want to make things better with that next one to make sure that not a bracket reset is getting forced.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they stay on it. Hanan is in for Fluid Esports, coming in with Mass Super Giants and Mass Super Wizards. A very interesting strategy. I don't think I've seen this one, Itsu.
Me neither. That is the first. Okay, let's see how that works. He has the lava. Okay, so they're doing the same thing here with the Lava Hound and the Blimp for the Town Hall. We have seen that earlier already, I think, from Hook to Town Hall 12 it was. So nothing was changed there from the traps. The Blimp is still working like it was before. The question is now, do the Super Wizards work with those Giants on the back end?
Yeah, the Super Wizards have gone down quite a bit here, but there's not really much splash damage left on the base here. Nice free spell for that Wizard Tower on the back end, and there's a lot of Super Giants actually, and Super Wizards on the outside. Now you can see the bats slowly making their way through. This is looking actually kind of crushed here, Itsu.
That's crazy. Okay. Note that down. Note that down. Let's give this a try in Legends if that works on Town Hall 18 as well. What just happened? Okay. Those Giants are so tanky. It's kind of crazy. The Super Wizards are going down, but the Giants are the troops which are surviving. This is actually a really nice 3-star.
Yeah, very nice 3-star indeed. I believe this base has defended a lot of times in this tournament. A lot of the times players were coming in from the bottom left side and sending the Blimp in, and that back triple Inferno setup was really defending very well, but they decided to actually flip the script and go to the top right side where the CC was instead of going into the bottom side. And I feel like that made the difference, especially with this very different army, 12 Super Wizards and 10 Super Giants, something you don't see every day, but it did work on this base that was getting a lot of defenses.
Yeah, and especially with bringing armies like that, no one is expecting that. No one is trying to bait that. So that's really good news for them. But this means they have done their job. Now they have to take a look at their defense and see what that says and how that looks like. Because 3-star sounds easy on paper, but in reality, it can be sometimes kind of tricky, especially because I think that we see quite some mostly air attackers on the other side. So just saying, oh yeah, go super witches and you're fine, might not always work.
Yeah, that's true. And especially in the grand final, you have to try things that people haven't seen, or maybe you've been holding an army, holding some sort of bait that can potentially catch your opponent off guard. Maybe they weren't anticipating you to do, this strategy. No one was, maybe. And now everybody's using dragons and super witches, but you pull this strategy out and now it really catches your opponent off guard, which I think is essential. You have to be able to adapt, bring out strategies, bring out the 3-stars, and bring the pressure back, because even if you're down temporarily, anything can happen on defense, and you want to try to make sure you're consistent and your opponent maybe gets flustered on defense.
Yep, that is for sure. We have now the Super Witches again from the not finished side. So it seems like that they are quite confident with this. They're just using the lightnings for the one Inferno Tower. They really want to make sure that there is no second layer threat and getting those Super Witches into the base. Now the question is, how do they create the funnel at the top side, or are they entering? No, it seems like they're entering from the bottom side, so not into the town hall.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here, especially if they're leaving the town hall for the very end. Could lead to something risky, especially with the way the sweepers are pointing and the hero farm and the CC, but wants to make sure they take out the eagle nice and early, because the eagle has been an issue in a lot of attacks. The eagle staying around too long has dealt too much damage, especially with the CC combined. Could be a disaster.
He is running the jump combination, so no wall breaks or anything. First healer gone though, so healers are going down, and that means less healing power. King ability is forced, so no king left anymore, and he still has to go quite some distance. He has the jump and Eternal Tome. I think he should be fine though, but I don't know, time maybe?
Yeah, this is still looking very solid. The Warden may go down, though, gets forced to ability. I don't know if you wanted to do the ability just then because of the back end. The Witches are still staying alive, though. Everything's getting healed up. Also, the nice cleanup from the Snakes on the right side, and still has another jump spell to jump inside. This is still looking very solid.
Yeah, it is. The final overall was amazing setup, like really, really well done there. And that means the Super Witches are going in a really controlled way. We have the freeze now for the Town Hall. I was worried about the time, but looking at the tech right now, it looks amazing. The way on how he used the Slammer, really good. And this means that should be the next 3-star or not finished. And they are looking really strong in this matchup, because this one is another super crushed base.
Yeah, not finished, really keeping the pressure and punishing Fluid Esports even more for the fail they had at the beginning, which they need to do. They need to keep playing it safe. The advantage is in their hand. They cannot throw away this advantage, otherwise anything can happen. They have to have a bracket reset in order to get the first place here. But we are going to have to see. Still one more attack for not finished. There is a chance for a mess up, and Fluid Esports now is really having their back against the wall. They have to 3-star, otherwise it won't be possible for a comeback.
Yeah, they have to 3-star, but at the same time, they'll have to hope for a defense at some point. Otherwise, nothing is going to change because of their first attack. But first, to make that happen, they have to get their third attack in and get that 3-star. And for that, well, what is going to be their answer? They have now played Air, which has failed. And then they have played the Mass Giant Super Wizard strategy, which has worked quite well.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they decide to do. in this attack. Maybe they play a little bit safe with Super Witches. I don't really think time is going to be a factor here. It's probably going to come down to stars, if not percentage, if there is some kind of mistake from not finished. But they're in a really good spot. I think the main thing you have to do right now is focus on getting the 3-star. That is the most important thing, no matter what.
The most important thing indeed. But, well, time will tell, because for us, we can do a lot of speculation and such, but all what matters is getting that into the attack as soon as that's ready, watching and checking out what is going on there on the battlefield, because this one is going to be an intense finish. Everything is in the hands of, well, just getting their attacks and getting the 3-stars in, because if we see 2 3-stars, this is done, but not finished. If they're 3-star, it's done.
Yeah, they're going to have to make sure that they stay very focused here. Same base once again, that triple multi-setup, very similar base that we saw. And now we're going to have to see what Askip Kamat actually does here. As the mini prince for the funnel is actually using the dragons and going to send the army to the bottom left side. And we've seen time and time again, this base, I believe, was the one that might have been getting the defenses. So are they going to change the plan up or do something different? The queen is also going down here, and now it's really up to the main army.
Oof, yeah, I'm not sure. Did he forget about the archer, like the action, the giant arrow? I'm not sure what exactly was going on there, but the town hall is now up next. The vulnerability has been used and protects all of the troops right now. He has some bats for the back end, but with the triple Inferno Tower, I'm not sure how well this will work.
Yeah, now trying to take down the Wizard Tower there with the rocket balloons, but a lot of these dragons have actually gone down, and there's really only bats left on the map. The Expo is also taking down the Inferno Dragon there, and once this multi comes up, you have to make sure that the 3 free spells are used very good. One goes down for the Wizard Tower. Now it's going to come down to the very end. Has to make sure they freeze the multi and freeze the Wizard Tower. Actually, the multi might go down here. The Wizard Tower is the only thing left over. Uses the freeze now. And it looks like it's going to go down, and that is going to get the 3 for Fluid Esports.
Wow, I mean, that was a little bit shaky at the back end, but the way on how he used those spells was amazing, and especially those rocket loons and the quick thinking of him, knowing that he has to freeze for them so he can take out the multi-Inferno Tower, was really clutch, and that means that they are staying alive for now. Now it depends. A 3-star, and we see the bracket reset. A 2-star,
now,
I mean, it's going to be close.
Yeah, Not Finished really has the whole entire war in their hands. All they have to do is just play it safe. I wouldn't do anything risky, but as we've seen, maybe some players do not like to switch up their army, and they like to feel confident in a dragon style. Maybe we'll see them switch to Super Witches, but it all just depends on how they're feeling. They have a game plan. They're going to try to follow it. Of course, the defender's going to try to throw them off, but this is a win or lose situation for Not Finished. If they lose, it is over. If they win, they can force the bracket reset, which would be insane as a story.
It would be really insane indeed. At the same time, let's find out what is going to happen, because so far, Fluid Esports has gotten like a good defense in every single of their matches pretty much. So far, they did not. I mean, it is just incredible how consistent now the offense, but at the same time, the defense has been. Is this now going to result in a bracket reset or not? I mean, the last final attack, and this is the cool thing about this match, it comes down to the last final attack, which we did not have too often before this match. So I'm super excited for this one.
And now the pressure is very high. We're going to see if they're going to be able to go past the pressure and get the 3, because now it's easier said than done. All you have to do is this, all you have to do is that. Just get the 3, place the queen here, don't forget the giant arrow, but so many things can happen. They really have to stay focused. Anything can happen. We've seen in the last attack, and now Smoky God is indeed going in with the Super Witches, trying to play safe, also using the zap, going to zap out the multi there on the top side, and is really trying to play it safe here, because as long as they get the 3-star, this will solidify the win and force the bracket reset.
That's right. So the Warden Walk with the Zaps, which we have seen now, every single attack from them, they have reacted super well to what we have seen then as soon as the fail has happened. And super consistent, especially setting up that pathing and everything. So are they going to do it one more time? They're entering into the tunnel, which means the Eagle is going to stay alive a little bit longer, but the tunnel is secured more early. Is that going to have an impact? I guess we're going to find out together.
And it looks like Smokey is also running the Monolith arrow, I believe, which is pretty interesting. So we're going to see how that plays out. Also the King on the right side. The Eagle getting some shots up here. The balloons are also tanking for the healers. Oh, the healers might actually start taking some damage here. Super Dragon also comes out as well. And we have the defensive minion prince. A jump spell is placed a little bit early. The ward ability gets used. And now it's going to be decided here by if the Silver Witches actually go inside, or are they going to split on the outside? It could be a big factor here.
Ooh, but the witches are getting the minion prints, which is quite crucial. The healers are switching inside. They're getting pushed back from those sweepers. But as long as enough healers are staying alive and he's not catching too many black mines, he should be fine, I think. We have the rage there as well. Those super witches, they're just not going down. As long as they can move freely, they are so strong. And with this open, wide base, this is exactly what they're doing. They're just slowly overpowering the base, and there's no stopping them.
Yeah, the Super Witches are looking very unstoppable here. Even with the split, one Super Witch with the healers is just not going down to the cannon. Uses the freeze there at the end. Still has the 2 hero abilities, and Smokey God is looking to solidify the win here against Fluid Esports, a team that is not lost and has been defending, somehow not finished, has broken that streak, has been perfect, and now they are forcing the bracket reset, and they have the chance to become the grand winner.
Wow. What a performance. I mean, they have done some incredible fast attacks over this qualifier. With air, they have been super consistent with that. And when it's needed, they're just switching to ground some super witches every time with this lightning ward walk combination. And they are overpowering bases left and right. And that means we have not finished getting the victory and forcing the bracket reset.
Not finished getting the job done, and now they have forced the bracket reset, and if they can win just one more time, they would become the #1 champion of the first monthly qualifiers of the Town Hall 12 Cup. There's still going to be more monthly qualifiers throughout the year, but this is the first one, and they would be the first of the 2. Well, both of them are getting the golden ticket, but still, this would be meaning they would get the maximum amount of prize money from this tournament.
That's right, getting the most prize money possible with getting the next victory, because this means we have this one more match between Fluid Esports and Not Finished, because Not Fluid Esports came from the upper bracket, and that is then Not Finished really pressuring them, forcing them into this reset with an incredible game plan, reacting super fast. We have seen some teams really struggling with reacting quick enough with the plans, getting those plans ready, and somehow as well executing them, because that is as well a big issue for many.
Yeah, let's take a look at the player stats here. You can see all 3 stars, but the 1-3 or 1-2 making all that much of a difference. That's all it takes in these esport matches when these pro players have one slip up, a very close 96, but when it's a game of stars, it's just comes down to that. You know, you can't afford to make certain mistakes. Super close, but now it's going to be interesting, because can Not Finished come around and win, or are Fluid Esports actually going to maybe make a comeback and beat them for the grand final part 2 or bracket reset and become the champion?
That is the big question for this matchup. But I feel like just with the momentum we have now for Not Finished, it is so hard to beat them. And especially I feel like in the way on how Fluid Esports won most of their matches, I feel like they always had this one crucial defense, and without that, they would have had a tough time. But Not Finished just did not give them that opportunity. They did not show any weakness. They did not really gave them an early advantage. And there was nothing Fluid Esports could then somehow play off, and that really has then resulted in Fluid Esports as well with their first attack really struggling. And for me, Not Finished is looking right now like better momentum and as well better attacks, better game plan.
Yeah, definitely Not Finished is looking to not be finished and actually be finished, but it's all going to come down to their attacking and the defense here to see if they can get it done. That is the real question we keep asking. Who is going to be crowned the champion of the first Town Hall 12 Cup monthly finals? We are going to find out very, very soon. Are the nerves too high? Are they still locked in? Or maybe they're feeling a little bit less pressure, which could lead to more mistakes. Or maybe they're feeling more pressure, which could also lead to mistakes as well.
There are many things which can go wrong. The pressure is something you're talking about as well. Now they have to decide what bases are they going to rerun. For example, the base which has defended, would you run again? Would you use a different one? What is the game plan there? And there are a lot of questions as well. How many bases have they prepared, for example? So it's going to be an intense, a really, really intense second match in the bracket reset.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting grand final. Are they going to maybe bring back the Super Giant, Super Wizard combo? Are they going to bring a different army? But the most important thing is getting the 3-star nonetheless. And if it does come down to time, if it does, the last few matches have not been about time. They have been about the stars. Can you adapt? Can you switch your army in order to actually be faster? Because that is going to be the crucial breaking point of being able to attack, react to the base that they have changed. Maybe they changed the traps, maybe they changed the bait, and that's going to be the real deciding factor here in the next match.
Yeah, we have one more final time. The average stats and the team comparison overall between those two teams, and it just has been always the same. Fluid Esports so far always has been the underdog within their matches, but somehow, I mean, they have made it to the finals, and that was quite consistent. Their defense did play a big role, but at the same time, Not Finished, having the slightly higher stats, and that might be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see once again if Not Finished can put those stats from the paper into the actual game plan here, because that's going to be the real question. Stats are nice, stats are great, they look very good, but can you make it still look good in the attack when things are happening, when things are going wrong? Can you flip them around and make them a reality, or is it just going to be another statistic on the board?
That is the big question. We have now one more loss on the list of Fluid Esports as those stats are live updated. They have 24 wins, and now instead of 5, they have those 6 losses. The hit rate, yeah, they usually always have this one fail, even though it's a lot of times in the high percentage. But this is really costing them now versus a team like Not Finished.
Yeah, overall still solid stats for Fluid Esports, but when you have the stats of Not Finished, they are really starting to showcase why they have these stats and why they are able to overcome. But Fluid Esports still, they are still having a lot of wins, but Not Finished now having the one more win as well. 26 wins, the 4 losses, and the hit rate at the 89.25%, and the average attack duration being a little bit faster.
Yeah, like everything stats-wise is in favor of Not Finished, that is for sure. The question really in the end is, how do those two teams now perform under this immense pressure, especially for Not Finished right now? I feel like this second match would feel easier because, I mean, they're coming from a super high. They had a win streak in the lower bracket. They're now forcing the bracket reset, so they're now on top of the world. But at the same time, on the other side now with Fluid Esports, that it feels tough getting forced into the bracket reset. And yeah, the question is now, can they really keep calm and get the attacks done and perform them well?
Now let's take a look at the player comparison. We've seen the team stats here, but the player comparison, all of these players have very, very solid stats. Once again, Not Finished having slightly better stats a little bit, but nonetheless, still very solid stats from both teams. Fluid Esports and Not Finished, both great teams. They both have their own specialties. Fluid Esports trying to rely a little bit on the defense, but also their attacks have been great. A couple of close ones, but now the pressure's really on. Not Finished, they have been on a perfect streak, but are they going to get too comfortable? And Fluid Esports can maybe take advantage of them being complacent of where they're at.
That is the big question. I feel like there are a lot of mind games and everything. Just a really quick reminder again, as Termi and me are yapping about every single possible option or number or everything which might happen or might not happen. The teams are right now getting ready again with their next match to make sure that we're giving them a little bit of time to prepare for the attacks. And just so you're not wondering, or like just not wondering of what is going on, why are the attacks not happening, we just want to give the players the best possible planning time, and so they're getting ready to give us a great show. So we can take the time and talk a little bit again quickly about the format of this entire system here, Termi.
Yeah, the format, of course, being the 3 versus 3 on the esports modifier, which means that it's going to be a little bit harder. The defenses on defense are going to be hitting harder, and the defensive heroes are also going to be hitting harder as well, while your equipment are actually going to be nerfed. On the offensive end, they're going to be a little bit downgraded because of the esports modifier. We, of course, have the monthly final, which is the double elimination. So if you're wondering why Not Finished and Fluid Esports are playing again, it's because it is double elimination. So Fluid Esports has only lost 1 time. So now that forces the bracket reset, and one team is going to have to lose twice. And then, of course, both will earn the golden tickets.
That's right. And next to the golden tickets, what they're playing for is the prize pool of $3,000. The first place is getting $990, and the second one for $540. So there's overall a $450 difference for those two teams, what they're fighting for here. So quite some nice money on the line. We have as well then the remaining seeds are getting money as well. So pretty much every team which started into today is going to get some money for their playtime and for making it this far in this competition.
Yeah, overall a really solid monthly finals prize pool, especially for Town Hall 12. Having the opportunity to come here now is the final moment. We're going to see who claims not only the biggest prize pool, claims the grand winner placement of the whole entire first monthly final for July. We're going to find out soon.
That's right. We're going to find out really soon. I just hope that the teams are getting ready, because I really, really want to see if we're going to see maybe an early fail again, because I feel like this is the number one thing those top teams, like why those top teams are in this position, because they're just so good. And in like capitalizing off those mistakes, which are happening then on the other side. So one star did happen only, I think, once or maybe twice during today, but mostly like a close fail or something. If you can then quickly switch to Super Witches or something, you are looking really good. And this is something which we have to give credit to Not Finished for how they have done the game plan in the last match. They have had a defense and switched right away to the Super Witches and Zaps, which I feel like, again, is putting up some type of pressure now on Fluid Esports, because they know if they're messing up only once, Not Finished will just switch to Super Witches and they won't fail again with their Zap Super Witch approach. That is quite scary.
Yeah, definitely not that much room for mistake, especially in the final match, the grand final, the true grand final. If you lose this, it is over. So now we have the player cams here. Fluid Esports on the left, Not Finished on the right. They are planning, setting their traps, setting their bases, scouting around, communicating with their team, and trying to have the best possible chance for each other, because at the end of the day, they are a team, so their attacks do impact each other. So they're trying to give each other the best possible chance, communicating and seeing what they can do. But it all comes down to the individual attacks as well. If they can handle the pressure on their own, their teammates are also going to try to lock in, but it's down to the player of you executing by yourself.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like something which is super underrated is like a person in your client or in your team who's able to cheer you up, get the motivation going, especially after a loss. I feel like that is a really important role, and having such a person can be a big difference maker. In the end, you said it right, it's all coming down to the players and such, but after that, then like going into the match is as well like a team performance, I would say, with getting the vibe going and such, and getting ready for the match and getting ready for the attacks. But that's the pre-workout, pre-planning, pre-match, whatever. Then getting into the attacks. This is then where the action starts. This is then where the nerves are on at its peak.
Yeah, definitely being able to have a person on the team to be like, hey guys, we are down, but we are not out. We lost the last round. It's fine. We're still in this. We still have a chance to come back. We can't be down on ourselves now, because if we're down on ourselves now, the other team is going to take advantage. They're going to see the weakness and they're going to, bite on it right away. So you have to make sure that you, even though you made a mistake, it's not over until it's over. And we've seen this many times today. Clans or attacks have made mistakes on one side, then the next side also makes a mistake and they're able to capitalize back. So it's never over, and it's a lot of the times it's come down to the last attack as well. So you just never know. You have to be able to stay focused, but having someone or having multiple people on your team to kind of get you together and be like, hey guys, we're in this together. That's what team is all about. That's why it's 3v3 and not 1 versus 1.
Yep. And it's just more fun as well with others together. Having this is social experience and having the option of playing off each other, I feel like this is well a whole different story. So that is quite nice as well. Then the planning part, obviously, which is a different experience than with like having spotting and such on, which can be a big nice thing. We have seen with the player camps that they were non-stop talking, discussing not just the plans, but as well during the attacks, figuring out, okay, what's going on there? Maybe is there something like cleanup needed? Is there something I have to consider? Is there something else going on, I assume? But we see the countdown. Hopefully the attacks are then starting soon, and I cannot wait to get the action started here.
Here we go, the grand finals between Fluid Esports and Not Finished. This is the grand finals final match to decide the winner, who is going to be the champion of the first monthly final for the Town Hall 12 Cup very soon.
So we're doing the very soon now, or like the update soon. Oh no!
Yeah,
so
very shortly.
Okay, no, let's hope that it's not that soon. Oh, and we're in. Let's go. We are in, and we see the attacks again with air. And, oh no, what's that? Wait, where's that? He did not hit anything.
Yeah, I don't think the giant arrow really hit any of the air defenses there or the sweepers, so that might be a big factor here, especially in a win or lose war. This is the final war of the day, so now it's really coming down to making the most of your abilities. As CC does come out here, the dragons are splitting a little bit. Ward ability is used early. Skeletons are running around the base here, going to distract the queen and the king a little bit. But now he has to keep his army together. He has the bat spells, but how much of an impact is the main army going to have first?
That's the main question as well. If you remember, that was the base, which we have seen the bait earlier today. It was on the top left side, so there might be some ground skeletons waiting for the attacker. But this too looks fine. I mean, the giant arrow, I'm not sure if he hit anything or if I'm just seeing things, but this base is completely crushed and it's super fast as well.
This is a very fast time. This is definitely what they need. Not Finished, once again, being able to set up the pace here and really determine, putting the pressure on Fluid Esports, because now they have not only a 3-star at the beginning, they attacked very fast here, about a minute and 20. At a minute and 20, this really puts the pressure on Fluid Esports, and now they could potentially panic. Do they switch their attacks? Do they keep using Super Witches? Do they bring back another army? This is the real question we're wondering, because now this puts an insane amount of pressure, and Hemong doing a great job at making that pressure feel more intense during the grand final.
Yeah, and I feel like Hemong was such a crucial part now for so many of those matches. He has done incredible fast attacks, and as well being able to switch to ground whenever it's needed, but at the same time doing those super fast air attacks when his team needs him the most. Really impressive showing from him so far, and he's starting this grand final reset match as they were hoping for, as they had to do, because this, as you said right, is putting so much pressure on the other side, on a team which did already had quite some issues, and on top of that, just lost the match. So pressure, I think they have enough from that on their side right now.
Yeah, now Fluid Esports really has to make sure that they come in with a good plan. Don't get flustered here. They are rocking the dragons and the bats once again, starting with the minion prints on the bottom here and some dragons with an E-drag on the left side to funnel, making sure they slow walk the base, also going opposite of the sweeper. But one thing to note here is they are going opposite of the sweeper and into the tunnel, but the Eagle is going to have free reign of the base unless they use the Stone Slammer here. We're gonna have to see what happens.
And what is on the Archer Queen? Okay, the action figure and the healer puppet. So no giant arrow on this one. I feel like we have seen too many giant arrows missing, but they're just deciding, okay, nope, no giant arrows for us anymore. But the question is now, can this queen funnel quick enough? The town hall is getting activated really soon. The overgrowth is getting used, and now we have the bat wave starting from the top right side.
Yeah, the bats are going to come in here. Minion Prince trying to work on them. We got to be careful that the dragons do not get close to the bats, because that could lead to the traps coming out on the bats. Oh, the bats are going to get hit by the red air bombs. Oh, a lot of bats are going down, but some are still up on the left side.
Ooh, another freeze, and that is keeping those bats safe. But this means that they're still having to fly towards the multi-phone tower and Expo. I'm not sure if they're able to overpower that with the queen. She's backtracking right there. Wait, the bats actually took down the Inferno Tower, even though it was not frozen. That's kind of insane. That means we have as well 3-star on the other side.
Wow, what an insane... Wow. The events of this attack were crazy. The overgrowth, the bats overwhelming the multi didn't even matter, despite them getting hit by the traps there in the middle. Still able to overcome, and Askip Kamad for Fluid Esports keeps the match close, even though they're behind by 20 seconds on time. I think the main thing is just still getting the 3-star and staying focused and worrying about the time in the second or third attack.
Yeah, I'm wondering now exactly what the plan looks like. Like the game plan, what I mean is, with 20 seconds advantage, would there be like a, I don't know, zap super witches again, or do they think, okay, let's just put even more pressure with the air again on the other team? Like, what is the plan here? I'm wondering what is the safest option. I could see maybe one super witch attack being like a somewhat safe 3-star, and maybe not the slowest, but yeah, I guess that is maybe a good thing. But we will see in just a second what they're coming up with, and what they feel like is the best option and choice.
Yeah, Not Finished really can decide now. Do they want to keep the pressure with the time, keep the time advantage? They could go with the dragons, but it might be risky. Do they want to also try to do these super witches and then battle with the time, not really make it time-based? But as we've seen, one fail can change the trajectory and really not make it about time anymore. We're gonna have to see. Pushop is coming in with these super witches. It looks like they are going to go with the super witches, playing it safe. We see the triple Inferno Tower, 2 singles in the middle. The 2 sweepers are pointing around and is going to go into the Town Hall compartment first, but the Eagle is once again going to rain down from the opposite side.
Yeah, the Eagle's staying alive for quite some time, and the troops now are grouping up, which is never a good sign. But at the same time, we have those super witches being super powerful and especially really tanky.
Yeah, the super witches are making their way down, but they are going to be going into an interesting part of the base here, because there's going to be every single defense in this like concave area. And now the single is locking onto the giant here, going to take that down. Stone Slammer on the left side. The Expos are all working here. The healers are trying their best to heal, but actually has to use the overgrowth now on the back end and puts the Batspos on the right side.
Yeah, interesting plan so far, but it looks pretty promising, I want to say, because super witches are not getting pushed to the outside. We have those bats flying across. You can use the one freeze now for the Expo and Wizard Tower, which looks good. The bats are slowly one-shotting those defenses one by one. This is now where the back end wakes up again. What is going to work and happen here? Freeze takes down and somehow gets rid of the Wizard Tower. The bats are still going down, but I mean, there are so many troops left alive.
Yeah, there is a lot of troops left here. It looks like the time is relatively decent here. Now we might have to start asking the question is, are they going to worry about the time now? Because it looks like so far both teams are not really making much mistakes.
Yeah, but I mean, even that attack was pretty much on the same time level as what we have seen from Fluid Esports. So I don't think that they're too worried. Their average of 1 minute 31 is just super, super solid. And as long as they're not receiving now a 1 minute 22 or 24 second defense, they are still in the lead. So I think they're quite happy with how the match is going so far.
Yeah, for sure. Now having the advantage there, we'll see if they can keep it in the next attack. But now it's going to be up to Fluid Esports. Can they make the attack time lower, the difference lower, or are they still going to believe in the slow pacing and rely maybe on getting once again another defense? It's going to be tricky because you are taking a risk either way of the time or going too fast and messing up.
That's always the question. That's always the overall planning approach, the game plan when it comes down risk versus time versus somewhat of a safety attack. There are a lot of options, there are a lot of questions out there, but I feel like with Super Witches being so hard to fail, it is always then the game state dependent. Right now though, I think they're looking really solid, and we have now an air attack here from the other side. Fluid Esports, they have to make this attack count, and they're going in with those bats.
Yeah, and I think this middle compartment is going to be interesting. It's a triple multi-setup. The storages and the Queen and Minion Prince are behind all the storages, so it's really going to depend on whether these dragons can really make their way inside. Do have an overgrowth as usual, going to use it early on the multi on the top side, and now we have the Minion Prince ability as well. So we're going to see where the bats are going to come in from exactly. The CC troops still have not made their way out on the defensive side, but the bats are going to make their way from the top side here.
The bats are making it from the top side indeed. We have the freeze now to protect them, to get through the back end, but that core with so many traps, the expos and such, is such a dangerous place to be in. The Eagle is not catching those bats, they're staying alive, which can be crucial. That attack is just really overpowering and getting that 3-star Fluid Esports needed in a really fast time.
Yeah, this is looking very fast. There might even be like 120, which would really put them in a decent spot here. So now we are in the last two attacks. There is an ice on, but it's not going to matter. Sally did not make an impact, but very fast overall. And now Fluid Esports is actually ahead by 1 second over not finished. So it's 130 to 131, both perfect so far. And now is where you start to make the championship decision. Do you still believe in your defense? Do you switch your plan from Super Witches and go for the dragons and risk making a mistake? Or do you still take your time and hopefully your opponent is also nervous enough to do the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, this decision right now is super tricky because what is right, what is wrong, what is the best plan? Do they have even the option of both of those plans on the last space? Because it's always easier said than done. Oh, by the way, switch the plan quickly to this, switch the plan quickly to that. You would always need to have this backup plan ready right away, which is, again, way easier said than done. So I'm not sure what they have prepared. I think whatever they have prepared, they should believe in that and should stick with it, and then just hope for the best on defense. But by now, 3-star is king, and everything else should come in second, and maybe do not risk too much.
Oh man, I am so nervous. I want to see what's going to happen in the next attacks because these are going to be the crucial moments here. We have the Smoky God with the Super Witches decides to play it safe here. We're going to see if that makes a difference with the time. Is going to believe though with the safe approach going into the Eagle side. That means the Town Hall is on the opposite side though, but actually going to send the Blimp here by itself, no test loons, to make sure he takes it down.
Yeah, getting that Town Hall out nice and early with those sneaky goblins. This means nothing to worry about for him. We have the single Inferno Tower going down, but his troops are now kind of in between those two Inferno Towers. The Warden is following the Witches to the outside and not towards the inside. Is that going to be an issue is the big question, because, well, that Inferno Tower keeps standing.
Yeah, these double multis are going to start working. He's going to immediately place the basketballs right away, which I do kind of like. You're speeding it up, but the Super Minion is still alive. Keep in mind, the Super Minion does a little bit of splash. It's not that much, but it does do splash. If it does go for the bats, it could be a little bit of an issue, but the bats are splitting here. Has 2 free spells. There is a multi in the back. Has to make sure they use 1 free spell for the Wizard Tower and 1 for the multi. The multi doing a lot of damage on the witches. Uses the last one, or the second to last one on the Wizard Tower, and is now going for the last defense, which is going to be the multi. It looks like he's going to get it. The Smoky God keeping the pressure with the 3-star here.
Ooh, the Black Mine Tornado Trap is actually costing him some seconds. Overall, it is 1 minute, I think, a 27, which we have seen. So this means they're getting to 1 minute 30-second average. And that would mean Fluid Esports needs to have around the same time as an attack. 1 minute 30 seconds seems to be the tie breaker here for them. Oh, but this will be so close.
Oh man, the pressure is on here. Itsu, can Fluid Esports attack fast with their plan without making a mistake? Because if they make a little bit too many mistakes, not only could it result in a fail, much less, but it could result in taking too much time, which is going to be the main factor. Both of these teams are making very little mistakes, or maybe they are making a little bit of mistakes, but they're recovering, which is the most important part. But when you're making a mistake and trying to recover, that also causes you to lose time. So these are going to come down to the last seconds here.
It is exactly like that. And I mean, again, with 1 minute 30 seconds, Super Witches are a huge risk. We have seen that earlier, that a team tried and attempt that, which means it is going to be back to air, and it's going to be indeed dragons. Electro Dragons is the choice. We have those, the giant arrow again. Please don't miss the giant arrow. Nice.
Naseeb hitting both of the giant arrow here with both of the supers of the giant arrow. And now he's going to come in with the Stone Slammer on the top side, going the opposite town hall with the Electro Dragons. This is an all or nothing attack, Itsu. If they don't get the time or the 3, it is over. But here we go.
Ooh, the Queen running into quite some traps. He's going to rage that up to keep that Queen alive. Can he do that? Yes, the Queen is staying alive indeed. There were a lot of traps on the outside. Is there going to be another Black Mine? That's the question here. We have the Electro Dragons struggling a little bit around that top side. He has those storages to get some chains, but they are going to the outside, and that means the Inferno Tower stays up, and the healers are under threat.
Yeah, now the E-Drags are all on the outside. Only has 1 rage left, but now the healers are getting melted. Has to use a freeze. The Warden and the Minion Prince are working on the middle. They're trying to go and clear the swords as fast as they can. We still have a decent amount of time here. Uses the rage on the Queen. Now it's all up to how these troops can split. We still have about 20 seconds, I believe, but it's going to be really, really close here. Can he get it in time? The multi is looking unreachable unless the Henchman Puppet can kill it.
Oh, minions at the bottom side. We remember not just 3 stars, but as well 1 minute 30 seconds is the benchmark here. And the time is ticking. I think it's ticking a bit too fast because that minion at the top side is not getting the Inferno Tower. And with that being a 3-star, it means still that it's a 9-9, but it's a time loss. Not finished. Has somehow made the impossible possible and somehow clutched this up. Wow.
Not finished, truly not being finished, and finishing the war, not only finishing it, but being the grand winner here, somehow battling their way from the lower bracket, being knocked down, beating the people who actually knocked them out, and now they are the champion of the July monthly finals for the Town Hall 12 Cup. Really insane run, and a big congratulations to Not Finished, well earned.
Well earned indeed, but this means as well that Fluid Esports, as we have said earlier, is going to as well claim a golden ticket, the same as Not Finished. Both teams are walking away with those golden tickets, meaning that they are qualified for the final event for Town Hall 12 then, and this is really, really an impressive lower bracket run all the distance.
Yeah, really, really insane coming from the lower bracket and then being the champion of the July monthly finals. But like you said, both teams getting the golden ticket, which is huge. So big congratulations to the Fluid Esports. Of course, the bracket reset being mainly for the prize money, but of course, being the champion as well. Not to take anything away from Not Finished. They did a great job, but so did Fluid Esports to be able to make it to the grand final, being the first one there and still solidifying those golden tickets, which matter a lot.
Yeah, they matter a lot because it's not just the big bump in money and prize pool in general. It is as well just the experience of enjoying then that main event and playing versus the best Tower 12 clans and teams out there, which is a huge honor for all of them. And I mean, they have deserved this for sure. Not Finished have like shown an incredible qualifier over today, and yeah, it was just really fun to watch them.
Yeah, a lot of exciting matches today, to say the least. A lot of crazy turn of events when we're thinking that the war is for sure over. Something happens, we get a defense, maybe we get a 3-star, maybe there's a time difference. But I feel like while some wars did come down to the time, it really did come down. In a lot of cases, we had the time here, but it really came down to getting defenses and capitalizing on those defenses in the offensive area. Sometimes teams weren't. They came back, but nonetheless, it felt a little back and forth in some matches. Of course, some matches were time, but nonetheless, some matches were definitely crazy.
That was indeed the case. But with the last match being over, we have one final reward for you to share, which you can then quickly claim and get some nice items on your account. For this one, for the last reward, it is actually going to be, well, a really nice builder snack.
Yeah, the Builder Bite is going to help a lot. I'm actually claiming that for myself here because I'm trying to maximize my Summer Jam rewards or progress, so that is quite nice. I just actually used it on my main.
I feel like that magic snack is always nice to have. You can always use it, especially with those lower accounts. I feel like one of these is getting you so much progression, so that's nice. And this means it is going to be the final reward for this stream indeed. Overall, a long day, but a lot of solid matches which we had over this this day and this qualifier.
Yeah, that is going to wrap things up. The final reward, and once again, all the teams playing very well. It was a very exciting round of matches. My first time being here, it was a blast. You know, I really enjoyed being a part of it, especially with Itsu, one of the greats. So, you know, hopefully you guys enjoyed.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, indeed, everyone enjoyed the show. Everyone enjoyed the Town Hall 12 Cups, attacks, everything about it. But that's, as we said, that's pretty much it for us. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you for the players for giving us such a great show, for the production, obviously Supercell and everyone working on this. Thank you to you for joining me here. And, well, make sure that you're tuning in on the future Town Hall Cups. Next Friday is going to be the Town Hall 15 Cup, which you can then enjoy there as well. And until then, we will see you guys. Clash on.